Chapter 1. I am Gene Fachin. Boom, boom. Lightning flashed, and ethereal lights danced amidst the thunderclouds as torrents of rain fell with reckless abandon. The swirling tempest sent fine sand and debris into a chaotic frenzy, while the wild grass and flowers by the roadside bowed almost to the ground. In the dim yellow sky, rain cascaded violently. In the Great Xia, at the second high school of Jinling City, lies the death pool. June 10th afternoon. Despite the torrential downpour, the playground was teeming with thousands of students, their eyes trembling in disbelief at the scene before them. Murder! A murder has occurred. The young master of the Zhao family has died just like that. It can't be real. Has he lost his mind? In front of so many people, he dares to commit murder. Don't forget, this is the death pool. Everyone signed their life and death agreements. But even so, boom! Amidst the throng of onlookers, an arena of unknown material stood at the center, marked by a black stone tablet bearing the gruesome inscription, Death Pool. What truly left the thousands of students aghast was the figure above. Rain washed away the crimson blood from a lifeless male body sprawled atop, his face frozen in terror. Beside the corpse stood a young boy, upright and composed, deftly flipping a silver card in his fingers. Unperturbed by the myriad of astonished gazes and the clamor from the crowd, the boy appeared indifferent, his expression inscrutable, as if awaiting someone. Boom! A beam of light suddenly descended from the heavens, accompanied by a fierce glare and a thunderous voice. Boy, do you realize whom you have killed? The young master of the Zhao family, Zhao Ming, the youth replied. Which family do you belong to? What is your name that you dare to act so recklessly? An unknown nobody, the youth smiled and recited, the gentle breeze stirs the medicinal table. The bright sun warms the tea towel. The ethereal delight has yet to fade as dusk settles over the eastern city. Pausing briefly, he bowed slightly to the newcomer and said nonchalantly, I am Gene Fachin. One day prior, on a scorching June day, under the blazing sun, the wind had not ceased and the white clouds remained. The asphalt road shimmered under the oppressive heat, while weak breezes rustled through the verdant shade of ancient trees. Outside, the cicadas sang their symphony, heralding the height of summer. In the Great Xia, in the province of Shijiang, Jinling City, within an old, dilapidated apartment. Tap, tap, tap. The chaotic clatter of a keyboard echoed in the dim room, accompanied by the rising crescendo of shouts emanating from the computer. Clown, hey, get on with it. Yes, yes, yes. Take him down, yes, beautiful. Dude, your play is. Ding, 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 ding. Suddenly, a phone rang amidst the seemingly tense atmosphere. The young man leaning back in his chair turned down the game's volume, allowing the cacophony to gradually fade. Hello, Gene Fachin, where are you? Didn't we agree yesterday to go to the mountain to burn incense and pray for an impressive destined artifact tomorrow? Why didn't you show up? I've already burned it. Huh? Electronic incense. The wheelchair turned halfway, allowing a beam of sunlight to filter through the curtains and illuminate Gene Fachin, who was enveloped in dust. The young man reclined lazily in his chair, toying with a silver blank card in his hand. His visage was strikingly handsome, with high cheekbones and deep-set eyes reminiscent of a moonlit spring. His slightly tousled dark hair fell gently over his forehead, and a hint of a smile graced his lips, rendering him almost ethereal. You truly are a living father. You may not be aware, but due to that incident, Zhao Ming has declared that he intends to drag you into the death pool after tomorrow's awakening, said the voice on the other end. Is that so? Gene Fachin's gaze fell upon the card, and a sudden smile broke across his face. That sounds rather tragic. How can you still laugh? You should hurry and burn some incense, praying for a high-level combat, celestial object to awaken tomorrow. Zhao Ming has already broken through the fate realm thanks to his family's resources. If you do not act soon, the King of Hell may intervene. The death pool. If I refuse, will it have significant repercussions? Sigh. Every year, the newly awakened engage in PK there. Most who receive an invitation do not decline. To refuse would be quite embarrassing. What do you wish to refuse? The person on the other end faltered, perplexed by Gene Fachin's inquiry. Then tell me. Gene Fachin paused, his gaze fixed on a game screen where a signal marked him continuously. Suddenly, he spoke. If I were to kill Zhao Ming today, would these troubles cease to exist tomorrow? Hey, what did you just say? After a moment of silence, The voice on the line trembled, revealing a sense of panic. Ha! Jean Fachin burst into laughter. I was merely joking. You didn't take me seriously, did you? Ha ha! You nearly scared me to death. Have you been reading too many novels? You really caught me off guard, came the relieved response, followed by a nervous chuckle. All right, go burn your incense. I have matters to attend to. Farewell. With that, Jean Fachin disregarded the frantic calls from the other side and hung up. Indeed, it has been 18 years. He kicked off the wall, propelling himself backward with the wheels beneath his chair. Slumping languidly in his seat, the silver card danced deftly between his fingers as he gazed vacantly at the ceiling, lost in reverie. In professional terms, he was a transmigrator, having journeyed from Earth to this similarly azure planet, which dwarfed Earth in size and teemed with a population as myriad as the stars. Here, familiar technological civilizations coexisted with the enigmatic celestial objects of destiny. A millennium ago, dimensional rifts opened, and alien races invaded, while monstrous creatures wreaked havoc. They swept across the world with an overwhelming force, rendering technology ineffective and shattering the illusion of a harmonious universe. Yet, in the final moments, it seemed the heavens had yet to tire of this calamity, showering the world with spiritual energy and bestowing the celestial objects of destiny. These objects, inherent within every individual, governed their internal organs and countless veins. They were potent, sacred, and profoundly mysterious. Humanity has managed to contend with formidable forces until the present day. The old era has faded away, ushering in a new epoch. For millennia, humans have battled against alien races and enigmatic beasts, leading countless nations to become mere relics of a bygone age. Yet, some nations have emerged from the chaos, establishing the dawn of a new era, redefining the rules and rewriting history. In this world, every individual undergoes a ritual upon reaching their 18th natural year, awakening their unique celestial destiny. Throughout generations, the Great Xia has designated this momentous day as June 10th each year, coinciding with the former imperial examinations of the old era. Each year, extraordinary feats occur, brilliant talents soar, while others falter. The leap of fish transforming into dragons becomes a common spectacle. The outcome of this awakening signifies an individual's future in mere seconds. A lifetime of effort may be rendered futile, or a slothful individual may unexpectedly seize the opportunity for greatness. Chapter 2. The supreme martial arts of the heavens. The celestial artifacts, governed by the immutable laws of fate, exhibit a spectrum of strengths. Beyond the fundamental dichotomy of efficacy and ineffectiveness, there exists a nuanced hierarchy of quality, meticulously ranked from the simplest numerical order: Level 5, Level 4, Level 3, Level 2, and Level 1. Ascending beyond Level 1, one attains the esteemed special grade, and further still lies the exalted universal grade. The term universal encompasses the cosmos, eternity, and the very essence of existence. Once awakened, such celestial artifacts transform into treasures of humanity, their profound significance intricately shaping the destinies of their bearers. Worlds, universes, and eternities await their embrace. Regardless of whether an artifact is classified as Level 5 or Level 1, the criteria for such classification are rather lenient. The true distinction resides within the individuals themselves. Those blessed with exceptional talents possess the ability to evoke remarkable power from even the most mundane objects, akin to a simple handkerchief, thereby revealing the potential of Level 2 or even Level 1. Artifacts deemed below Level 1 are considered ordinary, whereas special grade artifacts rise above conventional standards. Their awakening elevates their bearers into entities of unmatched capability, igniting fervent admiration among the populace. And what of universal grade artifacts? Their emergence invariably incites cataclysmic confrontations among various races, culminating in innumerable casualties. Through the diligent endeavors of countless generations, celestial artifacts have attained unparalleled significance, intricately woven into the very fabric of existence. From the mightiest champions to the modest commoners, they have garnered an importance comparable to life itself. Those who awaken these artifacts are known as Fate Masters, among whom distinctions of strength prevail. Through meticulous statistical analysis over generations, a more intuitive classification has come to light. Ranging from the weakest to the strongest, Fate Mastery, the initial realm, where one wields the nascent power of their artifact. Akin to a seed freshly sown, this is the Fate realm. Emergence, the second realm, where one's power begins to sprout like a seedling breaking through the soil. This is the Emergence realm, wherein the artifact reveals its potential. Stability, the third realm, characterized by the robust growth of one's spiritual energy resembling a resilient sapling. This is the Stability realm, where one learns to harness their power. Flow, the fourth realm, where one's energy stands tall and defiant, akin to a proud tree. This is the Flow realm, where spiritual energy forms armor, steadfast against adversity. Domination, the fifth realm, where one's power ascends like a towering giant, reaching toward the heavens. This is the Domination realm, where spiritual energy manifests wings, drawing upon the forces of nature. Ancient, the sixth realm, where one's energy sinks deep into the earth like an ancient tree. This is the Ancient realm, where spiritual energy takes flight, extensively borrowing from the cosmos. Supremacy, the seventh realm, where one's power envelopes the skies, akin to a vast forest. This is the Supremacy realm, where one traverses space unencumbered, mastering the void and transcending all barriers, earning the title of a global sovereign. Imperial, the eighth realm, where one's spiritual energy ascends like a celestial being. This is the Imperial realm, encompassing all. The path of spiritual cultivation relies not solely on oneself. One may also draw upon natural treasures imbued with spiritual energy. However, such resources are often beyond the reach of the common folk, reserved for great clans or formidable warriors. Fortunately, the absence of formal cultivation methods prevents a monopoly of power among the strong. Although there are no established techniques, the existence of supreme martial arts of the heavens, abbreviated as extreme martial arts, offers a unique means of harnessing one's celestial artifacts, classified into 4 tiers and 12 levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. The heavens reign as the paramount authority, while the earth occupies its humble position. Within this celestial hierarchy, 3 distinct tiers manifest: initial, intermediate, and advanced. Amongst those of equal rank, the mastery of divine destiny often dictates the outcomes of conflicts. This is a truth that aspiring souls must heed. Should one awaken as a mere squanderer of celestial potential, even the most lucid understanding becomes a source of fatigue. Everything shall remain dormant until the moment of awakening. Tomorrow heralds that awakening. Jean Fachin sighed, envisioning the impending day. A favorable awakening incites envy and provocation, while an unfavorable one invites comfort and mockery. This wretched world remains unchanged, he muttered, slowly clenching his fist before swiftly extending 2 fingers, causing an intricately designed card to materialize between them. This card manifested at the very moment of his birth, synchronizing with the rhythm of his heart. It comprises a collection of 13 cards, and he often reflects that perhaps his previous life's demise was precisely what permitted the King of Hell to bestow upon him this enigmatic set. The surface of the card bears no markings, adorned only with vibrant red peach blossoms. It resembles a playing card, yet is profoundly different. Its material hails from no realm known to this world, being unbreakable, as delicate as gossamer, and extraordinarily sharp, shimmering in silver and exuding an aura of mystery. The powers concealed within these cards remain an enigma to Jean Fachin. He speculates it may possess some form of recording. After all, the blank surface of the card beckons to be inscribed. Currently unresponsive, it stands to reason that activation may necessitate the awakening of celestial potential. What a bother. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. Just as drowsiness began to envelop him, it was abruptly shattered by the piercing sound of his phone ringing. With a pair of weary, lifeless eyes, Jean Fachin maneuvered his wheelchair back to his desk, lazily grasping his phone without so much as a glance at the screen before pressing the answer button. Hello. Hello, Jean classmate. It's me. A melodious and crisp voice resonated from the phone, akin to the sound of ice striking jade. You've dialed the wrong number. Farewell. Without a moment's hesitation, Jean Fachin attempted to terminate the call. Wait, I have something of great significance to share with you. Something truly momentous. Should you insist on terminating our conversation, I shall be left with no alternative but to seek you out. Upon perceiving his intention to hang up, the caller's urgency became unmistakably tangible. Please be expeditious. In appreciation, I shall make an effort to alleviate the burden on your phone bill. He replied with a sense of resignation. It pertains to Zhao Ming. I earnestly apologize, but you must trust me. I never foresaw such an event. Please do not misconstrue my intentions. I will take measures to avert any inconvenience for you. The girl's voice emanated genuine sincerity, laced with a hint of weeping, resonating with deep remorse. Ah, is it truly that grave? Jean Fachin spoke slowly, adopting a seemingly indifferent tone. Given how guilty you sound, please untangle my school uniform tomorrow. Rest assured, I shall not be excessively dismissive. Upon hearing this, the other party was momentarily taken aback, and then visibly irritated. Jean Fachin, mind your words. I am here to apologize. Please refrain from such comments. Wow, look at your lofty tone. You must be quite aware of the circumstances surrounding Zhao Ming. Jean Fachin replied in a flat tone, devoid of emotion, yet each word was like a precious gem, piercing to the heart. If you genuinely feel remorse, then perhaps you should consider taking your leave from this world. In that case, Zhao Ming might mourn for you and would have no time to trouble me. I believe I could find it in my heart to forgive you. Jean Fachin. A sharp exclamation erupted from the phone, the voice resonating with anger at his words. All right, spare me the crocodile tears. If possible, would you bring me breakfast tomorrow? I may arrive tardily. Farewell. With that, Jean Fachin dismissed the irate tirade and promptly terminated the call. The woman on the opposite end was named Li Ye, endowed with captivating beauty, yet regrettably deficient in intellect. It was due to her that he, who had consistently upheld a tranquil existence, found himself ensnared in a vexatious predicament reminiscent of canine excrement. Chapter 3. I simply reject that fool Zhao Ming. Meanwhile, in an upscale CAF. I am utterly exasperated, Leah murmured under her breath, adorned in an exquisite lavender dress. Seated gracefully at the table, her delicate hands tightly clasped together. The poise she once radiated had dissipated as she grappled with her fury. What troubles you, Xiaoya? Is it that Jean Fachin's ingratitude? The girl across from her inquired with genuine concern. Oof. Leah huffed lightly, crossing her arms, and replied. He has discerned that I am deliberately employing him as a fade. The girl gasped. Did someone inform him? Leah cast her a scornful glance and retorted coldly. You cannot possibly think he is as dim-witted as he seems. Though he perpetually appears half asleep, he possesses remarkable insight and has swiftly grasped the true nature of the situation. You know him rather well, do you? The girl gasped, abruptly covering her mouth in astonishment as she regarded Leah. Surely, you have not developed feelings for Jean Fachin, have you? Absolutely not. Leah retorted without a moment's hesitation. Who do you think I am? What is he? Merely an orphan. Were it not for his modest cleverness and the fact that Zhao Ming holds him in disdain, do you truly believe I would employ him as a mere shield? After a brief pause, Leah, now visibly agitated, continued. Zhao Ming is utterly absurd, insisting on confessing his feelings to me before his awakening. Should I accept or decline? If I acquiesce, and he awakens as a worthless being, what then? Yet, if I categorically refuse, and he happens to awaken as something extraordinary, what then? That fool is driving me to distraction. The Zhao Ming to whom she alluded was a scion of the Zhao family from Jinling, a lineage that wielded undeniable influence in the region. While Liya's family was regarded as formidable by the common populace, in the eyes of the Zhao family, they were but trifling. Everything rests upon the Moro's awakening. On the following morning, June 10th, the day of awakening in the Great Xia era, at Jinling City's second high school, within the confines of Class 1 of the senior year, a gentleman attired in standard teacher garb, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, occupied the podium. His name was Hu Zhu, the homeroom instructor who was diligently imparting the essential aspects of the awakening to his students. Dear students, I have reiterated the pivotal points of the awakening ad infinitum, and I trust you are weary of my words. Let's divert our discourse, he stated, adjusting his spectacles and leaning nonchalantly against the desk, speaking in the most unembellished tone. After today, we may never cross paths again, or perhaps it shall be quite some time before we do. You may cherish these memories, or they may swiftly dissipate. Your journey officially commences today, and I beseech you to comprehend that awakening does not wholly dictate the trajectory of one's life. Should the outcome fail to meet your expectations, do not succumb to despair. A lengthy journey still lies ahead. Awakening is merely a path one must traverse. No individual shall gain everything through it, nor shall anyone lose everything because of it. Should you successfully navigate this threshold, you will have already accomplished something remarkable. In conclusion, I wish for each of you to realize your aspirations. As his words hung in the air, before the students could commence their applause or shed tears, an incongruous knock reverberated through the room. I apologize for the interruption. It appears I have already intruded, came a voice from beyond the door. Instantly, a myriad of expressions turned toward the entrance of the classroom. There stood Gene Fachin, his eyes still heavy with slumber, donning his signature vacant expression as he yawned languidly. "Ah, you have arrived," remarked the teacher, seemingly unfazed, greeting Gene Fachin without a trace of irritation. "Such a pity you missed my meticulously rehearsed speech." I nearly wept for my own words. Gene Fachin scratched his head and, with a nonchalant demeanor, ambled into the classroom, making his way to a seat by the window. "Do not lament too much. I heard you. By the way, just a reminder, your speech is antiquated and ill-suited for the current generation. The quality of the awakening reflects one's humanity. Do not trivialize it." Oh, indeed. Just as Gene Fachin settled into his chair, he abruptly rose again, drawing the puzzled gazes of his classmates as he approached Leah, tapping his finger upon her desk. Leah looked up taken aback. "What is it? Breakfast? Did we not converse about this while in bed last night?" Gene Fachin proclaimed, heedless of the astonished gazes surrounding him. As anticipated, his remarks incited a tumult among his classmates. "Last night? In bed? What on earth? Is this something I can overhear for free? Is this reality? The goddess Leah actually... who knows?" Leah has candidly expressed her admiration for Gene Fachin. Yet this transpires far too swiftly. Just because you two are becoming acquainted does not imply you should plunge headfirst into this. The crowd erupted like a barrel of gunpowder, bursting forth with a plethora of witty remarks. As for why the teacher did not intervene, he was equally engrossed in the unfolding drama. In the first row of the classroom, Zhao Ming, with his slick-back hair and bloodshot eyes, glared at Gene Fachin with a look as though he wished to flay him alive, his demeanor chilling to the core. The creaking sound emanating from his clenched fists, coupled with his trembling shoulders, betrayed the turmoil within his heart. Bang! Leah, the focal point of the confrontation, sprang up with flushed cheeks, slamming her hands on the table as she exclaimed, "Gene Fachin, what nonsense are you spouting? How curious it is that the one speaking nonsense first is you." Gene Fachin replied with an innocent expression. "Isn't it true that you disdained Zhao Ming for his lack of stature, and then sought my company, promising him luxurious breakfasts? Indeed, once one is satiated, the acquaintances of the past become mere shadows." As he spoke, Gene Fachin's demeanor darkened, his gaze cast downward, shrouded in a veil of melancholy. A wave of gasps swept through the onlookers at his utterance. "Gene Fachin, restrain yourself. Dare to utter another word and witness the consequences." Leah, on the brink of losing her composure, glared at the crowd whose eyes gleamed with intrigue. "Oh, witness the consequences?" Gene Fachin's cheeks flushed faintly, a grin playing on his lips. Could it be a recollection of last night? In such a public arena, are you not the least bit mortified? Silence. Speak again, and I shall bring your end. Do you no longer hold affection for me? Why would you wish to bring about my demise? Who would ever harbor feelings for you? You worthless wretch. I merely sought to dissuade Zhao Ming from employing you as a pawn. Leah, bereft of reason, shouted with fervor. "Incredible!" Gene Fachin cried out, pointing at her. "So you have deceived me. What a lamentable narrative this is, ah!" With that, his smile dissipated, supplanted by an expression of vacancy as he turned away, refraining from casting a glance back. I extend my gratitude for the breakfast. Although partaking in melons so early may cause some discomfort, it proved sufficiently invigorating. In that instant, Leah belatedly recognized her misstep, rendered speechless by the unforeseen shift in circumstances. She stood there, immobilized at a loss for how to react. As she absorbed the perplexed gazes that enveloped her and caught sight of Zhao Ming's frigid glare, she felt her tightly clenched fists relax unbeknownst to her, trembling involuntarily. Her complexion drained of color, her body became rigid, unable to articulate a single word. Ding dong, ding dong. At that moment, the classroom intercom crackled to life. Class 3-1, please be advised to proceed in an orderly fashion to the awakening room under the guidance of your homeroom teacher. Class 3-1, please be advised to proceed in an orderly fashion to the awakening room under the guidance of your homeroom teacher. Class 3-1, please be advised to proceed in an orderly fashion to the awakening room under the guidance of your homeroom teacher. Chapter 4, The Secondary Divine Mandate and the Ultimate Strike. Applause, applause, applause. Having consumed a rather bland melon, teacher, who clicked his tongue in discontent, energetically clapping his hands as he declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived. Now, beginning with the first row, please follow me quietly." The announcement of awakening swiftly extinguished the urge for idle chatter, prompting the students to rise. A blend of excitement and trepidation surging within them as they formed an orderly line to exit the classroom. Leah, having narrowly evaded disaster, now resembled a soul rescued from the depths, gasping for air to alleviate the stifling sensation she had just endured. With a fierce glimmer in her eyes, she gritted her teeth and resolutely followed the group, lost in her own contemplations. "Shao Qi, you shall organize the team. I will oversee from the rear," instructed teacher Hu, casually resting a hand on the shoulder of the leading student before striding towards the back of the procession. As the classroom emptied, only Jean Feichin remained, leaning against the windowsill with a cigarette in hand when teacher Hu entered. "Do you have a light, brother?" Jean Feichin remarked with a casual indifference. With effortless precision, teacher Hu extracted a pack of cigarettes from Jean Feichin's desk, igniting one for himself before joining him by the window, releasing billows of smoke into the air. "It does not reflect well on a teacher to smoke in the company of students," Jean Feichin noted, his arm languidly resting upon the windowsill as he cast a glance at teacher Hu. "Not an issue. The principal is my uncle," Hu replied, dismissing the concern with a wave of his hand, entirely unfazed. Jean Feichin chuckled softly at this and opted not to offer further comment. "Why have you not pursued your awakening?" Hu inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Jean Feichin. "Are you truly resigned to navigating life in such a disordered fashion? Awakening? Why would I?" Jean Feichin responded with a relaxed smile. "If it is merely something trivial like a mouse, perhaps my gaming prowess could improve." Hu appeared taken aback. "Is that the extent of your aspirations? Demonstrate some ambition. Exhibit some fighting spirit." After exhaling the final tendrils of smoke, Jean Feichin nonchalantly cast the cigarette but out of the window and made his way toward the door. "Perhaps I have lost that vigor," he mused, his voice gradually fading as he distanced himself, his silhouette vanishing into the horizon, leaving Hu enveloped in a delicate haze of ethereal blue smoke. Shouldn't life be as resplendent as summer blooms? In the awakening chamber, all 22 classes of the third year had gathered, standing in an orderly formation according to their respective groups. Their expressions varied, yet an undeniable tension coursed through the air. "I am so anxious. I wonder what I will awaken," one student whispered. "What is there to be anxious about? If it is a blessing, it is a blessing. If it is a misfortune, there is no escaping it." "I'm not concerned. Let it come," another responded. "Are you truly that composed?" "Absolutely." "Then why do your hands tremble?" A mere whisper of exhilaration permeated the atmosphere. The acute resonance of the speaker sliced through the air, prompting the students to hush, their eyes transfixed upon the stage. At that instant, the principal of Jinling's second high school stood before them, imbued with optimism as he surveyed the vast expanse of students beneath him. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed with fervor, "There is no need for superfluous words. Let us commence." As his voice reverberated through the hall, 12 distinguished men and women clad in military attire emerged from the wings of the stage, arranged into 4 teams of 3, standing resolutely at the forefront. These were the esteemed professionals dispatched by the state to oversee the awakening ceremony, ensuring fairness and transparency, known as the awakening officials. On June 10th, 2025, at 8:01 a.m., I hereby declare the awakening ceremony of Jinling Second High School officially commenced. Come, members of Class 2, follow me, right here. As the awakening ceremony commenced in earnest, the homeroom teachers of each class began to guide their students toward the awakening officer on stage. Only the members of Class 1 remained bewildered and motionless. Where on earth is that little rascal Hu Zhu? At such a pivotal moment as the awakening, where could he possibly be? Observing the line come to a standstill, the principal hastened over, promptly unleashing a torrent of invectives. Before the students could react, a figure emerged abruptly, executing a theatrical drift and surging into position with a burst of nitrous velocity. Hu Zhu has arrived. Though delayed, Hu Zhu, breathless, raised a hand and flashed a grin at the principal. Allow me to convey this. Today marks the day of awakening. Should you dare to thwart my plans, I shall have your head. The principal cast a fleeting glance at the vigilant awakening officers, seizing Hu Zhu's ear and imparting a stern admonition. Understood, I shall manage it. You need not worry. With a flamboyant toss of his hair, Hu Zhu summoned, "Children, follow me." Upon reaching the awakening officer, Hu Zhu donned a rare, serious expression. Extending his hand with a greeting, "I shall trouble you next." The foremost awakening officer replied, shaking his hand with an unwavering tone of integrity, "It is my duty." Subsequently, he raised 2 fingers and deftly inscribed an arcane symbol in the air. The symbol glowed, embedding itself into the earth, and the intricately woven formation suddenly illuminated. Then, with a flourish, a crimson orb abruptly emerged from the ground array. The 2 awakening officers behind him simultaneously took a step back, hands clasped behind their backs, their keen eyes scanning the surroundings. Hu Zhu retreated, addressing the row of tense students in a resonant voice. "Zhao Ming, step forward for your awakening." Called upon, Zhao Ming strode forth with an air of arrogance, reveling in the attention of those around him. "It is Zhao Ming, the scion of the Zhao family. I have heard that, with the support of his family, he has already ascended to the Ming realm. Do not be so arrogant. My father is diligently striving towards it. I have learned that Zhao Ming has issued a challenge to Jin Feichen for a mortal duel. Is that indeed the case?" "Certainly, but was it not prompted by Li Yu's expressed affection for Jin Feichen that Zhao Ming reacted in such a manner? Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, he surely will not pursue it any further. I would not be so confident. Zhao Ming harbors a vengeful and petty nature. Considering Jin Feichen's remarks today, it is improbable that Zhao Ming will allow him to escape unscathed. Who can say? In any event, it does not pertain to us." As their whispers permeated the atmosphere, Zhao Ming had already seized the blood pillar, and the energy of the array surged dramatically, a ferocious force erupting from his grasp. With a splatter, the blood orb suddenly detonated, crimson threads spraying from either side of his fist, swiftly condensing into form a blood-red spear. Gradually, the tumult subsided, and several golden characters manifested in the air. Second level, end of the vortex spear, Zhao Ming. A second-level celestial artifact, the end of the vortex spear. As the proclamation of the Awakened One resonated, Zhao Ming exhaled a breath of relief, laughter bubbling forth as he elevated his long spear high, akin to a peacock proudly displaying its resplendent plumage. "I am Zhao Ming. Should any esteemed institution wish to extend a special invitation to me, kindly reach out to the Zhao family in Jinling." At the rear of the assembly, his classmates could scarcely contain their exuberance upon witnessing the spectacle. How magnificent! He emerges wielding a second-tier weapon, no less. Truly impressive. Wait, this fellow seems a bit absurd. Why boast of second tier? Which academy would recruit someone of that caliber? Is he aspiring for a junior college? Do not underestimate him. It is a spear, the sovereign of weapons. There exists a multitude of martial arts tailored for the mastery of firearms, particularly concerning a second-tier celestial artifact. Let us aspire for auspicious outcomes. Is this not intended for rejuvenation? An international standard. 1. Chapter 5. The Universal Final Garden as time progressed. The number of students remaining in class 3 gradually diminished to but a handful. Hu Zhu, observing the despondent demeanor of the leading girl, called out, "Leah, step forward to awaken." Buzz, Leah, a first-tier celestial artifact, a resplendent gilded fan. A chorus of cheers erupted. Alas, a first tier has emerged. Who could have anticipated it would be Leah? Just moments ago, we remarked upon her offense to Zhao Ming. Surely, this would spell disaster for her. Yet now, she awakens a first-tier celestial artifact. The Zhao family's influence is rendered inconsequential. Leah is ascending to unprecedented heights. I feel a twinge of sympathy for Jin Fei-chun. Our class has only unearthed 2 extraordinary talents, and he has somehow managed to offend both. Hush, lower your voice. He might overhear you. Jin Fei-chun sighed, casting a glance back at his classmates who were engaged in hushed whispers. I appreciate that you all remember I am still present here. My apologies. They replied with a hint of embarrassment, quickly distancing themselves. He turned back, his gaze barely halfway when he caught sight of Leah standing nearby. Her eyes fixed intently upon him. Ignoring her, he stepped forward. Next, Jin Fei-chun, please step forward to awaken. Upon hearing Hu Zhu's voice, Jin Fei-chun advanced, observing as a pillar of blood ascended from the ground's formation, slowly extending his hand to grasp it. Close your eyes, relax, and attune yourself to the essence of all things. The awakening official spoke gently. Meanwhile, the director of education, observing from a short distance, remarked with mild astonishment, "ISNT that Jin Fei-chun? He indeed arrived punctually for his awakening today. Are you acquainted with this child?" The principal inquired, his hands clasped behind his back, following the director's gaze with keen interest. "He belongs to Hu Zhu's class," the director replied with a smile, nodding towards Hu Zhu. "He often speaks of him, and through our numerous interactions, I have come to recognize him." The principal expressed mild astonishment. How intriguing that this gifted scholar has taken such an interest in a boy. Has he perhaps refined his preferences? Laughter ensued between the two, though they quickly subdued their amusement upon observing the disapproving expressions of several awakened officials. That young lad is named Jin Fei-chun, rather unremarkable and frequently tardy. Is he not the epitome of an underachiever? Quite typical, I must say. The director shook his finger and replied, "However, there was an occasion when he achieved first place in a cultural examination, nearly attaining full marks. It was the sole instance a reward was bestowed, 1,000 yuan for the top position. Subsequently, rewards were prohibited, and he never again reached the pinnacle." "Wait, a bounty hunter?" The principal jested, though his expression swiftly reverted to one of gravity. Just as he was about to articulate further, a surge of overwhelming spiritual power erupted, interrupting his discourse. Boom! A resonant hum filled the atmosphere as a brilliant beam of light ascended from where Jin Fei-chun stood, piercing through the ceiling and soaring into the heavens. The vast spiritual energy expanded outward in waves, enveloping the entire awakening chamber in a golden sea, a truly awe-inspiring spectacle. The students, unaccustomed to such a breathtaking spectacle, recoiled in astonishment. At the heart of this phenomenon stood Jin Fei-chun, ensconced within the luminous beam, his gaze reminiscent of autumn, shimmering with profound emotion. He gradually lifted one hand, and a silver glove, adorned with intricate black runes, ascended in tandem. With a resounding bang, the glove erupted into a myriad of scintillating starlights that darted toward his elevated left hand. As the radiant points enveloped his palm entirely, he clenched his fist. With a whoosh, the brilliance faded, unveiling the enigmatic black runes now inscribed upon the palms and backs of Jin Fei-chun's hands. An enigmatic force intricately intertwined with his internal organs, as his consciousness and soul involuntarily shut their eyes, absorbing the essence of the celestial artifact. When the world is happening, a few students, the first to regain their composure, gasped as they beheld the words materializing within the luminous aura. Silence enveloped the awakening chamber. The sound of a pin dropping would have seemed thunderous in that moment. All eyes, brimming with a myriad of emotions, fixated uniformly on Jin Fei-chun, universal level celestial artifact of destiny, garden of finality. Prepare. Observing this scene, an awakened official stepped forward, accompanied by two others who joined him, placing their hands together and instantly manifesting at Jean Faichen's side. The trio established a triangular formation around him, their spiritual energy surging forth. Suppress. Voices resonated in harmony as a cerulean triangle ascended from the earth, enveloping Jean Faichen within its confines, while the radiant golden light gradually diminished. In this moment, Jean Faichen's consciousness was inundated with an abundance of knowledge pertaining to his celestial artifact. The ability, Garden of Finality, Dawn's Bloom, allows one to analyze the burgeoning spiritual energy and deconstruct it. The ability, Final Petal, enables the reverence of fading life and its assimilation. Jean Faichen opened his eyes, beholding the azure luminescent barrier that surrounded him. He extended his left hand, pressing it against the surface above. "Do not touch," the newly awakened official exclaimed, alarmed by the unfolding situation. Yet in the next moment, he found himself utterly astonished. "Disassemble," came Jean Faichen's calm voice, as the symbols upon the back of his hand began to emit a faint glow. A sharp sound resonated, and before the official's incredulous gaze, the blue barrier erupted, transforming into countless vibrant red petals that cascaded through the air. Jean Faichen raised a hand, and the petals danced as if stirred by an unseen breeze. With a sweeping motion, an innumerable array of petals converged into a living red diamond, encircling him. He resembled an elegant dancer, concluding his most enchanting performance with the most resplendent of gestures. "I find this ability rather delightful," he mused. "Director of Education. Principal. There's a call from the Ministry of Education. Principal. Let it ring for a while. Director of Education. It appears to be urgent. Principal. No matter. I am in no hurry." Chapter 6. The Dead Pool. The spectators gradually emerged from their stupor, the once vibrant atmosphere now enveloped in an eerie silence. They found themselves momentarily bereft of words. Leah, amidst the throng, gazed at the scene, her mind a blank canvas, her lips quivering, and her pupils dilated. The phrase Huan level reverberated incessantly in her ears, rendering her uncertain of her own countenance. She could only ceaselessly ponder within why. Seasoned officials, accustomed to grand spectacles, gradually shook off their astonishment, murmuring, Huan level, a power never before witnessed. One among them, snapping back to reality, issued a resolute command: "You two, promptly escort Jean Faichen to the local military station without fail." Understood. The three swiftly allocated their respective duties. Two approached Jean Faichen with a respectful demeanor, proclaiming, "Greetings, we are members of the Independent Awakening Unit from the capital. For your safety, we kindly request that you accompany us to the local military station." Jean Faichen did not ponder for long. "I apologize for the inconvenience," he replied. He was acutely aware of the implications of the Huan level. At this juncture, ensuring his survival necessitated obedience. Only after the higher authorities arranged a proper star for him could he regain his freedom of movement. However, just as they were poised to depart, a figure emerged to obstruct their path. Hu Zhu entered with an elegant flourish, his vehicle gliding to a halt before Jean Faichen and the others. "Please, hold on a moment." The two awakened officials instinctively positioned themselves protectively in front of Jean Faichen, their expressions grave. "Mr. Hu Zhu, is there a matter you wish to discuss?" Hu Zhu rubbed his hands together, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "If memory serves me right, the most formidable individual within the exorcism unit of Jinling City should be Ming Zongi. Am I correct?" "Indeed," one of the awakened officials responded, a slight frown creasing his brow. "Do you have an inquiry?" Hu Zhu, with a flourish, adjusted his attire and adopted a more serious demeanor. "Ming Zongi resides in the 4th realm, Flow, while I have ascended to the 5th realm, Control. Who, pray tell, do you believe possesses greater combat prowess between us? Are you of the Imperial realm?" The awakening officer exclaimed in disbelief. What a farce! How could the illustrious Imperial realm merely serve as a teacher? Upon hearing this, Hu Zhu immediately bristled, a surge of fierce, spiritual energy erupting from within him. A pair of wings, seemingly forged from countless sword blades, manifested behind his back. Rising from the ground, he hovered in midair, pointing at the bewildered awakening officer and began to taunt, "Are you dazed, little brother?" The awakening officer's face turned crimson. After a lengthy pause, he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Ultimately, it was another officer who spoke. I apologize for the offense. You are indeed from the Imperial realm, but your identity remains unclear to us. Thus you cannot take Jean Fachin with you. Hu Zhu replied, Tisk, why are you so stubborn? Call your superior and inquire as to who I am. Then, ask if Jean Fachin trusts me. He gestured toward the empty air beside him. Where's he? The expressions of the three men transformed significantly as they surveyed their environment. Following a desperate search with 3 pairs of bloodshot eyes, they ultimately discerned a familiar silhouette near the self-service vending machine. Confirming their suspicions, the trio hastened towards Jean Fachin, breathless as they reached his side. Jean Fachin, having just procured a bottle of green apple-flavored soda, turned to behold the 3 men panting heavily. He blinked with an air of indifference. Even with all of you gazing at me, I still possess no funds to purchase drinks for you, he stated. Hu Zhu, gritting his teeth in frustration, then addressed the 2 awakening officers accompanying him, inquiring, Do you trust me? I do not. Huh? The smile that once adorned Hu Zhu's face vanished in an instant. We have known each other for 3 years, and you still harbor doubts about my trustworthiness? What purpose did those 3 years serve? Regard it as your misfortune. Jean Fachin leisurely savored his drink, utterly at ease. You are utterly unreliable, Hu Zhu lamented, feeling unfortunate as he extracted his phone and dialed a number. After a brief pause, he handed the device to the nearby awakening officer. Comrade, please converse with your superior. The awakening officer hesitated momentarily, then swiftly accepted the phone and stepped aside, leaving one individual to monitor Jean Fachin. Bored, Jean Fachin idly produced a silver card from his possession, beginning to twirl it as a means of passing the time. Approximately 2 minutes later, the officer who had taken the call rushed back, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle without uttering a word. Mr. Hu, I sincerely apologize for the previous offense. I have received directives from above to entrust Jean Fachin to your care. The Zhengxing will arrive tomorrow, so I leave him in your custody until then. Hu Zhu, grinning like a dragon king, waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing at all. We are all in this together. No hard feelings. You may return to your duties. There is no need for concern on this front. Feeling the intense gazes of the surrounding students, Hu Zhu experienced an indescribable thrill within, akin to the legendary act of playing the fool while feigning strength, rebuffing arrogance, the arrival of the Dragon King, and the triumphant return of a hero. What a delightful moment. Let us proceed, dear brother, Hu Zhu remarked, raising an eyebrow as he regarded Jean Fachin. To where? Jean Fachin inquired. To dine, and allow me to treat you. With a shared accord, they swiftly rose and made their way toward the exit. Jean Fachin, do you dare accompany me to the death pool? Just as they reached the threshold, a sudden cry echoed. Jean Fachin paused briefly, then, maintaining an air of composure, posed a question to Hu Zhu. What if the Zhao family seeks to take my life? Hu Zhu narrowed his eyes, a smile gracing his features. Then the Zhao family shall be no more in Jinling. Agreed, Jean Fachin replied, raising an eyebrow and gesturing with his hand without glancing back. I shall grant you a chance. Keep pace with me. With that, the 2 stepped into the light, departing from the awakening chamber. In an instant, all eyes turned to Zhao Ming, whispers and murmurs rising around him. A spectacle is about to unfold. Let us hasten to witness it. Who do you believe will triumph? Believe it or not, the situation remains ambiguous. Zhao Ming has been entangled in the use of drugs since his youth and is likely at the 4th transformation of the Fate Realm. Despite Jean Fachin being an extraordinary individual, he has merely recently awakened, reaching, at best, the initial transformation of Fate. Do you suppose they would resort to lethal measures? The Death Pool, a battleground where every cohort, upon awakening, is invited to engage in combat. While the law permits the act of killing, it still transpires within the confines of an academic environment. Throughout the years, I have never heard of any fatalities occurring. I concur with your assessment. Zhao Ming possesses the support of the Zhao family, and although Jean Fachin is indeed a formidable opponent, he has only just graduated. How could he possibly contemplate murder, particularly in the presence of so many witnesses? That is a valid observation. Let us hasten. We may miss the front row. I have never encountered a first-level entity, and now I have the opportunity to behold a transcendent being. This is a narrative I shall cherish for eternity. Cease your lingering. Let us proceed. The awakened students surged forward like a tidal wave, eager to witness the magnificence of the transcendent being. In the blink of an eye, the awakening chamber lay abandoned, save for a few lingering souls yet to awaken, gazing wistfully as the throng dispersed. The three officials overseeing the awakening were acutely aware of the death pool's intention, yet they imposed no restraint, for it was understood that a mere second-level being could scarcely rival a transcendent entity, a futile endeavor akin to a mayfly confronting the boundless sky. To be candid, I too yearn to see it. I have yet to witness the fabled transcendent in battle. Shall we proceed? Indeed. Chapter 7. It's showtime in the relentless grip of the rainy season. The lingering essence of summer remains etched in memory. Vehicles zip past the roadside, while raindrops dance upon the ground, creating a symphony of sounds that envelopes the surroundings. The grass, nourished by the downpour, heralds the emergence of resilient green shoots breaking through the earth. The rain falls steadily. Jean Fachin stood atop the death pool, extending his hand to feel the weight of the descending raindrops. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, swiftly followed by the resonant rumble of thunder. Students gathered to witness the spectacle, engaged in hushed conversation. How did it suddenly begin to rain? It's quicker than my partner's mood swings. One remarked, it's the rainy season. Such occurrences are to be anticipated, as long as I can catch a glimpse of the extraordinary wonders of the universe. I would remain unfazed even if the heavens were to shower me with gold. By the way, where is Zhao Ming? I haven't seen him around. Wasn't he just ahead of us? How has he disappeared? There, look at what he is holding. The life and death contract. The crowd instinctively recoiled, forming a pathway through the center. Zhao Ming advanced with purpose, clutching two earth-toned documents, his presence authoritative as he fixed an unwavering gaze upon Jean Fachin on stage. Dare you to sign? Zhao Ming flung one of the earth-toned papers into the air, accompanying it with a comment. This document embodied the life and death contract. Any individual who ventured into the dead pool could seek it. Should both parties willingly affix their signatures, the contract would come into effect, freeing them from the confines of legal protection, with their destinies resting solely in their own hands, acknowledged by the Dasha government. Jean Fachin skillfully caught the life and death contract, and upon perusing its contents, he could not suppress a smile. He placed a hand upon it, and then returned it. Thank you. Thank me? Zhao Ming was taken aback by the unexpected expression of gratitude, then sneered, Indeed, you ought to thank me, for I shall soon facilitate your reunion with your long-lost parents. With a sweeping gesture, he pressed his hand onto the other life and death contract, and instantly, the two earth-tone papers emitted a faint luminescence, floating gently above the dead pool, swaying delicately. This signified that the contract had taken effect. Their lives would no longer be safeguarded by the law, but would depend solely on their own strength. It has commenced. How audacious! They signed a life and death contract with such ease. I was deprived of the opportunity to evaluate the risks before they acted with such swiftness. Amidst the throng, Leah distinguished herself with an intense gaze fixed upon the two figures on stage. Her hair, dampened by the rain, clung to her cheeks, enhancing her beauty. The raindrops descended serenely, yet her heart was anything but tranquil. In the background, Hu Zhu had somehow acquired a chair, reclining nonchalantly with crossed legs, observing the stage with a sense of amusement. Remarkably, the rain, which usually spared no one, seemed to curiously evade him. Even amidst the deluge, his attire remained pristine. A gunshot shattered the silence above the dead pool, as Zhao Ming summoned the celestial artifact, executing a flourish with his weapon while circling Jean Fachin. You truly astonish me. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that I stand taller than you? Jean Fachin maintained an air of nonchalance, responding languidly as if just emerging from slumber, displaying no reaction to Zhao Ming's actions. The universal level, indeed an extraordinary celestial artifact. Yet, it appears this is where the journey concludes, Zhao Ming remarked with a sudden, mocking smile. Perhaps you ought to express gratitude for your fleeting stroke of fortune, which permitted you to awaken a universal-level celestial artifact prior to your demise. No. I must extend my thanks to compulsory education, Otherwise, I will be facing slaughter in the canyon at this very moment, Jean Fachin retorted, then continued, however, it surprises me that after I awakened the universal-level celestial artifact, you still extended an invitation to the dead pool. Are you not cognizant of my significance in this realm? Whoosh! As Zhao Ming approached Jean Fachin from behind, he suddenly thrust his spear forward, aiming directly at the latter's head. Jean Fachin, without turning around, effortlessly evaded the attack, then swiftly pivoted and grasped the spear. I was inquiring about something. This is rather discourteous, he remarked. Humph, all I desire is to obliterate you before countless witnesses, Zhao Ming declared, stepping forward as his formidable prowess at the fourth stage of the life realm surged forth, his spiritual energy coursing through his foot into the ground, resulting in a violent explosion beneath Jean Fachin's feet. And then I shall compel those who wish to shield you to defy the rules in order to save you. I want the awakened you to endure the utmost humiliation. Boom! The earth trembled and fractured, allowing Jean Fachin to harness the force of the explosion to execute a graceful somersault midair before landing with poise. I see, he remarked, his previously languid demeanor vanishing, replaced by a subtle smile. You possess a sharp intellect. This scheme permits you to withdraw and scathe while simultaneously besmirching my reputation. Once this affair unfolds, your Zhao family will inevitably find themselves under public scrutiny. At that juncture, not only will I be powerless to wield my influence against your family, but I shall also be compelled to safeguard you. Should any misfortune befall you, the world will presume I am vengeful and harbor malignant intentions. A commendable strategy. Yet why do you assume I am inferior to you? Jean Fachin abruptly raised his left hand, dark patterns manifesting unbeknownst to him. He slowly executed a snapping gesture and declared, Do you know the name of this celestial entity of mine? It is the Garden of Finality, though I prefer to refer to it as the Magic Hand. Are you aware of the reason? Zhao Ming, cautious of his movements, raised his spear in a defensive posture. What absurdity are you uttering? Enough. Actions resonate louder than mere words, Jean Fachin declared with a jovial chuckle, then began to intertwine his fingertips. It is time for the spectacle. Snap! Boom! A sharp sound echoed, and to Zhao Ming's astonishment, the spear he held suddenly detonated, blossoming into a cascade of flowers that enveloped him. Before he could comprehend the situation, an overwhelming sense of dissonance surged within him. He dared not hesitate and swiftly evaded to the side. Whoosh! In the very next instant, a silver-white card, shimmering with an icy brilliance, pierced through the floral barrier, gliding perilously near his throat. The end gun has transformed into petals. This remarkable ability was exhibited by Jean Fachin within the awakening chamber. Yet the question lingers, at what moment did he? Zhao Ming's voice faltered as the recent image of Jean Fachin, spear in hand and oblivious to his presence, replayed vividly in his mind. It must have been in that very instant. How exasperating. Fortunately, Jean Fachin's prowess was not of a destructive nature, but rather a transformation into delicate petals. Otherwise, he would have faced severe repercussions from the celestial entity. Zhao Ming summoned his spiritual energy once more to invoke the celestial object, wielding his spear with the intention of shattering the petals through the sheer force of the shockwave. In that moment, he sensed a shift. Wait. The sound of raindrops has ceased. Swish. The spear arced back, compelling Jean Fachin, who stood behind Zhao Ming, to retreat from the impending strike. How astonishing. The senses are so finely attuned that they could discern the gentle flow of rainwater. Jean Fachin exclaimed as he seized the returning card, yet his tone was laced with a hint of derision that was rather unappealing. I have already achieved the fourth transformation of the Fate Realm. Do you presume I am akin to you? Zhao Ming observed the astonished expressions of the crowd below, instantly feeling a surge of confidence, standing even taller. Indeed, it is markedly different. Jean Fachin unexpectedly acquiesced, a playful spark igniting in his eyes. After all, I have attained the sixth transformation. In the next moment, he unleashed his cultivation level. The formidable presence of the sixth transformation of the Fate Realm erupting from within him like a tidal wave. In an instant, the entire world seemed to fall into a profound silence. Chapter 8. The Moment of Magic 6. 6. 6. 6. 6 transformations. Is this some sort of jest? How can this be possible? Surely this must be a fabrication. Is he not an orphan? You simpleton! What do you imply by orphan? An orphan is your progenitor. You nincompoop. No, I mean from whence did he acquire the funds to procure cultivation resources? Silence. Jean Fachen's cultivation unleashed a tempest upon the scene. Both the esteemed principal and the seasoned awakener were enveloped in profound astonishment at that moment. Only Hu Zhu retained his composure, observing Jean Fachen on stage with a sense of gratification. He remarked with significance, "You have truly blossomed into a mature Dragon King. It appears my vigilant attention to my words was not in vain. Now, savor the exhilaration of this display of superiority." On stage, Jean Fachen, adorned in white, swayed gracefully with the breeze, his dark locks cascading. The subtle smile gracing the corner of his mouth, along with his refined demeanor, seemed to convey, "The performance has merely commenced, so please do cheer unabashedly." Clang! The firearm clattered to the ground, emitting a sharp report that shattered the stillness. Zhao Ming's lips quivered. The abrupt shift in circumstances left him immobilized, his mind an empty canvas. He could scarcely comprehend the scene before him, his countenance rife with trepidation, unable to concentrate, the burden of disbelief almost tangible. How can this be? To be frank, had you not brought it to my attention, I might have overlooked the fact that I am myself. At the sixth transformation of the Fate Realm, Jean Fachen skillfully flicked a card with his fingers and spoke with an air of nonchalance. "I nearly deceived myself." "How can you be at the sixth transformation? How? Is this even conceivable? How could this transpire?" Zhao Ming's voice escalated to a near-frantic crescendo. Throughout his existence, he had endured an abundance of tribulations, engaged in relentless training, and meticulously sculpted his physique day after day. After depleting his family's invaluable resources, he had only just attained the fourth transformation of the Fate Realm. Yet, he could not fathom why an orphan, devoid of any lineage, one who merely languished in slumber throughout the day, could ascend to the sixth transformation. Why? Why would you assert this? As Zhao Ming's thunderous cries reverberated, Jean Fachen's countenance shifted unpredictably. Is this truly what it takes to shatter your spirit? That appears rather delicate. In response to Zhao Ming's inquiries, the onlookers were equally captivated, for it was widely acknowledged that awakening a celestial object could yield only a modest amount of spiritual energy, sufficient at most to achieve a first transformation. The very idea of an individual devoid of spiritual power ascending directly to the sixth transformation of the Fate Realm was utterly inconceivable. Such a notion was pure fantasy. Upon hearing Jean Fachen's reply, Zhao Ming refrained from further questioning. He staggered slightly, his hand forming a loose grip as the celestial weapon, the Mo Fu spear, returned to his possession. Possessing a trump card is not solely your privilege. Suddenly, Zhao Ming's crimson gaze transformed into fierce determination. He lifted the long spear, his arms' veins bulging, and with a powerful stride, he stamped down onto the ground. Tendrils of pale, yellow, spiritual energy spiraled around him and his spear, and with a resounding shout, he proclaimed, "Shadowing Spear." Then, akin to a dragon, the spear surged forth. He moved, yet it appeared as though he remained still. A faint yellow apparition erupted from Zhao Ming's form, maintaining the posture of grasping the spear, and in an instant, it darted away. This spectacle unfolded so suddenly that none had the opportunity to react. By the time the spectators regained their composure, the pale yellow apparition had already swept past Jean Fachen's figure. Feng Tian Extreme Martial Art, a distinguished yellow-grade extreme martial art, Shadowing Spear. Zhao Ming has indeed mastered an extreme martial art. Wait, observe Jean Fachen's chest. The throng shifted in unison towards the source of the sound, their eyes widening in disbelief. A gaping, bloody wound had been inflicted upon his chest. Even the principal, approaching from afar, was momentarily stunned, just as he readied himself to step in and offer aid. His form became inexplicably immobilized. Fixating on the sanguine injury on Jean Fachen, he squinted for a more meticulous examination. Is that a petal? Once more, the stage bore witness to a breathtaking spectacle. Bang! The familiar resonance of an explosion reverberated. Jean Fachen had disintegrated. Much like the original spear, He metamorphosed into a sky adorned with blossoms. As bewilderment engulfed the spectators, a languid voice emerged from the midst of the petals. I previously stated my preference to refer to it as the magic hand rather than the final garden. The petals converged into a vortex, and Jean Faichen's unblemished form gradually materialized from within. Arms outstretched, his captivating gaze shimmering with joy, akin to a performer who had just executed a magnificent illusion. Perish for me, Zhao Ming, having endured yet another blow. Now teetered on the precipice of despair. Summoning all his strength, he flung the long spear, which soared forth like an arrow, piercing Jean Faichen once more. Yet within his chest, there lay only scattered petals. What in the world is this? Zhao Ming cried out in profound dismay, perceiving everything before him as a mere illusion. Suddenly, Jean Faichen emerged from behind, gently uttering his name. Zhao Ming spun around, yet before he could articulate a response, Jean Faichen took the initiative. He lifted a hand, and with deft fingers, a card embellished with enigmatic designs materialized between his fingertips. In the next instant, he softly proclaimed, "Magic moment." The card radiated light, and a familiar pale yellow figure surged forth, the spear's brilliance piercing through the air. Puffed. Whoosh! Zhao Ming expelled a mouthful of blood with a resounding thud, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed upon the pale yellow figure before him, brandishing that recognizable spear. This is the Shadow Retention Spear. How could you possibly? This must be an illusion. It was indeed the very spear he had just unleashed. Even the shadow it cast was his own. The pale yellow spiritual energy gradually faded away as Jean Faichen nonchalantly slipped one hand into his pocket, while the other idly toyed with the card, making his way towards the kneeling Zhao Ming. Reality and illusion, truth and falsehood. This is merely sorcery, is it not? How could you have perpetrated this? The Shadow Retention Spear is an arcane art of the Zhao lineage. It is inconceivable for you. His voice abruptly fell silent. As Jean Faichen glided past him, the card he grasped had inexplicably become sullied with blood, droplets cascading to the earth. Zhao Ming caressed the gash upon his throat. Ultimately succumbing to the ground in a poignant defeat, he possessed a plethora of words to convey, yet silence enveloped him. This confrontation culminated in a wholly unforeseen manner. You have squandered an excessive amount of my time. My capabilities are now refined. Farewell, observer of my sorcery. Jean Faichen approached the precipice of the death pool, quietly embracing the deluge of rain. Time elapsed, until finally, the pool of Zhao Ming's blood extended, and only then did the spectators comprehend that a life had been extinguished. Chapter 9. It no longer matters. With a thunderous roar, the rain mist ascended, flashes of lightning illuminating the darkened clouds as thunder rumbled. A fierce wind howled, and nameless birds floundered in the tempest. The following day at the second high school of Jinling City, blood was washed away by the rain, the atmosphere thick with tension. P.S. Dead. It must be a ruse. Jean Faichen has taken a life. No, surely not. Was it merely a verbal altercation? This. Among the crowd, Leah beheld the scene with her autumn-like eyes, feeling as though she had been mercilessly battered by a frigid northern wind, unable to cease her shivering. She could not comprehend how events had escalated to such a dire climax. Had they not merely ignited a conflict? How could Jean Faichen so effortlessly and decisively extinguish Zhao Ming's life? They had shared 3 years as classmates. Why? Ultimately, the discord between Jean Faichen and Zhao Ming had been incited by Leah herself. Did this imply that she too would? Countless speculations invaded her thoughts, fear taking root deep within her heart. Nourished by Zhao Ming's blood, it began to flourish with alarming rapidity. Leah's feet shifted restlessly, retreating further and further. Her gaze fixed upon the open school gates behind her. Her pace quickened, ultimately erupting into a full sprint. Images of Jean Faichen's devilish grin flashed through her mind, accompanied by the haunting vision of the bloodied wound upon Zhao Ming's neck. For reasons unknown, Zhao Ming's visage began to flicker in her consciousness. Perhaps it was the oppressive weather and the frequent flashes of lightning. At last, when the thunder illuminated the earth once more, that visage transformed into her own. And in that moment, The tree, named Fear, surged upward, breaking through the barrier of reason in an instant. The killer shall be pursued. Boom! The rain continued to cascade downwards. On the forsaken pond, Jean Fachin counted the moments, eagerly anticipating the arrival of Zhao Ming's family. What a tedium it was! Soaked to the core, Jean Fachin stared at the relentless downpour, inwardly lamenting. Why must such inclement weather visit me only when I am confined indoors? It is a pity to squander such exquisite gaming moments on mere violets. Suddenly, thunder rumbled. A brilliant flash of light surged from the heavens. Boom! The light struck the earth, revealing none other than the esteemed head of the Zhao family, Zhao Ming's father. Zhao Fuyun, clad in a splendid suit, with his hair meticulously arranged. Zhao Fuyun's slightly trembling fist betrayed his internal struggle to contain his wrath. My son, you have taken his life, he seethed, gazing upon Zhao Ming's lifeless form, his words escaping through clenched teeth. He merely impaled himself on my card. Do not unjustly blame me, Jean Fachin retorted, blinking with an air of indifference. Do you comprehend the gravity of the life you have extinguished? Zhao Ming, the heir of the Zhao lineage. Observing Jean Fachin's apathetic demeanor, a chilling premonition unfurled within Zhao Fuyun. Could it be that this individual belongs to an adversarial clan? From which family do you hail, and what is your name that you presume to act with such impunity? In a tone devoid of warmth, he posed his question, cautious of the unfolding circumstances. A faceless individual, the youth responded with a serene smile, reciting, "The gentle breeze caresses the medicinal herbs, while the sunlit day casts its glow upon the tea cloth. The ephemeral joy persists, as the evening dust twirls gracefully in the eastern city." After a brief pause, he inclined his head slightly towards Zhao Fuyun and composedly stated, "I am Jean Fachin." Jean Fachin? Zhao Fuyun's thoughts raced. Yet after much reflection, he found himself unable to recall any kin bearing the surname Jean. Do not dwell on this. I am merely an ordinary individual with a fondness for braised chicken. Devoid of an emperor father or mother, Jean Fachin kindly informed Zhao Fuyun, perceiving his disquiet. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fuyun's countenance darkened. Though he shared the same conviction, the multitude of mysteries surrounding this incident was overwhelming. It was indisputable that his son had perished, however, as the head of the Zhao family. Every action he undertook reflected upon the entire clan, allowing no room for negligence. Zhao Fuyun endeavored to compose himself, contemplating the intricacies of this affair. Firstly, there was the matter of the opponent's prowess. He understood Zhao Ming's capabilities better than anyone. Unless confronted with prodigious talents from formidable lineages, it was inconceivable that anyone could have slain him. Clearly, this was beyond the reach of an ordinary individual. Secondly, there was the audacity exhibited by this young man. In such a predicament, a typical person would be flustered. Yet this lad not only remained unflappable, but also seemed to provoke him at every turn, as if attempting to incite him into action. Not hailing from a prominent family, yet unafraid of the Zhao clan. After considerable reflection, Zhao Fuyun arrived at a singular conclusion that could elucidate everything. Jean Fachin must have awakened some extraordinary divine artifact, deserving of official protection. Indeed, how could one ascend to the role of family head without possessing a discerning intellect? As Zhao Fuyun observed the calmness settle upon Jean Fachin, he discerned that the man had likely unraveled the truth. How utterly mundane. I have been absorbed in my thoughts all day, entirely ignorant of the celestial artifact's awakening ceremony. If I am not mistaken, you must belong to the elite class, Zhao Fuyun remarked, his tone imbued with a somber gravity. Who can say? I seem to be quite in demand these days. Perhaps you should delve deeper, Jean Fachin retorted, adjusting his damp attire, poised to take his leave. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. At this, Zhao Fuyun instinctively moved to intercept him. Despite Jean Fachin having ascended to the elite level and being under official protection, Zhao Fuyun could not allow the one responsible for his son's untimely death to evade scrutiny. The Zhao family was not to be trifled with. Yet, as he lifted his foot, a delicate hand suddenly clasped his shoulder, as if a specter had emerged. This child certainly exhibits a rather troublesome nature. Would you not concur? Hu Zhu materialized behind Zhao Fuyun, nonchalantly draping an arm across his shoulder with a light-hearted chuckle. When did he arrive? Zhao Fuyun felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his body stiffening in shock as his pupils constricted. He stared at the figure beside him, simultaneously familiar and foreign, a man whose laughter and buoyancy ignited within him a profound, indescribable dread, akin to a chilling grip on his heart. Had he indeed opposed Jin Feichen mere moments ago, would this hand have seized something other than his shoulder? Let him be his source of trouble. After all, he has awakened to the celestial artifact of cosmic caliber. One must indulge him. Wouldn't you agree? Hu Zhu continued, blissfully unaware of Zhao Fuyun's inner turmoil. The mention of the cosmic level struck Zhao Fuyun like a cannon blast to the heart. Cosmic level, he murmured as if entranced, the world around him dissolving into a haze. Goodness, the cosmic level. Ponder this. Among the more than 8 billion souls in our great Xia, scarcely a handful awaken to such a level each year. One could enumerate them on a solitary hand. It seems that war is on the horizon, yet fear not. This young man is now a gem. Who would dare to lay a finger upon him? Hu Zhu's incessant prattle grew more and more distant, leaving Zhao Fuyun in a stupor. Very well then, I shall not tarry. I must seek out that young man. And concerning Zhao Ming, you might as well consult these students. They are well informed. With that, Hu Zhu took his leave. The students too dispersed. Only the rain persisted in its descent. Zhao Fuyun remained motionless for an extended period, his garments thoroughly drenched. Is there still a need for inquiry? Cosmic level. It has become superfluous. Zhao Fuyun laughed through tears, his lips trembling as he endeavored a self-mocking smile, yet only silent sobs escaped him. He gradually approached the lifeless form of Zhao Ming, kneeling beside him. Previously, Zhao Fuyun had been consumed by rage and contemplation. The sudden loss of his son had not initially elicited profound sorrow. However, the excruciating pain surged forth belatedly, an overwhelming anguish permeating his very being. Gently, Zhao Fuyun caressed Zhao Ming's wide, unseeing eyes, murmuring softly, so it remains enveloped in enigma. It matters not whose fault it is any longer. In the torrential rain, Zhao Fuyun's silhouette gradually faded into the mist, leaving behind a hoarse whisper. Perhaps I should embrace recklessness. Perhaps then I could perish in the pursuit of avenging you. I believe I would no longer feel despair. Son, a father ought to possess a touch of folly. Chapter 10. Master Injustice. The rain continued to pour unrelentingly. Beneath the bus stop shelter, Jin Feichen idly played with his cards to escape the deluge. Beep! A horn sounded, and he glanced up to see who was seated in a blue Ferrari, raising an eyebrow at him. Hop in, brother. Allow me to take you on an exhilarating ride. Inside the car, Jin Feichen observed the resplendent Ferrari emblem on the steering wheel held by Hu Zhu and quipped, I suppose you should transform the parents' group into a shareholders' consortium. What nonsense! I find myself burdened with 32 years remaining on my car loan. How could I possibly become a shareholder? 32 years. Jin Feichen fell into a contemplative silence, the gravity of his words echoing profoundly. Hu Zhu cast him an impatient glance, slightly vexed, enough with the frivolous chatter. I implore you, do you consider me handsome or not? You possess quite the charm, yet regrettably. Jin Feichen left his thought unfinished, provoking endless conjecture from Hu Zhu. Enough about my appearance. Let us shift the focus to you. Noticing Jin Feichen's continued reticence, Hu Zhu chose to abandon the facade and turn to more pressing matters. Are you intrigued as to why I took Zhao Ming's life? Jin Feichen reclined against the car window, his eyes fixed on the cascading raindrops. How astute, he remarked. Allow me to elucidate. Without a moment's hesitation, Jin Feichen commenced, enumerating 6 reasons. 1. I have never taken a life and yearn to experience it. 2. He had already harbored murderous intent towards me. 3. Though he professed he would not kill me, merely seeking to crush me, such reasoning is sufficient to warrant his end. 4. To serve as a cautionary tale. My awakening as a celestial being indicates that innumerable fools will inevitably come forth to provoke and challenge me. I abhor complications, thus I favor a prompt resolution. 5. The act of killing him would serve to sully my reputation, which I perceive as advantageous. 6. In truth, there is nothing further. But I have a penchant for the number 6, hence I shall include it. Hu Zhuo maintained a stoic demeanor throughout the initial 4 points, yet upon hearing the 5th, a look of confusion crossed his face. Sullied reputation? Am I becoming too antiquated to comprehend youth? Might you elucidate that for me? There is little complexity to it. I simply yearn to experience a sense of liberation. Jean Feichin gently lowered the window, ignited a cigarette, and settled into a comfortable posture before resuming. Observe the celestial beings of the present. Which among them is not a flawless blossom? Their personas are so meticulously crafted that they could easily be mistaken for characters from a television show. Once one ascends to the status of a celestial being, they are compelled to perpetually uphold a pristine heroic image, lest they incur the scorn of those online warriors who eagerly pounce on any imperfection to deride. I would rather embrace the notion of becoming a ruin from the beginning. In doing so, I would be untroubled by the potential disintegration of my facade. Upon hearing Jean Feichin's sentiments, Hu Zhuo nodded in concurrence. Indeed, that is a valid observation, yet I never anticipated that you would harbor a fear of criticism. Are you well? Jean Feichin abruptly turned towards his companion, gesturing towards himself. Do I emanate an aura of profound sagacity? Or do I bear the semblance of a being that has endured for centuries, having transcended the trivialities of the world? I am merely somewhat lethargic, disinclined towards social engagements. I am not an indifferent sage, detached from all matters. Ha ha ha, understood. Upon hearing this, Hu Zhu erupted into hearty laughter. So, what are your intentions for the future? I'm not entirely certain yet. Let us await the arrival of the Zhengxing tomorrow and inquire then. Jean Feichin contemplated for a moment, realizing he possessed no concrete plans. Wait, are you truly aware of what Zhengxing refers to? Hu Zhu regarded Jean Feichin with surprise. What sort of fool do you perceive me to be? Jean Feichin gazed at Hu Zhu in astonishment, his thoughts a tempest of inquiries. Zhengxing, named after the 12 stars of the Big Dipper, signifies a revered title in the Great Xia. Anyone who awakens a celestial entity of the Huani caliber is honored as a Master Star, the principal luminary among the 12 stars of the Big Dipper. Zhengxing acts as the guardian of the Master Star, with the Great Xia assigning a formidable protector to ensure the safety of the Master Star at all times, shielding them from the threats posed by foreign races while also fulfilling the role of a mentor. This encapsulates the true essence of Zhengxing. This privilege is reserved exclusively for individuals of unparalleled genius. Even those endowed with remarkable talent can merely gaze upon it with envy. It is fortunate that you are aware. This forms part of our academic pursuits. I had presumed you had forgotten, Hu Zhu remarked, scratching his head and chuckling awkwardly. Very well, take a moment to rest. I shall summon you upon our arrival. Jean Feichin lapsed into silence, resting his head against the side and gradually closing his eyes, reflecting upon the present circumstances. The Huani celestial entity. Such an awakening was beyond Jean Feichin's expectations. By his estimation, it was highly likely that he would awaken a secondary special grade entity. His confidence stemmed from his unique physical condition. Typically, an individual cannot cultivate prior to awakening a celestial entity to augment their internal spiritual energy. One must depend on external sources, such as medicinal herbs or nourishing sustenance. However, Jean Feichin was an anomaly, perhaps due to his transmigration. He was able to perceive the spiritual energy of the world by the age of 17. Consequently, he had an additional year of cultivation compared to the average individual. Yet, due to the extreme scarcity of spiritual energy in his environment, he had only attained the 6th transformation of the Ming realm after 1 year. It was precisely for this reason that Jean Feichin felt assured he could awaken a secondary grade or higher celestial entity. Nonetheless, the Huani celestial entity indeed presented him with delightful surprises. The first ability, Dawn's Bloom, a straightforward yet formidable capability that allows him to deconstruct all non-living entities infused with his spiritual energy into blooming petals. Although it pertains to inanimate objects, he can also deconstruct himself, significantly enhancing both his evasion and defensive capacities. When confronted with an attack, he can effortlessly decompose into petals to evade, reassembling at any location where the petals remain. Aside from a slight depletion of spiritual energy, This is nothing short of a divine technique. The second ability, the last petal, life, which one has personally relinquished to oblivion, can be deconstructed. From this disassembled existence emerges a core petal, imbued with a fragment of life's essence. Jean Faichen's intention is to consume this petal, thereby acquiring this latent power. It is akin to possessing a cultivation cheat. The third ability is known as the Eternal Garden. Chapter 11. Not a miscreant, but a blade. The true extent of capabilities remains elusive, enveloped in enigma, perhaps attributable to Jean Faichen's current inadequate mastery, which hinders his ability to express them fully. Nonetheless, even the initial two skills alone are astonishingly powerful, one dedicated to defense, fully optimized, and the other for cultivation. Likewise at its zenith, the only shortcoming resides in offensive capabilities, a void that the enigmatic card skillfully fills. With the awakening of the celestial artifact, all that resides within him is governed by this entity, facilitating the formal manipulation of spiritual energy. The prowess of the mysterious card is at last revealed. Imprint. Chapter 12. Let us converse, my lady. Half a minute later, as Hu Zhu clasped his large hand, the world descended into silence. Is it not said that other races place great importance on the celestial realm? Is the adversary truly so weak? Observing Hu Zhu's effortless demeanor, Jean Faichen felt a flicker of confusion. 5 beings of the imperial realm can effortlessly obliterate an entire city. Hu Zhu smiled as he disclosed the cultivation levels of these 5 otherworldly entities. Jean Faichen was taken aback, exclaiming, "You are indeed formidable. Ordinary, yet residing within the same realm." Hu Zhu turned to depart, leaving behind a bold declaration. "I am invincible." Very well then. Chapter 13. Level 1. How terrifying. Leah lay there, her body tense and unyielding, her pupils narrowing in sudden trepidation. From a distance, Jean Faichen graced the window, perched upon the ledge with one foot resting on the sill, propping his chin with one hand, a serene smile adorning his face as he beheld Leah's silhouette. Meanwhile, Leah remained in her side-lying position, unknowingly turned away from Jean Faichen. Boom! Suddenly, a dazzling bolt of lightning erupted, flooding the room with a blinding white light, unveiling Leah's incredulous and fear-stricken countenance. Jean Faichen. Chapter 14. A gift from home. Hu Zhu nodded. Those hailing from esteemed clans often find no necessity for the official celestial guardians. Instead, they rely on the formidable members of their own kin to serve as protectors, as one can invariably place greater trust in family. Moreover, should they wish to partake in any covert endeavors, it proves to be far more expedient. Nevertheless, do not dwell excessively on this. The disparity in strength is minimal. Typically, they are warriors of the ancient realm, generally around the 5th transition. Furthermore, should conflicts arise among celestial-level prodigies, family involvement is strictly forbidden. Any violations will invite official intervention. Thus, there is no cause for your concern. Wait a moment. Jean Faichen raised. Chapter 15. Bewilderment. A venerated celestial protector. Observing this, Hu Zhu hastened forward to extend a courteous greeting, saying, "Greetings, I am Hu Zhu, currently entrusted with the protection of the main star." The man clad in black clasped his hand, his demeanor cold and detached, responding, "Thank you for your efforts." After this exchange, he turned his attention to Jean Faichen, joining his hands and declaring, "Master Star, I am Yu Mingyi from the Supreme Capital's General Administration, and I hereby formally assume the role of your Prime Star." "Mr. Yu, you are exceedingly gracious. I trust you will bear with me in the days ahead," Jean Faichen replied, rising to reciprocate the gesture. Neither party questioned Yu Mingyi's identity, for the rationale was straightforward, if there were no veracity to it. Chapter 16. The Celestial Strategy Academy, June 11th. Morning Supreme Capital. Celestial Strategy District, Celestial Strategy Academy, Villa, Complex. Suddenly, a rift in space materialized within the courtyard of a villa. Yu Mingyi emerged, accompanied by a bewildered Jean Faichen. With a snap of his fingers, Jean Faichen was jolted from his stupor. He quickly surveyed his surroundings, and upon witnessing the distinctly altered courtyard, he exclaimed in astonishment, "This." Chapter 17. The Balance Among Academies. Young Master Lien. Young Master Lien, Young Master Lien, Wang Bai, Wang Bai, Wang Bai, Wang Bai. A resounding uproar echoed from every direction. Two young men advanced with poise, their heads held high, flanking the dead pool. Who are these two? Jean Fachin inquired, leaning against a shaded wall, his curiosity piqued by the two youths who drew attention nearby. Shang Buki, upon hearing the question, swiftly approached with a smile and responded, Brother Chun, these. Chapter 18. The scarcity of blood among the three clans. Such statements must not be made lightly. I am merely conveying hearsay. The vice principal interjected promptly. Yu Mingyi chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to delve further into the matter. That young man deserves a cautionary note. The female classmate, he observes, is likely to meet her demise at his hands sooner or later. Ensure you handle the situation with discretion. What do you mean by discretion? What are your thoughts? The vice principal's countenance shifted to one of concern. Such a reaction seems unwarranted. Even if Jean Fachin possesses Huan-level abilities, it cannot justify the taking of a life. Yu Mingyi chuckled softly, extending a finger. Chapter 19. The pleasure of deception. As Jean Fachin stepped onto the balcony, a gentle evening breeze caressed his face, dispelling his slight fatigue. He ignited a cigarette, leaning against the railing, his dark eyes resembling a tranquil moonlit spring as he surveyed the landscape, lost in contemplation. With a slow exhale of smoke, Jean Fachin pondered his lack of grand aspirations. He was neither an impassioned fool nor a sly villain. Perhaps he resided somewhere in between, or even beyond both. His initial objective was to awaken a modest celestial artifact, gain entry into a respectable university, and lead a life of mediocrity. Chapter 20. The flight class of the Supreme Military. With that in mind, Jean Fachin chose to step aside, intending to summon Yu Mingyi in a secluded area to avoid unnecessary complications. To conjure a formidable figure shrouded in black mist before the two guards would only invite trouble, as a horde of older students would inevitably converge, mouths agape, exclaiming in wonder, goodness, it's a Huan level. Incredible, a powerhouse of respect level. The ostentatious display exhibited by the Dragon King is somewhat met with resistance from Jean Fachin, for indeed, celestial treasures of such caliber are not intended for boastfulness, save for the multitude. Chapter 21. My sincere apologies for deceiving you earlier, oh? Li Shushi was momentarily taken aback by the statement. Are you not opting for a combat-oriented extreme martial art? Jean Fachin waved his hand dismissively. The young lad possesses a rather comprehensive talent. His combat prowess and evasion skills are sufficiently developed. Upon reflection, the only area lacking is mobility. Hence, I have prioritized flight-type extreme martial arts. Li Shushi stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, My request may be somewhat presumptuous, but might I inquire if you could unveil your celestial treasure? Upon a brief interlude, he resumed, Rest assured, what I observe shall remain confidential. Chapter 22. Decisions and attributes in the illustrious realm of Great Xia, within Haimen City, at the esteemed Tianpu Academy, before the entrance of Dormitory C for female students. Junior Leah, may I have the honor of inviting you to luncheon? A playful voice emerged from a young gentleman of refined appearance, who executed a flamboyant bow towards the young lady before him. Affectedly feigning timidity, Leah hesitated momentarily before responding, Is that suitable? Noticing her demeanor, the young man chuckled knowingly. What is unsuitable about it? Is merely a repast. With that, he approached her directly. Chapter 23. Nightingale Wings Full Attributes. Jean Fachin appeared unruffled, calmly nodding. Quite commendable. A well-rounded skill set. How do you maintain such composure? Li Shushi inquired, astonished by Jean Fachin's demeanor. Wow, I am indeed endowed with every attribute. How remarkable. Jean Fachin clasped his hands over his mouth, retreating dramatically, his visage a portrait of astonishment. There is no necessity for such dramatics. Li Shushi's lips quivered as he observed Jean Fachin's exaggerated display, offering a gentle critique. Very well. Chapter 24. You shall not harm Ingzi. A resounding roar reverberated. White flames surged in the heavens, creating a suspended ocean of fire. A colossal creature unfurled its wings, adorned with celestial brilliance, standing regal and formidable. The daylight peace dove, radiant in its pristine whiteness, bore a crest of white flames flickering atop its head. Yet, the most striking attribute was undeniably its wings. At first glance, they resembled two blazing infernos in flight, but upon closer scrutiny, one could discern the individual feathers within the flames, magnificent and awe-inspiring. A piercing roar suddenly echoed through the atmosphere. The daylight peace dove cast its gaze upon the diminutive figures below. Chapter 25, An Unexpected Delight, a Breakthrough. Boom! A fearsome tempest erupted abruptly, as white flames collided with sword energies, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. The gazes of both man and bird crackled with intensity as they locked eyes, poised to launch their next assault. Jin Fei-chun casually scratched his head and strolled to the center. Everyone appeared quite preoccupied. Upon seeing Jin Fei-chun unscathed, Li Shushi burst into laughter. "Child, come over here." The peace dove defiantly retorted. "Ingzi, come to me. Be cautious of that human who may harm you. Do not. Do not." Chapter 26. The magnanimous academy within the tranquil confines of the vehicle. A deep voice suddenly pierced the silence. Jin Fei-chun instinctively exclaimed. Regaining his composure, he let out a heavy sigh. "Mr. Yu, could we refrain from being so elusive? I am but a humble mortal, and this is indeed quite overwhelming. My sincerest apologies." Enveloped in the abyss, Yu Mingyi acknowledged the truth of this sentiment and extended an apology before refocusing on the pressing issue, articulating with gravity. "How is it that you have not only ascended to the third level, but are on the verge of reaching the zenith, merely a step away from the Zhan realm? Surely, you have not resorted to any forbidden practices?" Chapter 27. Feng Shu Martial Academy, the second Huan level. To his astonishment, the ring that rested nearby began to levitate of its own accord, with spirit gold emerging in succession, aligning themselves beside Jin Fei-chun in eager anticipation of absorption. Yu Mingyi contemplated seizing the remaining spirit gold, but hesitated, fearing it might have an adverse effect on Jin Fei-chun. Thus, he lingered in this state of indecision until nightfall. 3 hours later, on June 12th, at 9:40 p.m., the seventh orb dimmed. Chapter 28. Is it a student ID or a pass? At the Longhua Mountain Range outpost, Jin Fei-chun parked his vehicle and made his way towards the dimly illuminated outpost. The reason for Shang Buki's presence was rather straightforward. Upon catching sight of Jin Fei-chun's eye-catching vehicle, he had flung himself across the road, insisting on accompanying him, to which Jin Fei-chun acquiesced, thus taking him along. The outpost serves as a vital bastion safeguarding the mountain's periphery, perpetually vigilant against the cunning creatures that inhabit the surrounding forests, ever ready to encroach upon the town. It was morning, the most bustling hour of the day, as various small teams congregated along the roadside, calling out to organize themselves for expeditions into the mountains. Chapter 29. No escape. Upon the crescent platform, 0.5 meter high and 15 meters long, stood 11 youths alongside a stern middle-aged man. "What time is it?" Lin Tianhe, adorned in a student uniform, inquired of the flamboyantly dressed Li beside him. Li cast a glance at her phone and replied, "It's 9:40. Were we supposed to convene at 9:30? Why are we so tardy? Does the elite of Tiansong Academy lack a sense of time?" Having never before been made to wait for others, Lin Tianhe could not suppress his grievances. Chapter 30. Farewell, my lady TikTok. Crystal tears cascaded onto the shadowy platform. Leah, unable to restrain her grief, wept, her eyes a tempest of emotions, defiance, regret, resentment, but above all, despair. "Hey, do not weep," Jin Fei-chun remarked, his gaze devoid of any compassion, his tone flat. "I still anticipate an exhilarating battle with you. What are your plans now? Yurzhinxing should be nearby, correct?" Despite her unceasing tears, Li Ya's gaze steeled, resolutely fixed on the horizon ahead. Chapter 31. By Jiji, it is strictly forbidden for Zhenxing to partake in mutual slaughter. Such is the decree from the authorities that none dare to contravene. Given this circumstance, Uncle Bing shall endure nothing more than a beating. Nevertheless, he is still in his youth and shall recover quickly. With this thought, Bai Jiji felt a sense of relief. He descended from the tree, wielding the stick in his hand, and boldly confronted Jean Fachin. "You impudent rascal, hurling bombs at me without uttering a word. This matter demands an explanation. If I possessed a nuclear bomb, would I resort to throwing mere explosives?" Jean Fachin waved dismissively, as though shooing away a bothersome child. "Go on, seek out your grandfather." Chapter 32. The Universal Level. Heaven's staff, recognizing the futility of victory, Baijiji gritted his teeth against the searing agony and rose to his feet. With an emphatic swing of his staff, he fixed Jean Fachin with a steadfast glare, his fingers pointed decisively at him, declaring, "Jean Fachin, do not revel in your triumph too much. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the vigor of the youth who rise from adversity. Though I may face defeat today, it does not imply that I shall forever remain so. We shall see." With that, Baijiji turned and strode away, inadvertently colliding with a tree behind him. Ouch! Embarrassed, he hastily retrieved his fallen staff and departed in haste. Chapter 33. Do you wish for me to transform into Baijiji? A day later, on the evening of June 20th at 9 o'clock, within the serene confines of the forest, an ethereal figure darted nimbly through the verdant ancient trees. Perched upon a robust branch high above, scarcely pausing, he noticed the rustling of the underbrush behind him grow increasingly pronounced as a colossal ant, nearly 3 meters in height, emerged from the thicket. "How bothersome," Jean Fachin muttered to himself, then forcefully stamped on the branch and propelled himself forward. The enormous ant, observing this, adeptly maneuvered its hairy legs and gave chase. Third stage, Eerie Beast. Chapter 34. Behold, the dawn approaches. A colossal fist descended relentlessly upon the Ant King's head. Bang! The dull thud reverberated as though a hammer had struck an indomitable shield. A fierce gust of wind erupted outward, scattering the air around him. Jean Fachin's punch landed decisively upon the Ant King's crown, yet his countenance revealed no hint of victory. Instead, he appeared as if struck by a bolt of lightning, his form rendered unnaturally rigid. Merciful heavens, this is insufferable. With every hair on his body standing on end, Jean Fachin was propelled backward by the overwhelming recoil. Chapter 35. Transformation of Physique. 1 month later, July 31st. Deep within a Longma mountain range, the sky was unblemished. With the sun radiating fiercely overhead, the melodious sound of flowing water echoed incessantly beneath a waterfall that appeared to merge with the heavens. Jean Fachin sat in a meditative posture within the river, encircled by a swirling black mist that formed a protective barrier around him. The water, glimmering in a myriad of colors, danced around him, while sunlight bathed his closed eyes, casting a golden luminescence that nestled gently between his brows. His visage, akin to a jade diadem, and his pronounced nose emanated an air of aristocracy. Chapter 36. The historian in green. Upon witnessing the languid movement of the cerulean liquid pooling upon the ground, the trio of masked figures momentarily halted in astonishment, only to be swiftly engulfed by fury. "You court your demise." Without uttering another word, they surged forward, engaging in a fierce combat, each strike intent on delivering a fatal blow, their techniques exuding a practiced lethality. It was clear that the acts of murder and theft they perpetrated here had become ingrained in their very nature. The young girl remained entirely composed, her foot firmly anchored to the ground as she retreated, her hand slicing forward with graceful precision. The blades trailing behind her obeyed her command, moving as though they were a singular, serpentine entity, dancing and advancing with fierce determination. Chapter 37. From the Prime Minister's office. In that fleeting moment, Taisher Qingyi perceived the arrow, now alarmingly close, her pupils constricting sharply as one delicate hand rose to form a resolute fist. The blades that had been soaring at a distance instantaneously vanished, reappearing before her, their tips converging to create a circular shield reminiscent of a flower's heart, positioned protectively before Taisher Qingyi. Bang! The arrow struck the heart of the shield, crafted from blades, the immense force causing the center to buckle inward. Yet, fortified by Taisher Qingyi's fervent surge of spiritual energy, the shield ultimately remained steadfast. Chapter 38. The Vanishly Clan. July 31st, Jinling, afternoon. In this season, the air in Jinling was laden with humidity, and the weather oppressive, the vast streets basking in the sun resembling a sauna, dissuading one from lingering. My heavens, I feel utterly drenched. A free sweat therapy session, rather pleasant. At the street corner, two gentlemen adorned with the insignia of Tianpu Academy ambled, bemoaning the stifling weather. Whatever happened to Junior Leah? She came to report, but departed without a word, leaving the mentor deeply concerned. The gentleman on the left bore long hair. Chapter 39. The inauguration of the freshman competition. What is this? The party engaged, their countenance adorned with a myriad of inquiries. Immerse themselves in the discourse. Gentlemen, I beg your pardon. I am but a purveyor of sensationalism, enticing you to share your reflections on the forthcoming freshman competition. Your conclusion shall not be favorable. Jean Fei Chun uttered a curse, only to recollect that the freshman competition was, in fact, imminent. Casting a glance at the calendar, he murmured, "Today is the 20th, and the competition is slated for." Chapter 40. The arrival of Jean Fei Chun. Amidst an ocean of gazes, each infused with a myriad of emotions, a luminous streak of white light soared through the air, hurtling towards the arena with astonishing velocity. Suddenly, an advertisement intruded upon the moment. A peculiar voice interjected. The radiant light collided with the arena, sending a plume of dust into the air that cloaked half of the venue. As anticipation swelled within the crowd, the dust slowly began to settle, unveiling a figure before their eyes. Spiritual energy metamorphosed into wings, a formidable powerhouse of the U-realm. No, wait. It is Jean Fei Chun. Chapter 41. The secret realm of Xiankong Temple. Upon the conclusion of the battle, Bai Su proclaimed the triumphant advancement of Jean Fei Chun. Overcome with fatigue, Jean Fei Chun hastily made his way through the passage reserved for contestants. Upon his return home, he collapsed onto his plush bed, surrendering to slumber in mere moments. Beside the bed, an expanse of inky mist surged forth from the otherwise barren floor. The ethereal form of Yu Ming immaterialized in the air, dissipating after ensuring that Jean Fei Chun lay soundly asleep. In the courtyard beyond, sunlight poured down as Yu Ming, draped in a sable robe, leaned against a black Land Rover. Chapter 42. The great melee. The visible form of Jean Fei Chun suddenly trembled, casting a resentful glance backward. He remarked with a forced smile, "Fortunately, I had already visited the restroom. Otherwise, you would have had to assist me." In the dim light, a pair of eyes sparkled with intensity. Yu Ming, having set aside her novel, declared, "In 3 days on the 23rd, a newly uncovered secret realm shall manifest within Sanjin Hengqing. It offers you an opportunity to discover a martial technique that aligns with your offensive style. While you possess an array of attack methods, none have attained a level of true mastery. You require something that is distinctly your own. In 3 days." Jean Fei Chun pondered. Chapter 43. Embracing Infinity. Seizing the title, the battle begins. Bai Su floated gracefully in the air, her hands elegantly clasped behind her back, her voice resonating with authority. Today, the competition framework for the new student tournament shall undergo a significant transformation. A hush fell over the crowd below, with all eyes fixed upon Bai Su, eagerly awaiting her next pronouncement. With the multitude holding its breath, Bai Su continued, by unanimous decree of the Academy, to foster the reaction capabilities, prudent mindset, teamwork, and adaptability of our newly enrolled students in the face of the ever-shifting dynamics of the battlefield. We shall convert the previous turn-based duels into a tumultuous battle royale featuring 100 participants. With this declaration, the atmosphere crackled with anticipation. Chapter 44. Special Class Silver Key Mandarin Duck Axe. Second update. Boom! A breathtaking expanse of blossoms erupted from the heart of the battlefield, swiftly enveloping every nook of the arena. A lance, radiating with a chilling brilliance, sliced through the air and pierced Jean Fei Chun's chest, unveiling the petals within. Dozens of celestial artifacts penetrated Jean Fei Chun's form, yet he retained an unwavering composure, standing resolute like a majestic pine at the center. With no blood evident at the punctured points, only a captivating display of petals. Let us discern which of these is genuine. Jean Fachin remarked nonchalantly, as a substantial tome materialized in his grasp. Chapter 45. The Magician Beneath the Sea of Flowers. Third update. Bang! Brilliant sparks erupted, and dense black mist billowed upward. That should suffice. Jean Fachin stood a short distance from the explosion, petals swirling around him. Yet suddenly, his expression sharpened. No, that is erroneous. It has been obstructed. As the smoke dissipated, a continuously flowing sphere of water emerged at the center of the arena. Within the water sphere, Wang Buer was hunched over, one hand gripping a crossbow, the other clutching his wrist, panting as he fixed his gaze upon Jean Fachin. Water heart flowing flow. Mysterious. Chapter 46. Arrival at Sanjin. First update. Meanwhile, within the Han Tian Institute of the 8 Great Academies, a youth with strikingly defined eyebrows sat poised in an expansive chamber, his hair elegantly arranged in a 3/7 split, adorned in a luxurious and refined suit. Behind him stood a line of bowing maidens. That is indeed astonishing, the young man remarked, gazing at the colossal screen before him, which showcased none other than Jean Fachin. Turning to the venerable man seated behind the grand sofa, he inquired, "What are your thoughts?" The elder's expression remained unchanged as he responded. From the very outset of the battle, he has been. Chapter 47. Another universal level. Second update. At this very moment, atop the mountain, lies the entrance to the secret realm of the Hanging Monastery. This ancient temple is constructed upon a sheer cliff, soaring a staggering 3,022 meters above the ground. The ethereal sea of clouds, delicate as ink, is within reach, and nestled within the temple, at the mountain's face, a vast blue vortex rotates slowly. This is the entrance to the secret realm, which materializes randomly alongside the appearance of otherworldly beings. Once activated, any extraordinary occurrences that transpire within its confines will endure indefinitely. It encompasses the universe, with the potential to unveil any object or creature within its depths. Chapter 48. The God of Death, Moonlight. Third update. As the final words echoed, the official organization, neatly arranged in formation, began to traverse the azure vortex one by one. The onlookers, captivated by the unfolding scene, eagerly followed suit, delving into the enigmatic depths. In the blink of an eye, only a handful remained at the scene. Wang Yi, with arms crossed, approached Jean Fachin, who was diligently adjusting his waist. He extended his hand and introduced himself. "Your reputation precedes you. I am Wang Yi." "Indeed, I am Jean Fachin," he replied. As their hands clasped in a handshake, Wang Yi prepared to apply pressure. Chapter 49. The Bronze Ancient Hall. Fourth update. Within the enigmatic realm of the Hanging Monastery, an abundance of spiritual energy permeated the atmosphere. Jean Fachin perched upon the gnarled branches of an ancient tree on a hillside, his gaze sweeping over the vast plains that unfurled towards the horizon. Settling into a comfortable position, he leaned against the sturdy limb and nonchalantly retrieved a crisp green apple, savoring a generous bite. Speaking of which, crunch, crunch, this delightful weather. Crunch, crunch. It would indeed be a travesty not to indulge in a restful slumber. Crunch, crunch. Chapter 50. Huan Journey to the Jiazi Noon Brother Chun. "Perhaps I should remain here," Guo Xiao suggested timidly, casting furtive glances at the 3 formidable Huan-level figures. "Not all," Jean Fachin chuckled, playfully draping an arm around Guo Xiao's neck. "If any trouble arises, I could certainly use you as a shield. Let us proceed together. I think I shall wait," Guo Xiao replied, retreating slightly and glancing at Wang Yi. "Very well. Suit yourself. I shall take my leave," Jean Fachin declared. "Take care, Brother Chun," Guo Xiao called out as Jean Fachin made his exit. Chapter 51. Linan Hall. Second update. In the fleeting moment that followed, a dark line flashed by, culminating in a resplendent explosion of fireworks before the venerable general. Clang! The shadow immediately skewed and became motionless. Xinin used twin blades whirled with remarkable velocity in her grasp, and without uttering a single word, she surged forward once more. This time, her pace was swifter, her onslaught even more ferocious. She metamorphosed into a wisp of light, darting around the ancient general with unrelenting strikes. This young lady is indeed formidable. Chapter 52. The Deceptive Twilight, third update. As far as the eye can behold, the landscape is strewn with skeletal remnants, vast and seemingly infinite. Towering rock columns and pale bones dominate the horizon. This place resembles an expansive, naturally sculpted cavern, its ceiling adorned with sharp stalactites and colossal rock pillars nearly 10 meters in diameter, connecting the depths of the earth to the cavern's zenith, thereby supporting the entire structure. Despite the myriad forms of white bones scattered throughout, the air remains untouched by any foul stench of decay. Furthermore, upon closer examination, one might perceive a subtle aura of spiritual energy lingering within these remains. Chapter 53. The Vast Dust. I rise early at 8. Xinanyu turned her head, opting for silence. She struggled to decipher the meaning behind Jin Fei Chen's words, or perhaps she simply could not fathom the essence of Jin Fei Chen himself. Both lapsed into a contemplative silence, each in search of the untouched remnants marked by the extreme martial imprint. The distance between them expanded until they faded from each other's sight. Jin Fei Chen meandered through the ocean of bones, cards in hand, flipping them incessantly. What a needle in a haystack, he mused, gazing at the resplendent array of skeletal remains, momentarily daunted by the formidable challenge. Chapter 54. Coach. I wish to master the art of aerial combat piece. A note to all. This narrative is devoid of a female protagonist. However, Jin Fei Chen is not one to shy away from engaging in dialogue with women, and there shall be no inappropriate conduct. Tap. The sound of delicate footsteps resonated, soon followed by a chilling scream. It was the voice of Xinanyu. Wang, he swiftly turned to gaze. And at that instant, the surrounding sea of blossoms erupted, repelling the skeletal soldiers. Above, Jin Fei Chen's graceful form floated in the air, cradling something tenderly in his arms. Chapter 55. Prejudice is a false dichotomy. Third update. 1 hour later, at the entrance of the Bronze Hall, Wang Yi sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly shut. He had nearly restored his strength. If one were to disregard his disheveled appearance, he still radiated an untamed spirit. The others were immersed in their own pursuits. Xinanyu reclined beneath a tree, lost in music, a gentle smile illuminating her face as she held a sketchbook, unaware of the creation unfolding within its pages. Above her, on a branch, Jin Fei Chen lay sprawled, his limbs hanging freely in a deep slumber, clutching a half-eaten apple. Chapter 56. Ascending the Bronze Hall once more bang. The bronze door remained steadfastly shut. Once again, Jin Fei Chen and his companions ventured into the ancient Bronze Hall. As he surveyed the well-known surroundings, Jin Fei Chen had yet to articulate his thoughts when Wang Yi instinctively brushed against his leg. Do you have a plan? Xinanyu inquired, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon Jin Fei Chen, who appeared to be in a state of drowsiness. The latter scratched his head, bewildered. I have a solution, Wang Yi interjected, his demeanor grave as he glanced at Xinanyu before directing his attention back to Jin Fei Chen, asserting my. Chapter 57. Understanding the applause, a fleeting rigidity manifested upon the unexpressive visage of the uncanny corpse, albeit for but a brief moment. Yet Jin Fei Chen perceived it with clarity. Retaining his previous stance, he inclined his head and remarked, "Here, it is merely the two of us. Do you not yearn to engage in a discourse on subjects wild and unrestrained, reserved for adults?" In the subsequent instant, under the gaze of Jin Fei Chen, whose smile was laden with dust, the seemingly soulless corpse unveiled an inexplicable expression. This casual gesture alone was sufficient to render President Wang speechless in astonishment. Chapter 58. The Wrath of the 10,000 Mothers, Part 3. I genuinely underestimated you, Jin Fei Chen remarked. The corpse, restrained and incapable of movement, cast a glance towards Jin Fei Chen, its dark eyes mirroring an ineffable astonishment. Jin Fei Chen waved his hand with a dismissive gesture. It is quite all right. Yet do refrain from excessive flattery, lest I become overly elated. You fortunate rascal. Yet remember, fortune often smiles upon the ephemeral. To cast a curse upon another is rather unscrupulous, Jin Fei Chen retorted, as he tossed a card that spun ceaselessly in his hand. It is high time you took your leave. After all these years. Chapter 59. Who is this? Within Jean Feichen's mind, the world spun in disarray. A fierce gust of wind surged forth as blinding golden light enveloped the surroundings. High above, a droplet resembling a tear fluttered, embodying a lively spirit. It appeared both transparent and ethereal, yet curiously exuded a palpable essence. An unsettling aura radiated from it in pulsating waves. Jean Feichen beheld the entity above, his countenance illuminated with astonishment. What is this? Who is this? Where has my supreme martial prowess vanished? Chapter 60. Petals like blades, the passage of time remained elusive. With a creak, Jean Feichen wiped the perspiration from his brow and took a robust bite of an apple. A smile graced his lips as he remarked, "Remarkable, I have endured yet another day." At this juncture, he had lost all sense of time, staggering to his feet. His once immaculate garments now marred by blood, resembling a resplendent flower amidst an unyielding white expanse. Upon finishing the apple, Jean Feichen closed his eyes, striving to transcend the confines of the mental realm. Indeed, this time he would not. Chapter 61. Under intense pressure outside the enigmatic realm of the Hanging Monastery. A cerulean vortex swirled as Jean Feichen emerged, a cigarette delicately perched between his lips. Concurrently, a voice resonated within his mind, inquiring, "You have refined the wrath of the 10,000 mothers. What precisely is this 10,000 mothers? Who has perished? Is it related to a mortgage?" Jean Feichen hesitated, lost in contemplation. After a fleeting moment of silence, the voice elucidated, "It signifies that your internal organs and meridians have significantly fortified. Have you absorbed something?" It continued, "Indeed, something reminiscent of an enormous booger." Chapter 62. The primordial seal. With a delicate lift of his finger, Yumingi summoned a bone fragment, which gradually floated before his gaze. Within it lies an unparalleled martial prowess, yet its essence eludes my understanding. Jean Feichen arched an eyebrow, having previously attempted to sense anything of the kind without success. The possessor of this bone fragment was likely teetering on the precipice of the imperial realm. "It is hardly surprising that you cannot perceive it," Yumingi remarked, nudging the small fragment closer to Jean Feichen. Upon hearing this, Jean Feichen halted his brushing, momentarily astonished, as a dawning realization illuminated his expression. So it was. Chapter 63. The peerless heavenly mansion in a fortnight, on the 9th of September, amidst the verdant expanse of the Changyue Mountains, where ancient trees unfurl infinitely. A youth clad in white stood resolutely at the heart of a lake, adjacent to a waterfall nestled deep within the mountains. With a resounding clap of his hands, a surge of spiritual energy surged around him, manifesting as a swirling azure vortex. Jean Feichen momentarily narrowed his eyes, before abruptly widening them. In that fleeting instant, an overwhelming tide of spiritual energy erupted within him like a deluge. Under the influence of this tumultuous force, the once placid lake beneath his feet began to bubble and churn. Chapter 64. The gathering of 8 realms. Wang Yi, I curse your mother. The clearly articulated phrase resonated, momentarily halting Jean Feichen in his tracks. Such intensity? His profound curiosity propelled him onward, hastening his pace. He executed a fluid drift, harnessing a surge of speed, and arrived at the entrance of the venerable pavilion. As the ancient door creaked open, he beheld a scene that was all too familiar. Bai Zhizhi, hands placed firmly upon her hips, stood atop a table, gesturing emphatically at Wang Yi, who was seated a short distance away, passionately articulating her thoughts. Chapter 65. The Compendium of Jean Feichen, the initial edition of the Character Compendium, not included in the primary text and may be bypassed. Character: Jean Feichen. Age: 18 years. Birthday: unknown. Jean Feichen does not commemorate birthdays. Cultivation level: Zhan Realm, 6 Transition Academy, Shangjing City. Tiansu Academy, Celestial Artifact. Huan, Endless Garden, Heavenly Martial Arts. Advanced Xian Class, Wings of Peace. Unknown rank: Primordial Seal. Current public perception and nicknames: The Magician Beneath the Sea of Flowers, Phantom, God of Sleep, Dog Thief. Chapter 66. The second in command of Shangjing City, the 8 Great Institutes, Wushuang Tianfu, and the old pavilion in the lake. Beneath a cerulean sky, accompanied by a gentle breeze, droplets cascaded from the lake, creating myriad ripples upon its surface. A hand emerged from the depths, forcefully pressing against the water, hoisting the entire body upward. Han Xian's countenance darkened, and he muttered through clenched teeth, "Jean Feichin, you court death." As his words lingered in the air, a glimmer sparked in his gaze. "What is that?" Han Xian cast his gaze downward, his expression transforming swiftly as he beheld. Chapter 67. New plans. After reviewing all the information, ennui began to envelop him. Watching the elderly figure above continue to articulate grand ideals, the common good, and harmony, Jean Feichin found himself unable to restrain a prodigious yawn, bracing himself to indulge in slumber. The child yawning, "It must be you, Jean Feichin." His intention to close his eyes was momentarily interrupted as he pondered, "Me?" The drowsiness evaporated as he exhaled, rising to clasp his hands in greeting. "I am Jean Feichin." The elder nodded with a smile and recited. A gentle breeze stirs the medicinal table. The bright sun illuminates the tea cloth. The subtle joys remain unquenched as dusk descends upon the eastern city. "I know you." Chapter 68. Completing the cycle half an hour later, in Shangjing City, at the council hall within the office, Zhou Huadong was presenting a report to the elder seated across from him. The elder, perched upon a crimson chair, lightly tapped the table, unable to suppress a chuckle upon hearing the report. "These little rascals have, unbeknownst to when it began, though we are of the same kin, we harbor grievances, striking with greater ferocity than those of foreign blood. It is inevitable. These children, still in their innocent years, find themselves basking in the world's greatest admiration. Some hearts may transform in the process, which is unavoidable." Chapter 69. The task. Ding dong. A message chimed on the phone, and Yuming picked it up to read. "Oh, you know how to use a phone?" Jean Feichin reclined on the rooftop, his legs elegantly crossed, hands cradling the back of his head, squinting against the encroaching drowsiness. Yuming cast a fleeting glance at the message on her phone and replied, "I possess a rudimentary understanding. I occasionally peruse ebooks." It emanated from the Prime Minister's office, which had tasked her with conveying that the final undertaking has been ratified. 8 groups, each comprising 4 members, are to assemble their own teams. Those who accomplish the task first shall gain the privilege of learning the heavenly level extreme martial arts, personally imparted by that illustrious figure. The endeavor is set to commence next year. Chapter 70. The coffin of stillborns. Jean Feichin surveyed the 2 individuals beside him, stifling a yawn, and remarked, "Ladies, I implore you not to entangle me in your disputes. I am rather timid. I presumed you had departed, yet here you are, dozing." Bai Jiji shot a scornful glance at Wang Yi. "The tranquil beauty of the mountains and waters inspires a more restful slumber," Jean Feichin mused, gesturing towards the distant panorama. He then regarded the 2 with a puzzled expression. "Why do you not return to your respective abodes, but instead seek my company?" Wang Yi dusted off his attire following the earlier altercation and adjusted his suit, proclaiming. Chapter 71. The Extraordinary Mr. Who, Part 3. On the fringes of Jinling City, a villa resided. A sleek black Maybach 57S glided into the courtyard. Not at home. Jean Feichin disembarked and surveyed his surroundings, observing that the villa's entrance was securely locked and the ostentatious blue Ferrari was conspicuously absent. After circling the premises, he leaned against the car door, ignited a cigarette, and initiated contact with Hu Zhu. The day's breeze was refreshingly brisk, while the sun hung overhead, its warmth gentle, uplifting one's spirits. As the cigarette dwindled, Jean Feichin extinguished it, addressing the vacant air, "Mr. Yu." Chapter 72. The 8 pristine archives. The flesh-eating face, how remarkable. There is an utter absence of spiritual energy. The woman accepted the crimson rose, inhaling deeply, and exclaimed in astonishment, "It's genuine." Naturally, how could I possibly employ a counterfeit flower to seek a lady's forgiveness? Jean Feichin inclined his head with a smile. Cough, cough. Nearby, Hu Zhu's eyes twitched violently as he commented, "That is sufficient. Do not come here boasting." Jean Feichin spread his hands and shook his head, declaring, "Beauty often incites mischief." With that, he rose and brushed off his trousers. Chapter 73. The Resurgence of Nan. Gratitude to the host has entered for a smooth experience for the divine certification. Immense appreciation warrants an additional update. 4 updates today. Jean Fachin wore a playful smile before turning to the next page. The enigmatic one. 8 Realms Jiangzi Affiliated Academy. Anan, Martial Achievement Hall, Spiritual Attribute. Water Heavenly Object. Flowing Ink Sky Blade, Previous Owner. Ancient Chronicle. Year 1787. Zhou Yang Unique Characteristic. Chapter 74. The final calm the following day, September 10th. The sun gleamed brilliantly. The early morning air was crisp, and Jean Fachin, still somewhat drowsy, stumbled out the door. The refreshing breeze enveloped him, yet it could not dispel his persistent lethargy. Dressed in a simple, deep blue turtleneck, he donned a baseball cap to tame his unruly hair, and the fitted attire accentuated his impressive height of 6 feet. Chapter 75. Anomaly. Silver wings sliced through the azure sky. 10 hours later, at 1921 Beijing time, in the southwestern region of the Great Xia, at the Yiwu City Airport in Nanzhou Province, Jean Fachin exited the airport and made his way to a secluded corner. Surveying his surroundings, he slowly extended his ring-adorned hand. As he infused it with spiritual energy, a flash of white light illuminated the area, and a Land Rover Defender materialized before him. This notion had struck him upon his return, and to his delight, it proved successful. Jean Fachin couldn't help but commend his own ingenuity. Chapter 76. The Ace of Spades. The sky lay silent, dark clouds roiling ominously, illuminated only by the faint glow of the moon. A fierce wind howled, causing the surrounding forest to rustle incessantly. Heavy rain poured down, and the ground was dotted with swaying heads like an endless field of wild grass. The sound of the flute ceased at that moment. Within Jean Fachin's calm gaze, above the mass of corpses, 2 eerie, pallid hands suddenly coalesced. One hand rose while the other descended, gripping the void, and then, astonishingly, it tore open a vast rift in space. Chapter 77. The Touch of Petals and Cards. A canvas of realms boom. A tremendous roar reverberated from afar. A brilliant flash of white light erupted beside the decrepit wooden house, where 2 figures confronted one another. To the left stood an enigmatic individual adorned in flamboyant garb, their mask bearing a visage of sorrow. To the right stood Jean Fachin, drenched yet composed. "Young one," the figure intoned, "your poise and demeanor are admirable, yet your strength is lacking. Upon beholding me, do you not prostrate yourself and implore for mercy?" The masked figure mocked with a sinister air. Jean Fachin removed his baseball cap, casting it aside amidst the howling winds. Chapter 78. The Heartless Swordsman. The rain intensified, gradually creating a misty veil. Within the obscured haze, silver streaks glimmered upon the shadowy ground. At the center of the fallen, a figure adorned in a pure black mask played the flute, steadily magnifying in Jean Fachin's sight. With remarkable swiftness, Jean Fachin maneuvered past countless lifeless forms, swiftly reaching the masked figure, pivoting, and unleashing a formidable kick. The black masked figure reacted instantaneously, hastily interrupting the flute's melody to defend. However, Jean Fachin was already within striking range, rendering any defense futile. Surrounded by spiritual energy. Chapter 79. Huzhu, I wish to walk the cultural path. Beijing. The Prime Minister's office. Report. 3 individuals from mysterious faces have manifested. Currently, Mr. Hu has arrived, and Captain Yu is embroiled in combat with smiling face and crying face, yet Nan has yet to make an appearance. Tap dash. Tap dash. Tap dash. Wrinkled fingers gently tapped upon the table. In the crimson chair, the elder squinted slightly and commanded, "Dispatch a team. Eliminate them all." Understood. However, the elder paused his subordinate and contemplated for a moment. Chapter 80. The Dog Thief Emperor. Greetings, Yu Mingyi. Within the Prime Minister's office, the elder held a crimson landline while making a call, his fingers lightly drumming on the surface, with a pressure-relieving medication prepared nearby. "Hello, Yu Mingyi. You are indeed remarkable, having defeated 2 opponents of respect level and even sending one away." Upon receiving this praise, Yu Mingyi's impassive visage betrayed no emotion. "Are you so idle as to call and discuss this?" Cough. Since when did it become your prerogative to lecture me? Came the retort from the other end. I heard you cast aside Gene Fachin yourself. Chapter 81. Essence of the Spirit Beast. Time slipped away with remarkable swiftness. Half a month had elapsed since the assassination incident in Nanzhao province. The uproar instigated by this occurrence, along with the extraordinary phenomena observed that day, had been quelled by the authorities. Although merely a fortnight had passed, a plethora of events had unfolded. The day following the assassination incident, the Human Alliance, comprising the 5 great nations, lodged a formal complaint against the Great Xia. They accused the Great Xia of contravening alliance regulations by initiating armed incursions into neighboring territories. The stance of the Great Xia was equally unequivocal, reiterating their position time and again. Chapter 82. Bai Ling in the heart of Fengtian, within an opulent courtyard. After concluding the call, Bai Jiji shrugged at the middle-aged man seated across from her. All is well. The middle-aged man was none other than Bai Jiji's father, the patriarch of the Bai family in Fengtian, known as Bai Shan. Clad in casual attire, with his white hair meticulously styled, he exuded a formidable presence imbued with immense authority. At that moment, however, he resembled less a fearsome patriarch and more concerned father fretting over his child. Wait, how did I just tell you? Chapter 83. The Fengtian Bai family. After a brisk ride on her petite electric scooter, Bai Jiji finally arrived at the entrance of the school. As soon as she came to a stop, she spotted Gene Fachin, who was captivating the attention of a group of girls. Hey, I am present at this very moment. Gene Fachin initially searched among the array of opulent automobiles, and ultimately, in the most unassuming corner, he discovered the most striking figure. As he approached her, he glanced at Bai Jiji's vehicle and scratched his head. You possess quite the understated presence, he remarked. Bai Jiji lightly tapped the headlight of her scooter and replied, do not. Chapter 84. The Crimson Poison Ice Emperor Scorpion. Upon receiving her response, Bai Ling set the tray aside and discreetly positioned herself behind Bai Shan. Spirit Beast Essence. Bai Shan continued. I trust you, Xiao Chun, are aware that whenever an extraordinary beast undergoes metamorphosis or breakthrough, there exists a minuscule probability that some of the purest essence of the beast is generated, which can be immensely advantageous for you as you embark on your journey of cultivation. After delivering his words, Bai Shan retrieved a scroll from his ring. Bai Ling took it and approached Gene Fachin, presenting it to him. This is a rudimentary map of the Changbai mountain range, with the layers of its enigmatic beasts denoted upon it. Chapter 85. Entering the cave in the twilight of Fengtian, as the sun descends and the evening glow envelopes the sky, a silver streak of light darts across the horizon. It feels exhilarating to soar like this, exclaimed Bai Jiji, her gaze fixed upon the nearby sunset. Gene Fachin smirked slightly, teasingly responding, why not acquire a flying artifact? With your family's wealth, this trifling matter is hardly significant. My friend, this is no mere flying artifact. It is an extreme aerial weapon, not just an aircraft, Bai Jiji retorted, adding, moreover, my father insists that my current cultivation level is unsuitable. The lightning attribute inherently demands a considerable expenditure of spiritual energy. Chapter 86. Source ice of the ultimate path. A biting cold ice began to coalesce beneath his feet, swiftly encasing Gene Fachin's legs in a solid freeze. Alarmed, Gene Fachin reacted with haste, summoning his celestial artifact, which transformed him into a sea of flowers that dissipated from the ice, only to reappear moments later. With a swish, a slender ice crystal shot forth from the dark depths of the lake, narrowly grazing Gene Fachin's neck, the frigid air instantly enveloping him in a layer of frost. With another swish, the ice crystal flew past, altering its trajectory once more. Chapter 87. The elixir of Lingji. The two navigated their way back through the cavern. As they proceeded, an unexpected sound of footsteps reverberated in the distance. Upon closer examination, they encountered 2 youthful figures with silvery hair. Are they your kin? Bai Jiji inquired. He nodded affirmatively. Turning to Gene Fachin, he posed the question, what course of action shall we take? What is there to deliberate? Gene Fachin replied, the precious item is already secured. If they wish to pursue us, let them come. Should we resort to extreme measures against them? Bai Jiji queried. Jean Feichin merely shrugged. That is indeed a valid point. Chapter 88. Absorbing the source ice of the ultimate path as the sun descended beyond the horizon. A resplendent full moon ascended into the firmament, casting a delicate luminescence upon the earth. The water in the pool undulated softly, stirred by the tender embrace of the evening zephyrs. The golden flames of the campfire danced gently, illuminating the surroundings with their warm glow. In the backyard of the Bai residence in Feng Tian, adjacent to the outdoor swimming pool, Jean Feichin and Bai Jiji reclined languidly on their lounge chairs, the flickering fire providing a cozy ambience. A small table nestled between them was adorned with steaming skewers and a chilled selection of green apple soda. As a gentle breeze whispered past, Jean Feichin surrendered to relaxation, his brows unfurling as a serene smile illuminated his face, reflecting his profound contentment. Chapter 89. The eternal garden colorless spiritual energy surged forth from within Jean Feichin as he sat cross-legged, his eyes gently closed, frost forming delicately upon his brows. As the energy coursed into the ice crystals, a profound connection was forged in that fleeting moment. Instantly, the bone-chilling frost surged into Jean Feichin's being along the current of spiritual energy. In that instant, he acutely sensed the rapid diminishment of his own blood flow. Ethereal ice flowers unfurled within his veins and arteries, swiftly encasing everything in their frigid embrace. Following the techniques imparted by Yuming, Jean Feichin diligently endeavored to temper the extreme. Chapter 90. The subtle enchantment of the spiritual energy surge, a wave of momentum emanated forth, signaling the completion of the 8th transformation within the Zhan realm. Jean Feichin abruptly opened his eyes, swiftly rising to ascertain the condition of his limbs. Before he could indulge in the elation of his newfound awareness, a sound resonated behind him. It was then that he comprehended the previously sealed space had reverted to its original state, aside from a few additional blossoms. Everything else remained unchanged. Turning around, he beheld Bai Jiji, adorned in Ultraman pajamas, her vacant gaze fixed intently upon him. Chapter 91. Ultimately, which is the true Jean Feichin? 4th update. A sharp crack echoed beneath the waterfall. At the sound, Hu Zhu's countenance transformed dramatically. This is dire. A blinding radiance erupted from beneath his feet, unveiling a series of silver cards that had inexplicably materialized. In an instant, the cards ignited, releasing familiar spiritual swords, arrows, and blade auras that coalesced into a formidable surge. Boom! The explosion sent thick black smoke spiraling into the heavens, a powerful gust of wind sweeping through the forest, causing the entire vicinity to quiver. Chapter 92. Alien Deception. Record. New Era, October 2nd, 2025. Haixing Province, Luqing. Incident at Qixing Private Martial Arts School. Martial Arts Institute Sports Ground. Alien Deception. Thousands of students confined within the campus. Currently no imminent danger. Situation critical. Dispatched first-year swordsmanship instructor Hu Zhu from Tiansu Academy. On October 2nd, in Haixing Province, Luqing, a sleek Porsche 918 raced along the coastal road, which had been cordoned off. What on earth? What kind of absurd principle is this? I can't even enjoy a moment of respite without being compelled to work overtime. Hu Zhu lamented. Chapter 93. Tiansu Academy. Jean Feichin, please allow me to clarify. The vice principal is typically present. It is merely a coincidence that he is absent today. After our long journey from the capital, it is rather disheartening that he has yet to appear. It seems he has little regard for the students, Hu Zhu remarked, narrowing his eyes. You, escort us to see that child, Jean Feichin commanded icily, cutting off any further discussion. The director, visibly shaken, wiped the perspiration from his forehead and proceeded to ascend the stairs, the two following closely in his wake. Chapter 94. The white lily of the valley will eventually blossom in the youth's years. The ordinary words resonated like a striking bell against the man's heart. He was abruptly reminded of the director's instructions. However, was not Jean Feichin supposed to be with the director on the 4th floor? How could he possibly be present here? Bewilderment swiftly morphed into dread, draining the man's complexion of color. Before he could articulate an explanation, Jean Feichin commanded, "Depart. And remember, it is depart." The irreverent voice reverberated, compelling the man to instinctively collapse to the ground and roll away. Chapter 95. Wang. The sky is falling at Han Tian Academy. In a magnificent mansion, Wang Yi found himself seated upon a meditation mat at its core, his eyes gently closed in deep cultivation. The essence of his fifth transition within the Zhan realm subtly radiated around him. At last, I have achieved a breakthrough. Finally, I stand on equal footing with Bai Shatzi in terms of cultivation. Ever since that fateful day when Wang Yi realized his cultivation fell short of Bai Jiji's, he returned to the academy, embarking on a rigorous training regimen that consumed both day and night, integrating various spiritual fruits and metals into his practice. Today, he has triumphantly ascended to the fifth transition realm. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Bai Jiji had uncovered the truth not long ago. Chapter 96. The fiery clouds stretching over the capital. In the infirmary, how is it? Jean Feichen ambled in with a leisurely gait, casting a glance at the ethereal energy dancing within Hu Zhu's palms. The situation remains as it is. The particulars shall be dictated by the unfolding events. Hu Zhu replied, perceiving the weariness etched upon Jean Feichen's visage. And what of you? What discoveries have you unearthed? It appears you are on the verge of capitulation. Jean Feichen settled into a chair, crossing his legs with an air of contemplation. We have committed a grave error. Wang Yi is hastening here with utmost urgency. Hu Zhu chuckled softly at this revelation. Then those individuals are in for a tumultuous experience. Chapter 97. Red Armored Guards Flowing Moon Army Red Armored Guards. Yu Mingyi suddenly materialized beside Jean Feichen, gesturing towards the blazing clouds on the horizon. Red Armored Guards? What might that signify? Yu Mingyi gestured towards the heavens. These troops, reminiscent of blazing clouds, are known as the Red Armored Guards. They serve as the shield of the Wang family and a stronghold of the Great Xia. Wang Yi's capacity to summon such a formidable force in such a brief span illustrates his esteemed position within the clan. The message was received a mere 10 minutes ago, and the Red Armored Guards are expected to arrive in another 10 minutes, Jean Feichen noted, contemplating the seriousness of the situation. Chapter 98. What is that? That is responsibility. Wang Yi's true star dissolved into threads of crimson flame, vanishing from sight. As for his safety, amidst the multitude of Red Armored Guards, Jean Feichen remained unconcerned about Wang Yi encountering any peril. Before departing, he had carelessly dragged the nearly lifeless Wang Tianquan away, as though he were a mere rag. Now, the vast playground was left with a group of kneeling students and Wang Yi standing tall, the fiery clouds in the sky still rippling. Yu Mingyi stood at the edge of the rooftop while Jean Feichen reclined against his thigh, occasionally yawning as he gazed below. Esteemed students. Chapter 99. Alien Race. The beginning of the collapse. The true stars of a few individuals faded, leaving the scene to the younger generation. Jean Feichen cast a glance at the group and raised an eyebrow upon noticing Sinan Yu, who sported headphones. He teased, "Oh, you're here as well. I did not anticipate your inquisitiveness." Reluctantly, "I confess I did not wish to be here," Sinan Yu murmured, her fingers fidgeting restlessly. "It was the true star that summoned me to this place." Taisher Qingyi approached, keenly observing the tumult upon the playground. "What an extraordinary twist of fate that you find yourself entangled in this predicament. No matter who arrives, I am in pursuit of Conan, wherever I tread." A lifeless body follows. Chapter 100. The sea breeze passing by the Red Armored Guards stood resolutely before Wang Yi, two fingers poised against the brow of the encircled alien. Stand Azida. Upon hearing the voice from behind, the Red Armored Guards retracted their fingers and shifted slightly. With an air of composure, Wang Yi advanced and addressed the besieged alien with an icy tone. "It appears you are rather oblivious to your own position." The ethereal blade of the star-rending edict materialized, piercing unflinchingly into the abdomen of the alien adversary. Crimson blood flowed forth, and in that instant, the trident-shaped dagger twisted violently within its gut. Chapter 101. Base Row 91 in the outskirts of Jinling City, nestled within Hu Zhu's villa. The courtyard lay enveloped in the serene embrace of moonlight, a realm of profound silence. A blood-stained, white dove glided through the ethereal glow before gracefully alighting upon the verdant lawn. This dove was an anomaly. Its eyes, aflame with a vivid crimson hue and imbued with malevolence, were further accentuated by the blood-specked plumage adorning its wings, rendering it an enigma of the night. Upon settling on the ground, its scarlet gaze blinked as it surveyed its surroundings, before it abruptly parted its delicate beak and inhaled deeply, drawing in the essence of the earth. The soft rustling of flowing water reverberated, as one could perceive. Chapter 2. The Supreme Art of Destiny in the Celestial Realm. A hierarchy of strength and quality exists, transcending the simplistic dichotomy of superiority and inferiority. This hierarchy is delineated through a rudimentary numerical classification: Level 5, Level 4, Level 3, Level 2, and Level 1. Above Level 1, entities are held in reverence as special grade, and beyond that, they are exalted as universal grade. The designation of universal encompasses the vast expanse of the cosmos, the epochs of existence, and the entirety of the world. Once awakened, these celestial entities become invaluable treasures of humanity, shaping the destinies of their bearers while resonating with the cosmos, the world, and all of existence. Whether classified as a Level 5 or a Level 1 entity, the parameters of classification are not rigid. The distinction lies within individuals of extraordinary talent. Even the awakening of a mere handkerchief in the possession of such individuals may unleash brilliance commensurate with Level 2 or even Level 1. While entities beneath Level 1 are regarded as conventional, special grade entities are remarkable, possessing the capacity to transcend the ordinary and instigate a transformation akin to a dragon soaring through the clouds, igniting fervor among all. As for universal grade, the advent of each universal grade entity has historically precipitated catastrophic wars among extraterrestrial races, resulting in immeasurable loss of life. Through the diligent endeavors of successive generations, celestial entities have attained an apex of evolution, intricately woven into every aspect of existence, from unparalleled masters to the everyday populace, achieving a significance reminiscent of life itself. Those who awaken celestial entities are designated as Destiny Masters. Among these Destiny Masters, natural distinctions of strength and weakness inevitably arise. Through generations of statistical scrutiny, a more intuitive classification has emerged, ranging from the weakest to the strongest. The first realm, Destiny, represents the initial entry of celestial entities into mastery, where spiritual energy is akin to freshly sown seeds of fate, delineating the limits of the human form. The second realm, Emergence, signifies the early signs of potential, where spiritual energy resembles seedlings breaking through the soil, harnessing the power of celestial entities. The third realm, Composure, exemplifies a steadfast demeanor, with spiritual energy as resilient as sturdy saplings, adept at analyzing and manipulating spiritual energy for tangible transformation. The fourth realm, Flow, denotes a spirited stance, with spiritual energy standing tall like proud trees, capable of transforming energy into armor, unperturbed by shifting sands. The fifth realm, Dominion, depicts mastery over the heavens, where spiritual energy extends like towering trees, manifesting wings and drawing upon the forces of nature. The sixth realm, Ancient, embodies the profound roots of ancient trees, where spiritual energy can extensively harness the forces of the universe. The seventh realm, Sovereignty, represents the majesty of an expansive forest, where spiritual energy traverses the void without wings, mastering space and transcending boundaries, earning the title of universal grandeur. The eighth realm, Imperial, signifies the celestial elegance of divine will, where spiritual energy encompasses all. The cultivation of spiritual energy relies not solely on one's innate abilities, but also on the mystical treasures of the earth, which often remain beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals, accessible only to formidable clans or powerful beings. Fortunately, in this world, the notion of cultivation techniques does not exist. Otherwise, it would further entrench a monopoly of strength. However, while formal techniques are absent, the existence of the supreme art of destiny, also known as extreme martial arts, persists. As the designation implies, it is a unique capability that harmonizes the utilization of one's celestial entity, classified into 4 tiers and 12 levels. Heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Heaven denotes the highest, whereas yellow signifies the lowest, further divided into 3 tiers: initial, intermediate, and advanced. Among those of the same tier, the cultivation of celestial fate and martial prowess often dictates the outcome of conflicts. Such matters are pivotal for those who awaken with potential. However, should one emerge as a waste of celestial material, even the clearest understanding becomes a burdensome encumbrance. Everything awaits awakening to be revealed. Tomorrow heralds the awakening. Jean Fachin sighed, envisioning the scene of the morrow. A favorable awakening invites envy and provocation, while an unfavorable one invites consolation and ridicule. This wretched world remains unchanged, he muttered, slowly clenching his fist. Then, with a swift flick of 2 fingers, a uniquely designed card materialized between them. This card appeared at the very moment his heart began to pulse upon birth. It constitutes a set of 13 cards, and he often muses that perhaps his demise in a previous life was the final entry in the ledger of the King of Hell, thus endowing him with this enigmatic set of cards. The card's surface is devoid of any markings, adorned solely with vivid red peach blossoms. It resembles a playing card, yet diverges significantly in material. It is indestructible, as thin as gossamer, and extraordinarily sharp, all while emanating an aura of mystery with its silvery sheen. The abilities concealed within these cards remain unknown to Jean Fachin. His preliminary conjecture hints at a form of recording. After all, the blank card surface implores to be filled. Currently inert, it is likely that activation awaits the awakening of celestial material. How troublesome. Dingling, dingling. Just as fatigue began to settle, the sudden ringing of the phone dispelled it entirely. With a pair of resigned, lifeless eyes, Jean Fachin propelled his wheelchair back to the computer desk, lethargically grasping the phone without even glancing at the screen before pressing the answer key. Hello. Hello, Jean. It's me. A melodious female voice, crisp and clear as ice, resonated from the phone. You've dialed the wrong number. Goodbye. Without a moment's hesitation, Jean Fachin attempted to terminate the call. Wait. I have something important to discuss with you. Something very important. If you persist in severing the connection, I shall have no alternative but to seek you out. Upon perceiving his intention to hang up, the caller's sense of urgency became unmistakable. Please be expeditious. As a token of my gratitude, I shall strive to alleviate your phone expenses, Jean Fachin responded, his vexation evident. I apologize for Zhao Ming. I genuinely did not foresee this occurrence. Please do not misconstrue my intentions. I will take action to avert any complications for you. The girl's voice resonated with sincerity, imbued with a trace of tears, conveying profound remorse. Ah, is it truly that grave? Jean Fachin articulated slowly, his tone appearing languid yet distinctly dismissive. In light of your apparent contrition, kindly release my school uniform tomorrow. Rest assured, I shall not remain excessively indifferent. The instant those words were uttered, the individual on the opposite end of the line evidently hesitated, subsequently replying with a trace of suppressed fury. Jean Fachin, mind your language. I'm extending my apologies to you, so kindly refrain from such comments. Simply listen to your patronizing tone. You must be acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding Zhao Ming, Jean Fachin retorted in a flat tone, devoid of any palpable emotion. Yet each syllable resonated like a precious gem, piercing the heart. If you genuinely feel remorse, perhaps you should simply cease to exist for a moment. In that case, Zhao Ming would undoubtedly grieve for you, leaving him no chance to trouble me. I believe I could find it within my heart to forgive you. Jean Fachin. A sharp exclamation erupted from a phone, the voice resounding with palpable fury at such remarks. Enough with the feigned lamentations. If possible, please bring me breakfast tomorrow, as I may be delayed. Farewell. With that, Jean Fachin dismissed the furious tirade and ended the call with resolute swiftness. The woman on the other end was named Leah, endowed with striking beauty, yet her intellect was regrettably lacking. It was precisely due to her that he, who had always upheld a tranquil existence, found himself ensnared in a predicament reminiscent of dog excrement. Chapter 3. My sole intent was to disdain that fool Zhao Ming. Meanwhile, within an elegant CAF. Oh, I am utterly exasperated, Leah muttered with ire, adorned in a delicate purple dress, gracefully seated at a table, her petite hands tightly intertwined. The poise she once radiated had dissipated, supplanted by an internal battle to restrain her fury. What troubles you, Xiaoya? Is that ungrateful Jean Feichin causing you distress? The girl opposite her inquired with genuine concern. Oomph. Leah huffed softly, crossing her arms. He has become aware that I was utilizing him as a shield. The girl gasped. Did someone inform him? Leah shot her a scathing glare and retorted icily. You cannot possibly assume he is as obtuse as he seems. Although he perpetually bears the look of sleeplessness, he is remarkably astute and swiftly discerned the situation. You seem to know him quite well, do you? The girl suddenly clasped her mouth in astonishment, gazing at Leah. You do not harbor feelings for Jean Feichin, do you? Absolutely not. Leah dismissed the idea immediately. Who do you perceive me to be? And what is he? Merely an orphan. Were it not for his slight intelligence and Zhao Ming's scorn towards him, do you truly believe I would employ him as a mere shield? Leah hesitated, her annoyance resurfacing. Zhao Ming is undeniably a bother, persistently seeking to confess his feelings for me prior to his awakening. Should I acquiesce or reject his advances? If I consent, and he awakens as an inconsequential fate-altering entity, what then? Conversely, if I categorically refuse, and he emerges as a significant fate-altering being, what course of action should I pursue? That fool is driving me to madness. The Zhao Ming she mentioned was a young master from the esteemed Zhao family of Jinling, a lineage of undeniable prominence within the city. While Liya's family was regarded as lofty by the common populace, in the eyes of the Zhao family, they were but trifles. Everything hinges on the awakening that shall occur tomorrow. On the morning of June 10th, the day designated for awakening in the Great Xia, at the second high school of Jinling City, a man clad in conventional teacher attire, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, stood gravely at the podium. His name was Hu Zhu, the homeroom teacher of his class, who was earnestly elucidating the vital aspects of the awakening process to his students. Dear students, I have reiterated the key points of the awakening numerous times, and I trust you are weary of hearing them. Let us discourse on something else. Adjusting his spectacles, he leaned casually against the desk, speaking in a calm and measured tone. After today, perhaps we shall never cross paths again, or perchance we shall encounter one another once more. Maybe you shall remember me for an extended duration, or perhaps you shall swiftly forget. Your journey officially commences today. I hope you comprehend that awakening does not genuinely dictate the trajectory of one's life. Should the outcome be less than satisfactory, do not despair. Your life stretches ahead. Awakening is but a necessary passage. No one shall acquire everything through it, nor shall anyone lose all because of it. If you can merely cross this threshold, you shall already be remarkable. In conclusion, I wish you all the realization of your aspirations. Just as the students below were poised to erupt in applause or tears, an incongruous knock resonated through the room. I apologize for the interruption, though it seems I have already disturbed you, came a voice from the doorway. Instantly, a myriad of curious gazes turned toward the entrance, where Jean Feichin, still bleary-eyed and exhibiting his characteristic vacant expression, stood yawning nonchalantly. Ah, you have arrived, the teacher remarked, seemingly unfazed by the disruption. What a pity you missed my all-night rehearsal. I nearly wept from my own words. Jean Feichin scratched his head and, maintaining a poker face, ambled into the classroom. As he made his way to a seat by the window, he responded, Do not feel too sorry. I heard it all. By the way, just a reminder, your speech is outdated for today's students. The quality of awakening determines whether one can still be considered human. Do not speak of it so lightly. Oh, wait. As he settled into his chair, Jean Feichin abruptly rose again. Amidst the puzzled stares of his classmates, he approached Leah and tapped his finger on her desk. Leah appeared taken aback. What is this about? Breakfast? I alluded to it last night while reclining in bed, did I not? He responded, unabashedly dropping a bombshell. As anticipated, his words ignited an uproar within the classroom. Last night, in bed, what on earth? Is this something I can overhear for free? Unthinkable. The goddess Leah actually, who knows? Leah has openly confessed her fondness for Jean Fachin. This is progressing far too swiftly. Merely getting to know one another does not necessitate such haste. The crowd erupted like a barrel of gunpowder, with clever quips ricocheting in every direction. As for the teacher's lack of intervention, he too was enraptured by the excitement, relishing the spectacle. In the front row of the classroom, Zhao Ming, with slick-back hair and crimson eyes, glowered at Jean Fachin as if he yearned to flay him alive, his demeanor chillingly frigid. The creaking sound emanating from his clenched fists, coupled with his trembling shoulders, betrayed the turmoil within. Bang! Leah, the central figure in the confrontation, rose abruptly, her cheeks suffused with color, and declared, "Jean Fachin, what absurdity are you uttering? How intriguing!" Jean Fachin responded with feigned innocence. "Was it not you who first spoke in folly? Are you not the one who scorned Zhao Ming for his lack of stature and sought solace with me, professing you would deliver sumptuous breakfast to him? Indeed, once you are well fed, you seem to forget your acquaintances." As he spoke, Jean Fachin's expression shifted to one of melancholy, his head bowed in despondency. A wave of gasps swept through the onlookers. "Jean Fachin, silence yourself. Dare to utter another word, and I shall ensure you regret it." Leah, on the verge of losing her composure, glared at the crowd with fiery eyes. "Oh, regret it?" Jean Fachin chuckled shyly. "Are you suggesting we recreate last night's drama? In such a public arena, you appear utterly unashamed. Be quiet. If you dare to speak again, I swear I will bring your end. Do you no longer hold affection for me? Why would you desire to take my life? Who could ever hold affection for a worthless fool such as yourself? I merely utilized you to repel Zhao Ming's advances." Leah cried out in a frenzy, devoid of reason. "Incredible!" Jean Fachin exclaimed dramatically, pointing at Leah. "So, you have been deceiving me all along. What a profoundly heart-rending narrative, In that moment, his smile dissipated, supplanted by a stoic countenance as he turned away. "I appreciate the breakfast, albeit it is rather imprudent to indulge so early. It did quench my thirst." At that juncture, Leah belatedly recognized her misstep. The unforeseen circumstances left her in disarray, rendering her motionless, uncertain of how to advance. Encircled by expressions of sudden understanding and catching sight of Zhao Ming's frigid glare, her tightly clenched fists involuntarily relaxed and began to quiver. Her complexion drained of color, her body rigid, and she found herself incapable of articulating a single word. Ding dong, ding dong. At that moment, an announcement reverberated through the classroom. "Class 3, please direct your attention. Under the guidance of your homeroom teacher, proceed in an orderly manner to the awakening room." Class 3, please direct your attention. Under the guidance of your homeroom teacher, proceed in an orderly manner to the awakening room. Class 3, please direct your attention. Under the guidance of your homeroom teacher, proceed in an orderly manner to the awakening room. Chapter 4. The Celestial Decree of the Second Level. The Ultimate Firearm. Applause, applause, applause. Having endured a rather unremarkable spectacle, Mr. Hu, feeling discontented, clicked his tongue and clapped his hands with fervor, announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived. Let's commence from the front row. Quietly adhere to my lead." The news of the awakening swiftly extinguished the students' appetite for idle chatter, and one by one, exhilarated yet apprehensive, they rose to their feet and formed an orderly procession to exit the classroom. Leah, having narrowly escaped a dire predicament, now resembled an individual rescued from the depths, gasping for breath to alleviate the stifling sensation that had recently enveloped her. She cast a furtive glance at the group, gritting her teeth as she trailed behind, her eyes glimmering with animosity, lost in her own musings. "Shao Qi, you shall organize the team. I will attend to the rear." Teacher Hu remarked, casually draping an arm around the shoulders of the leading student and striding purposefully toward the back of the line. Upon entering the classroom, now nearly deserted, Teacher Hu discovered only Jean Fachin, who leaned against the windowsill with a cigarette poised between his lips. "Got a smoke, bro?" Jean Fachin inquired. With practiced ease, Teacher Hu retrieved a pack of cigarettes from Jean Fachin's desk, lit one for himself, and joined him in exhaling clouds of smoke. It is hardly ideal for a teacher to smoke alongside a student. News travels fast, Gene Fachin remarked, lazily propping himself against the windowsill while casting a sidelong glance at teacher Hu. Not an issue. The principal is my uncle. As long as someone is present, all is well, who nonchalantly waved his hand, seemingly unperturbed. Gene Fachin chuckled softly at this and opted not to offer any further comment. Why are you not attending the awakening? Who cast a sidelong glance at Gene Fachin. Are you truly intent on meandering through life in such a disoriented fashion? Awakening? Why would I not awaken? Gene Fachin answered with a nonchalant smile. If it pertains to something trivial like a mouse, who knows, my gaming prowess might even flourish. Who appeared somewhat taken aback. Is that all you aspire to? Display some ambition, some fighting spirit. Gene Fachin exhaled the final puff of a cigarette, flicked the butt out the window, and proceeded toward the door. Perhaps I have already forfeited that youthful zeal, he mused, his voice trailing off as he ambled away, his silhouette gradually fading. Only Hu remained, enveloped in ethereal blue smoke. Shouldn't life be as resplendent as summer blossoms? In the expansive hall, all 22 classes from the third year had gathered, arranged in an orderly manner according to their class numbers. Their expressions were diverse, yet all were unable to evade the palpable tension in the atmosphere. I am filled with anxiety. I wonder what I shall awaken, one student lamented. What is there to be anxious about? If it is destined to be a blessing, it shall be. If it is a misfortune, one cannot escape it, another countered. I am not concerned. Let it come, came the reply. Are you truly that composed? Absolutely. Then why do your hands tremble? Just a case of the jitters. Suddenly, the sharp sound of the speaker resonated throughout the hall, commanding the students' attention and silencing their murmurs as they turned their gazes toward the elevated platform. At that moment, the principal of Jinling's second high school stood before them, radiating hope as he surveyed the eager assembly of students. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "There is no need for superfluous words. Let us commence." As his voice reverberated, 12 military personnel, radiating an aura of authority, emerged from the side entrance of the platform, forming 4 groups of 3, standing resolutely before the assembly. These individuals were the professionals dispatched by the state to oversee the awakening ceremony, ensuring a process devoid of malice or undue influence, characterized solely by fairness and transparency, known as the awakening officials. On this day, June 10th, 2025, at 8:01 a.m., I hereby declare the commencement of the awakening ceremony at Jinling Second High School. Come, all members of Class 2, follow me right here. As the awakening ceremony unfolded with great solemnity, the homeroom teachers of each class began to usher their students towards the awakening officials positioned upon stage. Only the members of Class 1 remained, standing in a state of utter confusion. Where could that mischievous scamp Hu Zhu possibly be? At such a pivotal moment, does he dare to vanish? Observing the line falter, the principal hurried over, unleashing a torrent of invectives. Yet, before any student could offer a response, a figure skillfully executed a drift, propelled by a surge of nitrous acceleration, arriving precisely at the anticipated spot. Hu Zhu has arrived. Though somewhat tardy, Hu Zhu arrived breathless, raising a hand adorned with a grin as he regarded the principal. Allow me to declare, today marks the day of awakening. Should you dare to jeopardize this occasion, I shall personally ensure your demise. The principal cast a furtive glance at the awaiting awakening officials, seizing Hu Zhu by the ear and whispering fervently, "Understood. I shall manage it. You need not worry." With a flamboyant toss of his locks, Hu Zhu beckoned, "Children, follow me." Approaching the awakening official, Hu Zhu finally donned a serious demeanor, extending his hand. "Greetings. I shall trouble you with the proceedings that lie ahead." "Salutations," the leading awakening official replied, shaking his hand with unwavering resolve. "It is my solemn duty." With that, he raised 2 fingers and swiftly inscribed an arcane character in the air. The character shimmered, inscribing itself upon the ground, causing a complex formation to ignite spontaneously. He then gestured grandly, and a crimson orb abruptly ascended from the ground-s array. The 2 awakening officials behind him took a synchronized step back, hands clasped behind their backs, their keen gazes scanning the surrounding throng. Hu Zhu stepped back, observing the row of 10 students, and called out, "Zhao Ming, step forward for your awakening." The name Zhao Ming strode confidently forward, basking in the attention of those around him. It is Zhao Ming, the scion of the illustrious Zhao family. I have heard that, with the assistance of his family, he has ascended to the Ming realm. Do not be overly presumptuous. My father is earnestly striving towards it. I have also heard whispers that Zhao Ming intends to confront Jin Feichen in the death pool. Is there any veracity to this rumor? Indeed. But was it not the case that Zhao Ming's actions were prompted by Li Ye's expressed affection for Jin Feichen? Now that the misunderstanding has been clarified, one would assume it to be resolved, correct? I am not entirely convinced. Zhao Ming harbors grudges and possesses a pettiness that could lead to retaliation. Given Jin Feichen's remarks today, it seems that Zhao Ming will not allow him to escape unscathed. Who can say? Ultimately, it does not pertain to us. Amidst their discourse, Zhao Ming had already seized the blood pillar, and the energy of the array surged dramatically, a tumultuous force erupting from his hands. With a resounding pop, the blood orb detonated, crimson tendrils splattering from either side of his fist, swiftly coalescing into a blood-red spear. As the array gradually settled, several golden characters floated gracefully in the air. Level 2, end of the foe spear, Zhao Ming. A level 2 divine object, the end of the foe spear. Upon the Awakener's proclamation, Zhao Ming exhaled in relief and laughed heartily, raising his long spear aloft, akin to a peacock displaying its resplendent plumage. I am Zhao Ming. Should any institution wish to extend a special recruitment offer, please contact the Zhao family of Jinling. At the rear of the assembly, the onlooking students could not restrain their lively discussions. What a magnificent beginning! He enters with a second-level weapon, a spear no less, truly impressive. Wait, this fellow is naive. Why boast about a second-level item? Which institution would seek to recruit someone wielding merely a second-level weapon? Come now, show him some respect. After all, it is a spear, the sovereign of weapons. There exists a myriad of techniques tailored for the spear, particularly as it is classified as a second-level celestial artifact. Let's anticipate a stroke of good fortune. Is it not associated with the act of resurrection? It holds international recognition. 1. Chapter 5. The Final Garden of the Universe next. Nigu Si stepped forward to awaken. Nigu Si, a 5th-level celestial artifact, donned ordinary shoes. Wang Kuwen, wielding a 4th-level celestial artifact, possessed an unremarkable sickle. Zhang Su, also a bearer of a 4th-level celestial artifact, held ordinary scissors. Jiang Kai, with a 3rd-level celestial artifact, revealed a pink hairdryer. As time progressed, only a select few students remained in Class 3 of the senior year. Hu Zhu gazed at the despondent girl at the forefront and called out, Leah, step forward to awaken. Buzz, Leah, a 1st-level celestial artifact, revealed a gilded fan. Astonishment rippled through the crowd. A 1st-level artifact has emerged. Who could have anticipated that it would be Leah? Just moments ago, we speculated that she had crossed Zhao Ming. Surely, she would face a dismal fate. Yet now, she awakens a 1st-level artifact. Zhao's influence is rendered inconsequential. Leah is ascending to new heights. I feel a twinge of sympathy for Jin Feichen. Our class has only witnessed 2 extraordinary awakenings, and he has managed to offend both. Hush, lower your voice. He may overhear you. Jin Feichen sighed and turned to the 2 classmates whispering nearby, stating, I appreciate your recognition of my presence. My apologies? My friend. The 2 chuckled awkwardly and hurried away. He turned back, and, just as his gaze traversed the distance, he discovered Li is standing not far off, her eyes fixed intently upon him. Jin Feichen opted to disregard her and took a step forward. Next, Jin Feichen advanced to awaken. Hearing Hu Zhu's voice, Jin Feichen progressed, observing as a pillar of blood ascended from the ground array, gradually reaching out to grasp it. Close your eyes, relax, and attune yourself to the essence of all things, the awakening officer gently instructed. Meanwhile, the teaching director, observing from a distance, remarked with mild astonishment, Isn't that Jin Feichen? He indeed arrived punctually for his awakening today. Are you familiar with this child? The principal, standing alongside him with his hands clasped behind his back, inquired with curiosity. He hails from Hu Zhu's class. The director responded with a smile, gesturing toward Hu Zhu. He frequently speaks of him, hence I have come to recognize him. The principal expressed his astonishment. Well, this gifted scholar who appears quite fascinated by a boy. Has his preferences undergone a transformation? Laughter erupted between them. The two indulged in hearty laughter, only to temper their amusement upon noticing the frowns of several awakening officials. That boy is named Gene Fachin. He has always been rather inconspicuous and often tardy. Is that not the quintessential definition of a lackluster student? Quite normal, indeed. The director admonished with a raised finger and an elevated tone. However, there was a moment when he excelled in a cultural examination, nearly attaining a flawless score. It was the sole occasion when a reward was bestowed, with the top student receiving 1,000 yuan. Subsequently, the reward was abolished, and he never regained the top rank. Is he a bounty hunter then? The principal jested, though his demeanor swiftly reverted to seriousness. Just as he was poised to speak, a surge of overwhelming spiritual energy erupted, interrupting him. A resounding boom resonated through the air as a brilliant beam of light ascended from Gene Fachin's position, breaking through the ceiling and soaring into the heavens. The vast spiritual energy radiated outward in waves, enveloping the entire awakening room in a golden luminescence, a truly magnificent spectacle. Students, taken aback by such a breathtaking spectacle, recoiled in astonishment. As the centerpiece of this extraordinary occurrence, Gene Fachin stood ensconced within a luminous beam, his eyes glistening like the waters of autumn. Gradually, he elevated a hand, and a silver-white glove, adorned with enigmatic black patterns, began to ascend. Suddenly, the glove erupted, transforming into a myriad of scintillating starlights that surged toward his outstretched left hand. Once the radiant orbs enveloped his palm, he clenched his fist. In an instant, the brilliance dissipated, unveiling the intricate black patterns now etched upon the palm and dorsum of Gene Fachin's hand. A profound force, akin to delicate threads, began to intricately weave through his internal organs, consciousness, and soul. Gene Fachin involuntarily closed his eyes, absorbing the essence of this celestial artifact. What is this? What on earth? A few students, the first to regain their composure, were left breathless upon witnessing the words coalescing within the radiant light. Silence enveloped the awakening chamber. The sound of a pin dropping would have resounded like thunder. Eyes, brimming with various emotions, uniformly fixed their gaze upon Gene Fachin. Universal level celestial artifact. Final sequence garden prepare. Observing this scene, an awakening official stepped forward, while the two behind him joined their hands in prayer, swiftly positioning themselves on either side of Gene Fachin. Together, the three encircled him in a triangular formation, unleashing their spiritual energy. Suppress. Their voices harmonized in a melodic chorus. A cerulean triangle ascended from the earth, enveloping Gene Fachin, while the golden radiance that had soared towards the heavens gradually diminished. Throughout this transformation, the entirety of Gene Fachin's celestial artifact knowledge unfurled within his consciousness. Final sequence garden ability, Dawn's Bloom, to analyze the burgeoning spiritual energy and deconstruct it. Ability, the last petal, to cherish the fading essence of life and integrate it. Gene Fachin opened his eyes, beholding the azure luminescent barrier that surrounded him. He extended his left hand, pressing it against the surface above. Do not touch. The newly awakened officer, alarmed by the unfolding scene, cautioned against further escalation. Yet, in the next moment, he was left utterly speechless. Disassemble, commanded Gene Fachin, his calm voice resonating as the inscriptions on the back of his hand faintly glimmered. A sudden, crisp sound pierced the air, and before the incredulous gaze of the officer, the azure barrier shattered, transforming into fluttering crimson petals that gracefully descended like rain. Gene Fachin raised one hand, and the petals swayed in harmonious response. With a swift motion, he summoned countless petals, which, animated by a life of their own, coalesced into a radiant red diamond that circled around him. He resembled an elegant dancer, concluding his most mesmerizing performance with the most splendid of gestures. I adore this ability. Teaching director, principal, there's a call from the Ministry of Education. Principal, allow it to ring for a moment. Teaching director, it appears to be quite urgent. Principal, no matter, I am in no haste. Chapter 6. The Dead Pool as the throng gradually emerged from their stupor. The atmosphere that should have been filled with cacophony was hauntingly silent. They found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Among the crowd, Leah gazed at the scene unfolding before her mind a blank canvas, her lips quivering, and her pupils constricted. The phrase universal level resonated incessantly within her thoughts. She was unsure of the expression that graced her visage, only repeatedly questioning in her heart. Why? Why indeed? Several awakened officers, seasoned in the ways of the world, emerged from their astonished stupor, murmuring, universal level. This is a capability we have never encountered before. One among them, regaining his composure first, commanded with authority. You two, promptly escort Jean Fachin to the local military station, without fail. Understood? The trio swiftly allocated their respective tasks. Two advanced towards Jean Fachin, respectfully articulating, "Greetings, sir. We are representatives from the Independent Awakening Unit of Shanjing City. For your safety, we kindly request that you accompany us to the local military station." Jean Fachin, after a brief moment of contemplation, replied, "Thank you for your assistance." He was acutely aware of the implications of being at the universal level. At this juncture, to ensure his own survival, he had no alternative but to acquiesce to their arrangements, biding his time for the higher authorities to designate him a proper star before he could freely navigate his surroundings. However, just as they were poised to depart, a figure abruptly obstructed their path. Hu Zhu, with a deft maneuver and a surge of nitrous, positioned himself in front of Jean Fachin and the two officers. "Please, hold on a moment." The two awakened officers instinctively shielded Jean Fachin, their expression somber. "Mr. Hu Zhu, is there a matter you wish to address?" Hu Zhu rubbed his hands together, a grin spreading across his face. "If memory serves me right, the most formidable individual currently within the exorcism unit of Jinling City is none other than Ming Zongi, is it not?" "Indeed, that would be Commander Ming," one officer replied, his brow furrowing in concern. "Do you take issue with that?" "Ah, therein lies the crux," Hu Zhu remarked, adjusting his attire with a flourish. "Ming Zongi resides in the fourth realm of flow, while I have ascended to the fifth realm of domination. Who do you suppose would emerge victorious in a contest of martial prowess? Are you truly the illustrious imperial realm?" The awakening officer gasped in disbelief. What folly is this? How could the esteemed imperial realm merely serve as an instructor? Upon hearing this, Hu Zhu immediately bristled. A wave of formidable spiritual energy radiated from his being, and simultaneously, a pair of wings, seemingly forged from countless blades, unfurled behind him. He ascended from the ground, hovering in mid-air, and pointed at the bewildered awakening officer, beginning to taunt. "Are you in a daze, my friend?" The awakening officer's face flushed, and after a prolonged silence, he found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, it was another officer who spoke up. "I apologize for the offense, but while you may indeed belong to the imperial realm, your identity and origins remain rather obscure. Thus, you cannot take Jean Fachin away. TSK, why are you being so stubborn? Why not summon your superior and inquire who I am, and then ask whether Jean Fachin places his trust in me?" Hu Zhu asserted, gesturing toward the empty air beside him. Where is he?" The countenances of the trio transformed significantly as they swiftly surveyed their environment. Following an exhaustive inspection with their bloodshot eyes, they ultimately discerned a recognizable figure near the self-service beverage dispenser. Confirming their suspicions, the trio hastened towards Jean Fachin, panting heavily as they approached him. Jean Fachin retrieved a bottle of green apple soda from beneath, turning just in time to meet their gaze, each of them breathing laboriously. He blinked, maintaining his composure. "Even if you regard me thus, I still lack the funds to treat you," he remarked. Appreciating the sentiment, Hu Zhu gritted his teeth, then turned to the two awakening officers beside him, inquiring, "Do they trust me?" "I do not trust you," came the reply. "Huh." The smile that had been poised to grace Hu Zhu's face vanished instantly. "After 3 years of acquaintance, you still harbor doubts about me. What has this past trinity of years signified? Consider it your misfortune." Jean Fachin took a sip of his drink, speaking with an air of nonchalance. "Damn, you're of no assistance." Feeling rather unfortunate, Hu Zhu swiftly retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed number. After a brief 2 seconds, he handed the phone to the nearby Awakening officer. "Comrade, please speak with your superior." The Awakening officer hesitated for a moment before taking the call and hurriedly retreated to a corner, leaving one individual behind to keep watch over Jean Fachin. Bored and restless, Jean Fachin sat idly, producing a silvery card from his possession and began to twirl it, passing the time. Approximately 2 minutes later, the officer who had taken the call hurried back, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle without uttering a word. "Mr. Hu, I sincerely apologize for the earlier offense. I have received directives from higher-ups, and I am to entrust Jean Fachin to you. Zhengxing will arrive tomorrow. I place his care in your hands in the meantime." With a smile reminiscent of a dragon king, Hu Zhu waved dismissively. "It's nothing. Nothing at all. We are all friends here. You may attend to your duties. There is no need for concern." Feeling the fervent gazes of the surrounding students, Hu Zhu experienced an indescribable thrill within. This was perhaps what they referred to as playing the fool to catch the tiger, displaying his prowess and relishing in triumph. The Dragon King has arrived, and the family is out of the kitchen. Pure bliss. "Let us proceed, dear brother." Hu Zhu regarded Jean Fachin, arching an eyebrow. "Where shall we go?" "To dine. My invitation." "Then let us depart." The two swiftly reached a consensus, rising in unison and advancing toward the exit. "Jean Fachin, do you dare to accompany me to the death pool?" Just as they neared the door, an untimely exclamation shattered the stillness. Jean Fachin paused briefly, then, maintaining an inscrutable expression, inquired of Hu Zhu, "What if the Zhao family intends to eliminate me?" Hu Zhu narrowed his eyes, a smile playing on his lips. "Then the Zhao family shall cease to exist in Jinling." "Very well." Jean Fachin raised an eyebrow, gesturing dismissively without glancing back. "I shall afford you an opportunity. Do keep pace." With that, the two exited the Awakening chamber, stepping into the light. In an instant, all eyes turned toward Zhao Ming, and the air was thick with whispers. A splendid performance is on the verge of unfolding. Let us hasten to witness the spectacle. Who do you believe shall emerge triumphant? Do not underestimate the situation. Zhao Ming has been entangled with narcotics since his youth, and he is likely now at the fourth transition of the life realm. Although Jean Fachin is a celestial level being, he has merely recently awakened, likely at the most a first transition. Do you truly believe they could engage in lethal combat? The death pool, every cohort of awakened individuals is summoned to contend there. While the law permits killing, this remains an educational institution. I have never heard of any fatalities throughout the years. I agree. Zhao Ming is fortified by the Zhao family's influence, while Jean Fachin, despite his impressive nature, has only just graduated. How could he possibly resort to murder, especially with so many witnesses present? What a scandal that would incite. Indeed, let's hasten. We may miss the opportunity for front-row seats. I have never even encountered a first-level celestial entity, and now I shall witness a celestial level one. What a story to cherish for a lifetime. Cease your procrastination. Let us proceed. Students, recently roused from slumber, poured forth like a tidal wave, eager to witness the magnificence of a celestial level entity. In the blink of an eye, the awakening chamber lay vacant, save for a few scattered souls who had yet to awaken, gazing longingly as the throng departed. The three officials overseeing the awakening were acutely aware of the death pool's purpose, yet they refrained from interference. For it was universally acknowledged that a mere second-level entity could scarcely contend with a celestial-level being, an incongruity akin to a mayfly daring to soar across the boundless sky. To be candid, I too am filled with curiosity. I have yet to behold the fabled celestial level in combat. Shall we embark? Indeed, let us. Chapter 7. It is time for the performance. The interminable rainy season, and indelible summer vehicles raced along the roadside, raindrops cascading against the earth. The surrounding clamor resonating while the verdant grass absorbed its sustenance, heralding the emergence of yet another tenacious green shoot from the soil. The rain fell steadily. Jean Fachin stood atop the death pool, extending a hand to feel the weight of the descending raindrops. Boom! A flash of lightning illuminated the sky, swiftly followed by a resounding clap of thunder. Students gathered to witness the spectacle, murmuring amongst themselves. Why did it suddenly begin to rain? Faster than my companion's mood swings. It is the rainy season. Such phenomena are unavoidable. As long as I can behold the magnificence of the celestial realm, I would not mind if the heavens bestowed upon me gold. Similia, where is Zhao Ming? I have not seen him. Was he not just walking ahead of us? How has he vanished now? Look there. Quick, behold what he is holding. The life and death contract. The assembly recoiled, parting to form a corridor in the midst. Zhao Ming advanced, grasping 2 sheets of earthen-hued parchment, emanating an air of authority. His gaze was unwavering, fixed upon Jean Feichen upon the stage. Do you possess the audacity to sign? Zhao Ming flung one of the earthen sheets into the air, punctuating his words with a remark. This parchment symbolized the life and death contract, a document that could be solicited by any individual who entered the death pool, should both parties consent to its terms. The contract would become operative, absolving them of legal protections and binding them to the caprices of fate, duly recognized by the authorities of the Great Xia. Jean Feichen grasped the life and death contract with steadiness, and as he perused its contents, a smile crept upon his face. He placed a hand upon it and then tossed it back. Thank you. Thank me? Zhao Ming was taken aback by the unexpected expression of gratitude, then smirked with malice. Indeed, you ought to thank me, for soon I shall guide you to reunite with your long-lost parents. With a grandiose motion, he placed his hand upon the other parchment of the life and death contract. In an instant, the 2 earthy sheets radiated a subtle luminescence, rising above the death pool and swaying delicately. This heralded the activation of the contract. Their existence above the death pool would no longer be safeguarded by the law, relying solely on their own strength. It has commenced. How audacious they are. They signed the life and death contract without a moment's hesitation. I scarcely had the opportunity to contemplate the dangers as they did. Amidst the throng, Leah distinguished herself, her penetrating gaze fixed upon the 2 figures upon the stage. Rain-drenched tendrils of hair clung to her cheeks, accentuating her allure. The raindrops descended gently, yet her heart was anything but serene. In the rear, Hu Zhu had somehow secured a chair, reclining comfortably with his legs crossed, observing the stage with a sense of amusement. Remarkably, the unyielding rain seemed to circumvent him, as if acknowledging his presence. Even in the midst of the deluge, his attire remained unremarkable. A gunshot reverberated above the death pool, as Zhao Ming invoked the celestial entity, executing a flourish with the firearm while encircling Jean Feichen. You truly astonish me. In what manner? Is it that I surpass you in height? Jean Feichen retained his languid demeanor, responding with a drowsy air, seemingly unfazed by Zhao Ming's actions. The celestial entity is indeed a remarkable phenomenon. Yet it is time for this to come to an end, Zhao Ming remarked, a sudden smirk lacing his words with sarcasm. Perhaps you ought to express gratitude for your last stroke of fortune, which allowed you to awaken the celestial entity prior to your demise. No. I should be thankful for compulsory education. Otherwise, I would be perishing in the canyon at this very moment, Jean Feichen replied, then continued. However, I must confess, after awakening the celestial entity, I was astonished that you still beckon me to the death pool. Do you not comprehend my significance in this world? Swish! As Zhao Ming approached Jean Feichen from behind, he abruptly lunged forward with a spear, targeting the latter's head. Without a moment's hesitation, Jean Feichen deftly sidestepped the assault, then swiftly pivoted to seize the spear, remarking, I must inquire, is it not rather discourteous to behave in such a manner? My sole intention is to obliterate you before the gaze of countless witnesses, Zhao Ming proclaimed, advancing as his cultivation at the 4th level of the Ming realm surged with immense potency, his spiritual energy coursing through his foot into the earth, erupting violently beneath Jean Feichen. Then I shall compel those who seek to shield you to transgress the rules in their endeavor to rescue you. I desire for the awakened version of you to endure the utmost humiliation. Boom! The earth convulsed, and Jean Feichen, propelled by the shockwave, twirled gracefully in midair before landing with poise. I see, he remarked, his previously languid demeanor evaporating, supplanted by a subtle smile. You are not devoid of wisdom. This strategy permits you to withdraw unscathed while rendering me humiliated. Should this incident transpire, your Zhao family will inevitably attract public scrutiny. In that moment, not only will I be unable to wield my influence against your family, but I shall also be compelled to safeguard you. Should any misfortune befall you, the world shall perceive me as vengeful and malevolent. A commendable notion, yet why do you assume I am inferior to you? Suddenly, Jin Fei-chun raised his left hand, unveiling black runes that had emerged unexpectedly. He executed a slow, snapping motion and inquired, "Are you aware of the name of this celestial artifact I possess? It is known as the Garden of Finality, though I prefer to refer to it as the Magic Hand. Do you understand the reason behind this?" Zhao Ming, sensing peril in his movements, raised his spear in a defensive manner. "What absurdity are you uttering? Enough of this chatter. Actions resonate more profoundly." Jin Fei-chun laughed heartily, then began to rub his fingertips together. "It is time for the spectacle." Snap! Boom! A sharp sound reverberated, and to Zhao Ming's astonishment, the spear in his grasp suddenly erupted into a cascade of blossoms that enveloped him. Before he could react, a profound sense of dissonance surged within him, compelling him to flee without a moment's hesitation. Swish! In the very next instant, a gleaming silver card, exuding a chilling radiance, sliced through the floral expanse, gliding perilously close to his throat. The end gun has transformed into petals. This extraordinary ability was exhibited by Jin Fei-chun in the Awakening Chamber. But when had he? Zhao Ming's words faltered as the image of Jin Fei-chun dismissing him while wielding his spear replayed in his mind. At that moment, it had already commenced. Curse it! Fortunately, Jin Fei-chun's ability was not destructive, but rather transformative, manifesting as delicate petals. Had it been otherwise, he would have encountered a fierce backlash from the celestial artifact. Zhao Ming, channeling his spiritual energy, summoned the celestial artifact once more, wielding his spear with the intention of obliterating all the petals through the sheer force of his spiritual might. At that moment, he noticed an unusual sound. Wait! The patter of raindrops had ceased. Whoosh! He swung his spear backward, compelling Jin Fei-chun to retreat from the force of the blow. How astonishing! His senses are so finely tuned that they can actually discern the trajectory of raindrops. Jin Fei-chun caught the car that had been propelled back and proclaimed, though his tone carried a hint of derision, provoking discontent among those present, "I have already attained the fourth transformation of the Fate Realm. Do you believe I am akin to you?" Zhao Ming perceived the astonished glances of the onlookers below, a wave of confidence coursing through him as he straightened his posture even more. Indeed, there exists a notable distinction. Jin Fei-chun unexpectedly acquiesced, a playful smile illuminating his features. After all, I have attained the sixth transformation. In the next moment, he no longer masked his cultivation, unleashing the formidable aura of the sixth transformation of the Fate Realm, which surged from him like a tidal wave. In an instant, the world appeared to be muted, shrouded in an unsettling silence. Chapter 8. The Moment of Magic 6. Six transformations. What sort of jest is this? How can this be conceivable? This must be a fabrication. Is he not an orphan? The orphan of your mother dines at your residence. Continually referring to him as an orphan, does that render him your father, you simpleton? No. I was inquiring about the source of his financial means for cultivation resources. Silence, please. With the revelation of Jin Fei-chun's cultivation prowess, a whirlwind of astonishment enveloped the audience. Whether it was the esteemed principal or the knowledgeable Awakening official, all were engulfed in profound disbelief at that moment. Only Hu Zhu retained his poise, gazing at Jin Fei-chun on stage with a look of satisfaction. He remarked with significance, "You have indeed matured into a true Dragon King. My attentiveness to my words has not been in vain. Now, savor the exhilaration of this extravagant display. Hee." On stage, Jin Fei-chun, adorned in white, swayed gracefully with the breeze, his raven-black hair billowing, and a subtle smile gracing the corners of his mouth, along with his elegant demeanor, seemed to convey, "This performance has merely commenced, so do express your enthusiasm." Clang! The firearm tumbled to the ground, shattering the silence with its sharp resonance. Zhao Ming's lips trembled as the abrupt turn of events rendered him motionless, his thoughts vacant. He could scarcely comprehend the scene before him. His gaze was frantic and unfocused, a dense fog of disbelief enveloping his mind. How can this be? In truth, had you not brought it to my attention, I might have nearly forgotten that I stand at the sixth transformation of the Fate Realm. Jean Fachin deftly flicked a card between his fingers and remarked nonchalantly, I almost deceived myself. How can you possibly be at the sixth transformation? How is this even conceivable? Zhao Ming's voice erupted in a near-manic crescendo. Throughout his existence, he had weathered innumerable adversities, subjected himself to stringent training, and relentlessly refined his physique, all the while drawing upon the invaluable resources bestowed by his family to attain the current fourth transformation of the Fate Realm. Yet why can a mere orphan, one who squandered his days in slumber, ascend to the sixth transformation? Why? By what authority? Listening to Zhao Ming's resounding outburst, Jean Fachin's expression transformed, questioning whether this was how effortlessly one could succumb. Such a notion appears rather delicate. In response to Zhao Ming's inquiries, the bystanders were equally captivated. It is widely acknowledged that the awakening of celestial artifacts can only yield a scant amount of spiritual energy, sufficient at best to attain a mere first transformation. It is utterly absurd to propose that an individual devoid of spiritual power could ascend directly to the sixth transformation of the Destiny Realm. Upon hearing Jean Fachin's response, Zhao Ming ceased his interrogation, staggering slightly as he reached into the air, summoning the celestial artifact, the end-of-the-world spear, back into his grasp. You are not the sole possessor of a hidden advantage. Suddenly, Zhao Ming's crimson gaze ignited with intensity. He wielded the spear, the veins in his arm swelling, and with a forceful stride, he struck the ground. Wisps of pale yellow spiritual energy coiled around him and his spear, followed by a resounding roar. Phantom spear. Then, the spear surged forward like a dragon. He moved, yet it seemed as though he remained still. A faint yellow apparition erupted from Zhao Ming's form, instantly mirroring his grip on the spear and dashing forth. This spectacle was astonishingly sudden. None had the opportunity to respond. By the time they regained their senses, the pale yellow phantom had already surged past Jean Fachin. Feng Tian's extreme martial art? A prestigious yellow class extreme martial art, Phantom Spear. Zhao Ming has indeed mastered extreme martial arts. Wait, observe Jean Fachin's chest. At this exclamation, the crowd turned, their pupils widening in astonishment. A gaping wound had been torn open in Jean Fachin's chest. Even the principal, who had approached from a distance, was taken aback. Just as he readied himself to intervene, his body froze upon noticing the crimson stain on Jean Fachin's chest. He squinted, examining closely. Is that a petal? An astonishing spectacle once again unfolded upon the stage. The resounding echo of an explosion reverberated, bang, and Jean Fachin erupted forth. Like an initial spear, he metamorphosed into a cascade of blossoms. Amidst the tumult, a serene voice emerged from the petals. I have previously expressed my preference for the term the magic hand over the final sequence garden. The petals coalesced into a swirling vortex, from which Jean Fachin's untouched form gradually emerged, arms outstretched. His enchanting eyes sparkling with delight, reminiscent of a magician concluding a magnificent performance. Perish for me. Once more enveloped in despair, Zhao Ming teetered on the precipice of collapse. Summoning every ounce of his strength, he launched the spear with the swiftness of an arrow, only to find it piercing Jean Fachin anew, revealing his chest filled with scattered petals. What is this? Zhao Ming cried out in a frenzy, feeling as though everything before him was an illusion. Suddenly, Jean Fachin emerged behind him, gently calling his name. Zhao Ming turned sharply, but before he could utter a word, Jean Fachin took the initiative. He raised one hand, and between his fingers, a card adorned with enigmatic patterns quietly materialized. In the next moment, he softly proclaimed, "Magic moment." The card illuminated, and a familiar pale yellow figure surged forth, the spear's radiance piercing through all. Whoosh! Zhao Ming expelled a mouthful of blood. Disbelief etched upon his visage as he beheld the pale yellow figure before him, along with the recognizable long spear. This is the Shadow Retention Spear. How could you possibly? This must be an illusion. What stood before him was indeed the Shadow Retention Spear he had just wielded. And even the shadow was his own. The soft, pale yellow aura of spiritual energy gradually faded away. As Jean Fachin casually slipped one hand into his pocket while playfully manipulating a card with the other, leisurely advancing towards the kneeling Zhao Ming. Truth and deception, reality and illusion. This encapsulates the very essence of magic, does it not? How could you have accomplished this? The Shadow Retention Spear is a revered technique of the Zhao lineage. You must not. His voice faltered abruptly as Jean Fachin brushed past him. The card in his grasp inexplicably stained with crimson, droplets cascading to the earth. Zhao Ming felt the warm trickle of blood from his throat, ultimately succumbing to defeat. Burdened by unspoken words, this confrontation had concluded in an unforeseen manner. You have squandered my time excessively. My abilities are now finally honed. Farewell, my witness to the arcane. Jean Fachin approached the brink of the death pool, silently embracing the purifying embrace of the rain. Time slipped away, and only when the pool of Zhao Ming's blood began to expand did the onlookers comprehend the gravity of the situation. Someone had met their demise. Chapter 9. It no longer matters. Thunder rumbled ominously. Fog ascended. Lightning danced incessantly, and thunder traversed the darkened clouds, roaring. Fierce winds howled. Streaks of lightning illuminated the heavens, while nameless birds flitted about, adrift in the tempest. The subsequent day, at Jinling City's second high school, blood was washed away by the rain, and the atmosphere became unbearably oppressive. He is dead. This cannot be real. Jean Fachin has taken a life. No, it cannot be true. Were they not merely engaged in a verbal dispute? This. Amidst the throng, Lia's autumn-like eyes gazed vacantly at the scene, her body feeling as though it had been ravaged by a frigid northern wind. Unable to suppress her shivers, she could not comprehend how circumstances had deteriorated to this extent. Had they not simply had a disagreement? How could Jean Fachin so decisively and cleanly extinguish Zhao Ming's life? After all, they had shared 3 years as classmates. Why? Ultimately, the discord between Jean Fachin and Zhao Ming was incited by Lia, which she also. An avalanche of speculations inundated Lia's thoughts as the seed of trepidation took root in her heart, nourished by Zhao Ming's blood, and swiftly proliferating. Lia's feet shifted restlessly, retreating further, her gaze fixed intently on the open school gates behind her, her pace accelerating until she broke into a run. Visions of Jean Fachin's malevolent smile and the bloodstains adorning Zhao Ming's neck haunted her mind. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Zhao Ming's visage began to flicker in her consciousness, perhaps influenced by the foreboding weather and the incessant flashes of lightning. Ultimately, as the thunder once again illuminated the earth, that countenance morphed into her own, and the tree named Fear surged upward, shattering the confines of reason in an instant. The killer shall be vanquished. Boom! The rain persisted in its descent. Upon the tranquil surface of the pond, Jean Fachin marked the passage of time, eagerly anticipating the arrival of Zhao Ming's family. How monotonous! Soaked to the skin, Jean Fachin stared at the gentle rain, inwardly lamenting. Why was such delightful weather absent from my abode while I remained indoors? What a shame to waste such precious gaming moments on the grim specter of murder. Suddenly, a resounding clap of thunder disrupted the stillness, as a brilliant beam of light cascaded from the heavens. Boom! The luminescence struck the earth, revealing none other than the esteemed head of the Zhao family, Zhao Ming's father. Zhao Fuyun, attired in a splendid suit, his hair impeccably styled. Zhao Fuyun's clenched fist quivered slightly, revealing his struggle to contain his wrath. My son, it is you who has perpetrated this atrocity, he uttered through gritted teeth as he beheld Zhao Ming's lifeless form. He hurled himself against my card, a tragic act of self-destruction. Do not unjustly implicate me, Jean Fachin retorted, blinking innocently while maintaining an air of nonchalance. Are you even aware of the life you have extinguished? Zhao Ming, the heir of the Zhao lineage. As he observed Jean Fachin's composure, a profound dread enveloped Zhao Fuyun, an unsettling premonition stirring within his heart. Could you be an affiliate of another clan? Which family do you represent, and what is your name? That you would dare to act with such impunity? He inquired with a frigid tone, fully vigilant. An anonymous commenter, the youth beamed, reciting, "A gentle zephyr stirs the medicinal herbs, and the sun casts its glow upon the tea-cloth. The delicate allure persists as twilight envelopes the eastern city." Pausing, he inclined his head slightly to the visitor and nonchalantly declared, "I am Jean Feichin." Jean Feichin? Zhao Fuyun's thoughts raced. Yet he could summon no distinguished family bearing the surname Jean. He urged himself not to dwell too long. He was merely an ordinary individual with a penchant for braised chicken. "I possess neither an Emperor Realm father nor an Emperor Realm mother," Jean Feichin stated, perceiving Zhao Fuyun's unease. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fuyun's countenance darkened. Although he shared the same conviction, an overwhelming cloud of uncertainties loomed. The deceased was undoubtedly his son, and, as the patriarch of the Zhao family, every utterance and action he undertook represented the entire clan, necessitating the utmost circumspection. Zhao Fuyun endeavored to regain his composure, reflecting upon the inconsistencies. Primarily, he pondered the strength of his son. Zhao Ming's prowess was well known to him. Aside from exceptional talents hailing from formidable families, no ordinary individual could have bested him. Furthermore, the audacity displayed by the youth was confounding. A typical person would be flustered in such a predicament. Yet this lad remained not only unfazed but seemed to taunt him at every turn, as if daring him to act. Not of a great clan, yet unafraid of the Zhao family. After considerable contemplation, Zhao Fuyun arrived at a singular conclusion that could elucidate the entire situation. Jean Feichin had awakened some extraordinary celestial artifact, one that necessitated official protection. Indeed, how could a family head be a fool, easily swayed by emotion? As Zhao Fuyun regained his composure, Jean Feichin perceived that the former had likely unraveled the truth. "How tedious! I have been consumed with thoughts all day, scarcely noticing the awakening ceremony of the celestial artifact. If I am not mistaken, you must belong to the elite class," Zhao Fuyun remarked in a chilling tone. "Who knows? I seem to be quite in demand these days. Perhaps you should inquire further," Jean Feichin replied, tugging at his damp attire and preparing to depart. "I shall take my leave now. Farewell." Observing this, Zhao Fuyun promptly sought to intercept him. Even if Jean Feichin had ascended to the elite level and was under official protection, he could not permit the scoundrel who had so audaciously taken his son's life to elude justice. The Zhao family was certainly not a target to be trifled with. However, just as he lifted one foot, a slender hand, akin to a specter, suddenly settled upon his shoulder. This child indeed possesses a rather troublesome disposition, would you not agree? Hu Zhu had materialized behind Zhao Fuyun, an arm nonchalantly draped over his shoulder, a smile gracing his lips that exuded an unsettling mirth. When had he made his entrance? Zhao Fuyun felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, his body rigid with shock, his pupils narrowing abruptly. He regarded this simultaneously familiar and alien figure beside him, who spoke with such frivolity, and an inexplicable dread surged within him, as if a chilling hand were firmly clutching his heart. Had he not just acted against Jean Feichin moments prior? Would that hand not have ensnared his shoulder? Let us overlook such troublesome behavior. After all, he has awakened to a transcendent celestial artifact. One must indulge him, would you not agree? Hu Zhu continued, seemingly oblivious to Zhao Fuyun's turmoil. The term transcendental struck Zhao Fuyun like a cannonball, echoing painfully within his heart. Transcendental, transcendental, he mumbled, dazed, as if the world around him had fallen into silence, everything becoming indistinct and blurred. TSK, 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 transcendental indeed. Just contemplate. Among the more than 8 billion souls in our vast Xia, only a select few awaken such power each year. One could enumerate them on a single hand. Another conflict looms, I suppose, yet it bears little significance now. After all, this young man has become a treasure. Who would dare to bring him harm? Hu Zhu's incessant chatter receded into the distance, as Zhao Fuyun remained steadfast in his place. Enough of that. I must seek out that young man. As for Zhao Ming, simply inquire of the students. They are well acquainted with the circumstances, and with that, Hu Zhu departed. The students followed suit, leaving only the relentless rain to persist. Zhao Fuyun stood for an extended period, his garments thoroughly drenched. Is there still a need for inquiry? Transcendental. There is no longer a necessity. Zhao Fuyun laughed through his tears, his lips quivering. He longed to mock himself with mirth, yet only silent sobs escaped his lips. He slowly approached the lifeless form of Zhao Ming, crouching beside him. Previously, Zhao Fuyun had been engulfed by rage and contemplation. The sudden loss of his son had not initially stirred profound sorrow within him. However, now, that heart-wrenching anguish emerged belatedly, a seismic torment flooding through his entire being. Gently, Zhao Fuyun caressed Zhao Ming's wide-open, vacant eyes, whispering, "So this is how it concludes, enveloped in ambiguity. It matters not whose fault it is anymore." In the torrential rain, Zhao Fuyun's silhouette gradually dissolved into the mist, leaving behind a hoarse utterance. "Perhaps I should embrace recklessness. Maybe then I could perish in the quest for your vengeance. I believe I would no longer dwell in despair. Son, a father ought to possess a touch of folly." Chapter 10. Master Injustice. The rain continued to fall incessantly. Beneath the bus stop, Jean Feichin idly shuffled his cards to distract himself from the downpour. A sudden beep resounded, prompting him to look up and see Hu Zhu perched in a blue Ferrari, an eyebrow raised in amusement. "Hop in, brother. I shall take you for an exhilarating ride." Once inside the vehicle, Jean Feichin's gaze was drawn to the resplendent Ferrari emblem adorning the steering wheel held by Hu Zhu. With a playful smirk, he quipped, "Perhaps you ought to transition the parent group into a shareholder group." "What nonsense is that?" Hu Zhu retorted, a hint of irritation in his tone. "I still have 32 years remaining on my car loan. How could I possibly be a shareholder?" The mention of 32 years left Jean Feichin momentarily speechless, the gravity of the statement resonating profoundly. Hu Zhu shot him an exasperated glance and insisted, "Enough with the trivial banter. I am inquiring whether or not I am handsome." Once quite gallant, yet alas. Jean Feichin left his statement unfinished, provoking boundless conjecture from Hu Zhu. "Enough about me. Let us turn our attention to you." Observing Jean Feichin's aloofness, Hu Zhu resolved to forego pretense and delve into more grave matters. "Are you curious as to why I brought Zhao Ming to his demise?" Reclining against the car window, Jean Feichin contemplated the falling rain and responded, "Insightful. So why not illuminate me?" Without a trace of hesitation, Jean Feichin articulated 6 reasons. First, I have never taken a life and yearn to experience it. Second, he has already harbored murderous intent towards me. Third, while he professed he would not kill me, but merely sought to shatter my spirit, such reasoning suffices for his demise. Fourth, to set an example, my awakening as a celestial being heralds a forthcoming influx of fools eager to provoke and challenge. I abhor complications, thus I prefer a singular resolution. Fifth, eliminating him would serve to tarnish my reputation, a necessity in my view. Lastly, the 6th reason is somewhat fabricated, yet I find a certain charm in the number 6. Hence I shall include it. Hu Zhu maintained a stoic demeanor upon absorbing the first 4 points, yet he became perplexed at the 5th. Tarnishing your own reputation? Am I growing old, unable to keep pace with the thoughts of youth? Could you elucidate this? It is but a modest yearning for a touch of freedom. Jean Feichin slightly lowered the window, ignited a cigarette, and nestled into a comfortable position, speaking with deliberate slowness. Consider the current owners of celestial beings. None can be deemed anything less than exquisite, immaculate blossoms. That persona is so contrived it could only find a home on television. Once one awakens as a celestial being, the expectation is to perpetually uphold a flawless heroic image. Failing to do so invites public reproach. Those online keyboard warriors seize upon the faintest imperfection. I would rather transform myself into a ruin from the very beginning, thus averting the inevitable collapse of my facade. Upon hearing Jean Feichin's sentiments, Hu Zhu nodded in agreement. Indeed, though I never anticipated that you would harbor a fear of criticism. Are you well? Jean Feichin abruptly turned his head towards the other individual and gestured to himself. Do I strike you as someone who emanates an air of wisdom? Or do I present myself as a being that has traversed the ages, having gazed beyond the ordinary? I am simply somewhat indolent, disinterested in social engagements. I am not some detached sage who remains indifferent to all matters. Ha ha ha, understood. Hu Zhu chuckled heartily. What are your intentions for the future? I am uncertain. Let us await developments. When Jingxing arrives tomorrow, I shall inquire with him, Jean Feichin mused, contemplating his lack of definitive plans. Huh? Are you aware of what Jingxing is? Hu Zhu regarded Jean Feichin with astonishment. What sort of fool do you take me for? Jean Feichin responded, bewildered by Hu Zhu's expression. Zhengxing, deriving its name from the 12 stars of the Big Dipper, signifies those in the Great Xia who have awakened celestial beings of command. Such individuals are referred to as master stars, the quintessential celestial luminaries of the Big Dipper. Zhengxing, in turn, is the star that safeguards the master star. The Great Xia dispatches a formidable warrior to reside beside the master star, providing unwavering protection from external threats while also serving as a mentor. This privilege is reserved solely for those of exceptional genius. Even the highest-ranking individuals can only gaze upon it with envy. It is fortunate that you are aware. This is part of our class material, Jean Feichin noted. I thought you had forgotten, Hu Zhu remarked, scratching his head and chuckling awkwardly. Very well, take a break. I shall call for you upon our arrival. Jean Feichin fell into silence, leaning his head against the side and gradually closing his eyes, reflecting upon his current circumstances. Awakening such a celestial being of command surpassed Jean Feichin's expectations. He had anticipated that he would likely awaken one of the 3 ranks, secondary, special, or higher. His confidence was rooted in his physical condition. Typically, one cannot cultivate prior to awakening a celestial being of command. To enhance one's inner spiritual energy, reliance on external forces, such as consuming medicinal herbs or nourishing foods, is essential. However, Jean Feichin was different. Perhaps due to his transmigration, he could sense the spiritual energy of the world after merely 17 years of life. Consequently, he had an additional year of cultivation compared to ordinary individuals. Yet, the scarcity of spiritual energy in his environment meant he had only attained the 6th transition of the Ming realm after 1 year. It was precisely for this reason that Jean Feichin felt assured in awakening a celestial being of command of secondary rank or higher. Nevertheless, the awakening of a celestial being of command was indeed a delightful surprise. The first ability, Dawn's Bloom. This straightforward yet potent ability allows him to deconstruct any non-living matter to which his spiritual energy is affixed into blossoming petals. Although classified as non-biological, he himself can also undergo this deconstruction, significantly enhancing his evasion and defensive capabilities. When confronted with an attack, he can merely transform into petals to evade, then reconstitute at the location of any remaining petal. Aside from some expenditure of spiritual energy, it is truly a divine technique. The second ability, the last petal. Life that has been personally interred can be disassembled, and the disintegrated essence gives rise to a core bloom, which harbors a fragment of life's spiritual energy. What Jean Feichin aspires to do is consume this bloom and acquire that portion of power, akin to a cultivation sheet. Third ability, Everlasting Eden. Chapter 11. Not a scoundrel. But a sword, the nature of the ability remains elusive and imperceptible, enshrouded in enigma, perhaps attributable to Jean Feichin's current inadequacy in cultivation to fully manifest its potential. Nevertheless, the initial 2 skills are already remarkably potent, one entirely defensive and the other singularly devoted to cultivation. The sole element lacking is an offensive capability, which the arcane card aptly provides. With the awakening of the celestial artifact, all that resides within him falls under its dominion, permitting the formal manipulation of spiritual energy. At last, the power of that enigmatic card is revealed. Imprint. Chapter 12. Less converse, my lady. Half a minute later, as Hu Zhu's substantial hand tightened, the world descended into silence. Is it not said that the extraterrestrial races hold the horizon level in high regard? Yet, the adversary appears rather feeble. Observing Hu Zhu's seemingly effortless demeanor, Jean Feichin felt a flicker of bewilderment. 5 beings of the U realm can effortlessly obliterate an entire city. Hu Zhu smiled knowingly, revealing the cultivation levels of these 5 alien entities. Jean Feichin was taken aback, remarking on Hu Zhu's formidable prowess. Ordinary, yet within the same realm. Hu Zhu turned to depart, leaving behind a resonant declaration. I am invincible. Well, though not. Chapter 13. First level quite frightening. Leah lay there, her body tense and unyielding, her pupils abruptly narrowing. From a distance, Jean Fachin emerged at the window, balanced on the railing with one foot resting on the sill, his chin supported by his hand, regarding Leah's profile with a subtle smile. Leah remained on her side, her back turned towards Jean Fachin. Suddenly, a resounding thunderclap shattered the silence, a blinding flash of white light flooding the room and revealing the incredulity and terror etched on Leah's face. Jean Fachin. Chapter 14. A gift from home, Huzhu nodded. Individuals hailing from esteemed families typically do not necessitate the official star dispatched by the authorities. Instead, they deploy their own formidable kin as the official star, as one tends to place greater trust in their own blood. Furthermore, in the event of any clandestine occurrences, it proves to be far more convenient. However, do not overanalyze this. The disparity in power is negligible. They predominantly occupy the ancient realm strongholds, approximately at the 5th transition level. Additionally, should conflicts arise among horizon-level prodigies, familial interventions are strictly forbidden. Should there be any breaches of this rule, the authorities will intervene. So there is no need for concern. Wait a moment, Jean Fachin raised. Chapter 15. Astonishment. The Zune Realm official star. Upon witnessing this, Huzhu immediately stepped forward to extend a courteous greeting, saying, "Greetings, I am Huzhu, currently entrusted with the protection of the main star." "Hello," the man clad in black replied, his tone cool as he shook Huzhu's hand. "Thank you for your efforts." Having concluded his words, he turned his gaze towards Jean Fachin, clasping his hands together as he declared, "Master Star, I am Yumingyi, representing the Supreme Capitals Council, and I am officially appointed as your primary star from this day forth." "Mr. Yu, your kindness is overwhelming," Jean Fachin responded, rising to reciprocate the gesture. "I trust you will have patience with me in the days ahead." Both men held no doubts regarding Yumingyi's identity, for the reasoning was abundantly clear, if there were no veracity to it. Chapter 16. The Celestial Strategy Academy, June 11th. Morning in the heart of the capital city. Nestled within the Celestial District lies the villa complex of the Celestial Strategy Academy. Suddenly, a rift in the fabric of space was violently torn open within the courtyard of one of the villas. Yumingyi stepped forth, accompanied by the bewildered Jean Fachin. With a mere snap of his fingers, Jean Fachin was jolted back to reality. Instinctively, he surveyed his surroundings and, upon witnessing the dramatically altered courtyard, gasped in astonishment. This. Chapter 17. The Equilibrium Among Academies, Master Lien. Master Lien, Master Lien, Master Lien, Wangbai, 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 Wangbai. The thunderous calls echoed from every direction. Two young men advanced with unwavering confidence along the edge of the dead pool. Who might these two individuals be? Jean Fachin, reclined against the shadowed wall, expressed his curiosity regarding the focal point of attention. In response to his inquiry, Shang Buki swiftly moved forward, mustering a smile as he replied, "Brother Chun, these." Chapter 18. The blood of 3 clans. Such words should not be uttered lightly. I am merely conveying hearsay. The vice principal gestured dismissively. Yumingyi chuckled softly, shaking his head, and opted not to pursue the matter any further. That child requires a precautionary warning. The girl he is infatuated with is likely to meet her demise by his hand. Ensure that you manage this with discretion. How should it be handled discreetly? What is your perspective? The vice principal's expression unveiled his internal conflict. That seems excessive. Even if Jean Fachin possesses celestial prowess, one cannot simply extinguish a life. Yumingyi laughed lightly, extending a finger. Chapter 19. The enjoyment of deception. Upon stepping onto the balcony, a refreshing evening breeze enveloped him, dissipating his slight fatigue. He ignited a cigarette, resting his hands upon the railing, his dark eyes resembling a moonlit spring, gazing at the panorama beyond while reflecting on his inner thoughts. As he exhaled a wisp of smoke, he came to the realization that he was not a person of grand aspirations. He was neither an impassioned fool nor a cunning villain. Perhaps he resided somewhere between the two, or perhaps beyond their confines. His initial desire had been to awaken a modest celestial being, gain admission to a respectable university, and lead a life of unremarkable mediocrity. Chapter 20. the flight class celestial martial arts with that. Jean Feichen discreetly stepped aside, choosing to summon Yu Mingyi in a secluded area to avert any unnecessary complications. Summoning a formidable figure shrouded in black mist before two guards would undoubtedly invite turmoil, provoking an influx of upperclassmen who would rush over, their mouths agape in astonishment, exclaiming, "Marvelous! A celestial level, a powerhouse of the respect realm." The ostentatious demeanor of this Dragon King encounters considerable resistance from Jean Feichen. For celestial treasures of the universe are not intended for display, save for a few exceptions. Chapter 21. Apologies for the deception, oh? Li Shushi was momentarily startled by the words. Do you not wish to select a combat-type ultimate weapon? Jean Feichen waved his hand dismissively. The young man possesses a well-rounded talent, exhibiting neither deficiency in combat prowess nor evasion capabilities. However, upon further contemplation, his agility leaves much to be desired. Thus, I have placed precedence on flying-type ultimate weapons. Li Shushi stroked his beard thoughtfully and responded, My request may appear somewhat intrusive. Would you grant me the honor of glimpsing your celestial treasure? He paused before continuing. Rest assured, that which I behold shall remain confidential. Chapter 22. Decisions and Attributes in the Vast Expanse of the Great Xia, within Haimen City, at Tianpu Academy, before the entrance of Dormitory C for female students. Leah, would it be a privilege to extend an invitation for lunch? A playful voice resonated as a dapper young man, radiating charm, executed a gentlemanly bow towards the girl before him. Affectedly feigning shyness, Leah hesitated before replying. Is that appropriate? Observing her demeanor, the young man chuckled knowingly. What is inappropriate about sharing a meal? With that, he advanced with confidence. Chapter 23. Nightingale Wings All Attributes. Jean Feichen appeared unperturbed, nodding with calm assurance. Quite commendable. Lacking specialization. How do you maintain such composure? Li Shushi, taken aback by Jean Feichen's demeanor, inquired. How astonishing. I possess all attributes. Jean Feichen exclaimed, covering his mouth with both hands and stepping back, his face adorned with a look of feigned surprise. There is no need for exaggeration, Li Shushi remarked, stifling a smirk at Jean Feichen's theatrical display. Very well. Chapter 24. Do not harm Ingzi. A roar erupted. White flames ravaged the heavens, crafting an inverted ocean of fire. As a colossal creature unfurled its starry wings, standing resplendently aloft. The daylight peace dove, magnificent in its snowy plumage, bore a wisp of white flame atop its head. Yet its most striking attribute remained the regal wings that adorned its back. At first glance, they seemed to be two blazing flames in motion. But a closer examination unveiled the feathers intricately interwoven within the flames, emanating an aura of grandeur. A piercing roar suddenly echoed through the atmosphere. The daylight peace dove cast its gaze upon the diminutive figures below. Chapter 25. A fortuitous revelation, a breakthrough. Boom! A terrifying tempest surged forth, as white flames collided with sword energy, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. A man and a bird exchanged electrifying glances, each poised to strike once again, when Jean Feichen, scratching his head, strolled leisurely to the center. You all seem quite occupied, he remarked. Li Shushi, upon seeing Jean Feichen unharmed, erupted into laughter. Child, come to me, called the peace dove, reluctant to concede. Ingzi, come to me. Be cautious of this human who may harm you. You. Chapter 26. The magnanimous academy within the serene confines of the vehicle. The sudden voice of a robust man shattered the silence. Jean Feichen instinctively exclaimed, regaining his composure with a heavy sigh. Mr. Yu, might we perhaps refrain from your spectral appearances? I am but a humble mortal, and this situation is indeed quite overwhelming. My sincerest apologies. Enshrouded in the abyss, Yu Mingyi recognized the truth of this assertion, offering an apology before addressing the issue with a grave demeanor. Pray tell, how is it that you have not only ascended to the third level, but are on the verge of attaining the zenith, merely a step away from the Zhan realm? You have not employed any questionable methods, have you? Chapter 27. Fengshu Martial Academy, the second Huanyan level. Behold, the rings set aside began to levitate mysteriously. As ethereal spirit gold ascended, aligning itself in orderly rows, poised for absorption by Jean Feichin. Yu Mingyi pondered the notion of reclaiming the remaining spirit gold, yet hesitated, apprehensive of its potential impact on Jean Feichin. Thus, he remained ensnared in indecision until the fall of night. 3 hours later, on June 12th, at 9:40 p.m., the seventh star began to dim. Chapter 28, Student ID or Pass. Meanwhile, at the Longma Mountain Range outpost, Jean Feichin parked his vehicle and proceeded towards the forward outpost accompanied by the taciturn Shang Buki. The reason for Shang Buki's presence was that upon noticing Jean Feichin's distinctive vehicle, he had dramatically thrown himself onto the road, insisting on joining him. Jean Feichin, indifferent to his theatrics, acquiesced. The outpost functioned as a vital checkpoint safeguarding the mountain's borders, perpetually vigilant against the cunning beasts that prowled the wilderness. It was morning, the peak hour, as various small teams congregated along the roadside, calling out to form groups for their expedition into the mountains. Chapter 29, No Escape on the Crescent Platform, which rose approximately half a meter and extended 15 meters in length, stood 11 young individuals alongside a stern middle-aged man. "What time is it?" Lin Tianhe, adorned in a student uniform, inquired of the flamboyantly dressed Leah beside him. Leah glanced at her phone and replied, 9:40. "Did we not agree on 9:30? Why the delay? Do the prodigies of Tiansong Academy lack a sense of time?" Lin Tianhe, unaccustomed to waiting for others, could not help but voice his discontent. Chapter 30, Farewell. Lady Tick-Tock crystal tears cascaded upon the obsidian platform. Leah, unable to restrain her grief, wept, her eyes overflowing with a tumult of emotions, stubbornness, regret, defiance, yet above all, despair. Hey, do not weep. I still rely on you to join me in an exhilarating battle," Jean Feichin remarked, his tone devoid of compassion as he spoke in a flat manner. "What are your plans now? Your Zhengxing should be nearby, correct?" Despite the ongoing flow of her tears, Lia's gaze hardened, resolute. Chapter 31. By Jiji it is ordained that no harm shall come to one another within Zhengxing. Such is the official decree that none may defy. Given this, Uncle Bing may at most suffer a beating. It bears little significance, for the old man is still in his prime and shall recover swiftly. With this reflection, Bai Jiji experienced a wave of relief. He descended from the tree, brandishing the stick in his grasp and directing it pointedly at Jean Feichin. "Young man, you hurled a bomb at me without a moment's hesitation. This situation demands elucidation. If I possessed a nuclear bomb, would I resort to throwing mere explosives?" Jean Feichin retorted with a dismissive wave of his hand, as though brushing aside a childish tantrum. "Now go, seek out your grandfather." Chapter 32. Universal Level. Heavenly Command Staff, realizing that victory was unattainable, Bai Jiji gritted his teeth against the agonizing pain and rose to his feet. With unwavering resolve, he swung the staff, his brow deeply furrowed, and, pointing 2 fingers firmly at Jean Feichin, proclaimed, "Jean Feichin, do not bask in the glow of your triumph. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the potential of youth in their adversity. Though I may face defeat today, it does not signify my ultimate downfall. We shall witness how this narrative unfolds." With that, Bai Jiji turned and strode away with determination, only to inadvertently collide with a tree behind him. Ouch! Embarrassed, Bai Jiji hastily retrieved the staff he had dropped and swiftly departed. Chapter 33. Do you wish for me to transform into Bai Jiji? One day later, on the evening of June 20th at 9 o'clock, in the serene forest, a specter glided swiftly among the verdant ancient trees, coming to rest on a robust branch high above. It had scarcely settled when the foliage behind it began to rustle, and an enormous ant, nearly 3 meters tall, emerged from the underbrush. Truly bothersome, Jean Feichin mused to himself, and then, with a powerful leap, he propelled himself forward. The giant ant, taking notice, swiftly moved its furry legs to give chase. Chapter 34. Behold, the dawn draws near. A titanic fist descended with great force upon the Ant King's head. Bang! The muffled thud reverberated as though a hammer had collided with an unyielding shield. A fierce gust of wind erupted outward. Jean Feichen's fist made firm contact with the Ant King's crown, yet his countenance betrayed no hint of elation. Instead, he seemed as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, his body rendered immobile. Goodness gracious! With every hair on his body standing on end, Jean Feichen was propelled backward by the staggering recoil. Chapter 35. Transformation of Physique 1 month later, on July 31st, deep within the Changyue mountain range. Under a resplendent sky illuminated by the sun's brilliance, the sound of flowing water resonated endlessly. At the base of a waterfall that seemed to connect with the heavens, Jean Feichen sat cross-legged in the river, enveloped by a swirling black mist that formed a protective circular barrier around him. The vibrant waters, adorned with a myriad of hues, danced around him, and under the radiant sunlight, Jean Feichen closed his eyes. Golden rays filtered through his brow, casting a luminous glow upon his face, which resembled exquisite jade, complemented by a regal nose that emanated an air of nobility. Chapter 36. The historian in green gazing upon the languidly trickling azure liquid upon the earth. 3 masked figures were momentarily taken aback, their expressions swiftly transforming into one of fury. You court death. Without a moment's hesitation, the trio lunged forward, engaging in a lethal confrontation with skillful and deadly strikes, clearly well-versed in the arts of assassination and theft. The young maiden remained utterly composed, her foot firmly planted on the ground as she retreated, her hand slicing forward with precision. The blades behind her responded to her command, coiling together like a long serpent, dancing fiercely as they surged forth. Chapter 37. From the Prime Minister's office in this fleeting moment, Tai Shiqing gazed at the arrow that was now perilously close, her pupils contracting sharply as she raised a delicate hand and clenched it into a fist. The blades that had been soaring in the distance suddenly vanished, reappearing before her. The tips of the blades converged, forming a circular shield resembling the core of a flower, positioned protectively in front of Tai Shiqing. With a resounding thud, the arrow struck the very center of the shield formed by the blades, the immense force causing the center to concave inward. Yet, bolstered by Tai Shiqing's fervent spiritual energy, the shield ultimately held firm. Chapter 38. The Vanishly Clan on July 31st, in Jinling, during the afternoon. During this season, the air in Jinling was humid, the weather oppressive. The expansive streets felt akin to a sauna under the sun, discouraging prolonged stays. I find myself drenched all over. A free sauna, quite pleasant. At the street corner, 2 men adorned with the insignia of Tianpu Academy strolled, lamenting the stifling weather. What has become of junior sister Leah? She arrived to report but departed home without uttering a single word, leaving our mentor in a state of deep concern. The gentleman to the left with flowing locks. Chapter 39. The inauguration of the freshman competition. What is this? The individual involved, adorned with a visage full of inquiries, immersed himself in the discussion. Brothers, I beg your pardon. I am but a purveyor of sensationalism. I lured you in to ascertain your thoughts on the forthcoming freshman competition. You shall not meet a favorable fate. Jean Feichen muttered a curse under his breath, then recollected that the freshman competition was indeed imminent. He cast a glance at the date and murmured, "It is the 20th now, and the competition is." Chapter 40. The entrance of Jean Feichen. Amidst a multitude of scrutinizing gazes, each imbued with a spectrum of emotions, a luminous meteor etched an arc across the heavens, plunging toward the arena with astonishing velocity. A disembodied voice resonated through the air. The resplendent figure descended forcefully onto the arena, generating a cloud of dust that enveloped a significant portion of the venue. As the dust slowly dispersed, a figure materialized into sight. Spirit energy transformation, a master of the U-realm. No, hold on. That is Jean Feichen. Chapter 41. The secret realm of the Hanging Monastery following the conclusion of the battle. Baisu announced Jean Feichen's triumphant advancement. Fatigued, Jean Feichen promptly exited the arena through the competitor's passage. Upon returning home, he collapsed onto his plush bed, succumbing to sleep almost immediately. Beside the bed, a vast expanse of black mist suddenly surged from the vacant floor. The ethereal figure of Yu Ming immaterialized in the air, only to vanish once more upon confirming that Jin Fei-chun was soundly asleep. In the courtyard outside, sunlight cascaded down as Yu Ming, cloaked in black, leaned against a dark Land Rover. Chapter 42. The Great Chaos Before the Untrained Eye. Jin Fei-chun's body suddenly quivered. With a resentful glance, he remarked with a forced smile, "Fortunately, I visited the restroom first. Otherwise, you would have been obliged to assist me." In the dim light, only a pair of eyes shimmered. Yu Ming, putting away her novel, stated, "In 3 days. On the 23rd, a newly discovered secret realm will be situated within Sanjin Hengqing, where you may uncover a weapon of ultimate potency tailored for your assaults. While you possess myriad methods of attack, none have attained a level of mastery. You require something that is distinctly your own." 3 days, indeed. Jin Fei-chun contemplated. Chapter 43. Seizing the infinite, claiming the title, the battle begins. Bai Su floated gracefully in midair, her hands elegantly clasped behind her, announcing in a resonant tone, "Today, the competitive framework for the new student tournament shall undergo a remarkable transformation." The audience below was momentarily taken aback, their gazes riveted upon Bai Su, eagerly anticipating her forthcoming words. Amidst the sea of expectant eyes, Bai Su elaborated, in light of a unanimous decision made by the Academy, and with the aim of nurturing the reaction capabilities, vigilance, teamwork, and adaptability to the ever-evolving circumstances of the battlefield among the newly admitted students. "We shall transform the previous turn-based duels into a tumultuous free-for-all, featuring 100 participants." As these words resonated through the air, the entire venue erupted in a fervor of excitement. Chapter 44. Special Level, Silver Key Mandarins, Second Update. A resplendent sea of blossoms erupted from the heart of the battlefield, swiftly enveloping every nook of the arena. A long spear, shimmering with a chilling brilliance, sliced through the air, piercing Jin Fei-chun's chest and revealing the delicate petals within. Dozens of celestial artifacts traversed his being, yet he maintained an impassive demeanor, standing resolutely at the center, the penetrated areas bereft of blood, adorned solely with enchanting petals. Let us indulge in a conjecture as to which of these is the authentic one, Jin Fei-chun remarked nonchalantly, as a substantial tome materialized in his hands. Chapter 45. The Magician Beneath the Sea of Flowers. Third update. Bang. Brilliant sparks erupted, and dense black mist billowed upward. This should have resolved the predicament. Jin Fei-chun stood a short distance from the explosion, petals swirling gracefully around him. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Something was amiss. It had been obstructed. As the smoke began to disperse, a continuously flowing sphere of water was revealed at the center of the arena. Within this aqueous orb, Wang Buer crouched, one hand gripping a crossbow, the other clutching his wrist, panting as he fixed his gaze upon Jin Fei-chun. Water Heart, Flowing Stream. Chapter 46. Arrival at Sanjin. First update within the esteemed Han Tian Academy of the 8 Great Academies. A youth with defined brows and luminous eyes sat serenely in a spacious chamber. His meticulously styled hair was partitioned with precision, and he adorned an opulent, exquisite suit. Behind him, a row of maidens stood, their heads bowed in deference. "Quite astonishing," the young man remarked as he observed the colossal screen before him, which displayed none other than Jin Fei-chun. Turning to the elderly gentleman positioned behind the grand sofa, he inquired, "What are your thoughts?" The elder remained impassive, responding, "From the moment the battle commenced, he has." Chapter 47. Yet another universal level, second update, at this very moment, atop the mountain. At the entrance of the secret realm of the Hanging Monastery, an ancient temple is perched upon a sheer cliff, soaring to a height of 3,022 meters above the ground. The ethereal sea of clouds unfolds before the observer's gaze, and within the temple, nestled against the mountainside, a colossal blue vortex slowly spins. This vortex serves as the gateway to the secret realm, which has emerged with the arrival of otherworldly beings, manifesting sporadically in various locations. Once activated, any extraordinary occurrences shall be permanently inscribed within. It encompasses a vast universe, capable of revealing any object or creature, while within the secret realm, there also exists. Chapter 48, The God of Killing, Moonlight, Part 3. As the words resonated, the orderly procession of the official organization began to traverse the azure vortex, one by one. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, eagerly followed suit, pressing deeper into the abyss. In the blink of an eye, only a mere handful of individuals remained at the scene. Wang Yi, with arms crossed and head held high in an air of pride, approached Jean Feichin, who was engaged in a leisurely stretch. Extending a hand, he declared, "Your reputation precedes you. I am Wang Yi. Honored to meet you." "I am Jean Feichin," he replied. As their hands clasped in greeting, Wang Yi prepared to apply a measure of force. Chapter 49, The Bronze Ancient Hall, Part 4. Within the secret realm of the Hanging Monastery. Indeed, this spiritual energy is remarkably abundant, Jean Feichin observed, perched atop an ancient tree upon a hillside, his gaze sweeping over the expansive plains that extended to the horizon. Settling into a comfortable position, he gradually reclined on the branch, nonchalantly producing a verdant apple and savoring a bite. By the way, crunch, crunch. This weather, crunch, crunch. It would be a lamentable oversight not to indulge in a delightful nap. Crunch, crunch. Chapter 50, Huan Journey to the Jiazi Noon, Brother Chun. What if I simply await your return here? Guo Xiao suggested hesitantly, casting a wary glance at the three imposing figures nearby. "Fear not," Jean Feichin replied with a chuckle, his towering presence enveloping Guo Xiao as he playfully draped an arm around his neck. "Should any trouble arise, I would not hesitate to employ you as a shield." "Perhaps I shall remain here," Guo Xiao retorted, instinctively retracting his neck and stealing a glance at Wang Yi. "Very well, do as you wish. I shall take my leave then," Jean Feichin conceded. "Take care, Brother Chun," Guo Xiao called after him, and upon receiving yet another refusal from Guo Xiao, Jean Feichin decided to relent and not press the matter further. Chapter 51, Linen Wuan Hall, Part 2. In the next instant, a dark streak traversed the field of vision, culminating in a resplendent firework that erupted before the venerable general. Clang! The shadow promptly shifted, coming to an abrupt halt. Xi Yu spun her twin blades with extraordinary swiftness, grasping them firmly before advancing silently. This time, her movements were even more rapid, her assault more ferocious. She metamorphosed into a fleeting specter, darting around the ancient general with fierce intensity, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. This young lady, oh my, is truly formidable. Chapter 52, Dao Guai Mu Chong, Part 3. As far as the eye can behold, the landscape is strewn with skeletal remains, an expanse so immense it appears to extend into infinity. All that exists within this vista are towering rock pillars and bleached bones. This site resembles a naturally formed colossal cavern, adorned above with sharp stalactites and rock columns nearly 10 meters in diameter, which connect the profound depths to the zenith, supporting the entirety of the grotto. Despite the scattered assortment of white bones, the air is devoid of any noxious odor of decay. Furthermore, upon closer scrutiny, one might perceive a subtle ethereal energy lingering within these remains. Chapter 53, Jean Feichin. I rise early at 8. Xi Yu averted her gaze, opting for silence. She found herself unable to fathom Jean Feichin's words, or perhaps she simply could not grasp the essence of Jean Feichin himself. The two fell into a profound silence, each in search of remnants untouched by the indelible marks of extreme martial arts. As they drifted further apart, they ultimately lost sight of one another. Jean Feichin meandered through the ocean of corpses, his cards flipping incessantly in his hands. Indeed, it resembled the arduous task of seeking a needle in a haystack. As he surveyed the magnificent array of skeletal remains, Jean Feichin experienced a fleeting vexation. This endeavor proved even more daunting than navigating the vast expanse of the sea. Chapter 54. Coach, I wish to learn aerial martial arts. P.S. To all readers, this narrative may lack a prominent female protagonist. However, Jean Feichin is not one to shy away from engaging in conversation with women, and there shall be no inappropriate conduct. The soft patter of footsteps resonated, soon followed by a piercing scream. It was the voice of Xi Yu. Wang Yi swiftly turned around, and in response, the surrounding sea of blossoms surged, dispelling the skeletal soldiers. In the air, Jean Fachen's lithe form floated gracefully, cradling something tenderly in his arms. Chapter 55. Prejudice is a false proposition. Third update. An hour later, before the Bronze Hall, Wang Yi sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly shut, having nearly regained his vitality. If one disregarded his disheveled appearance, he remained the proud Wang Yi. The others were engrossed in their individual pursuits. Sinanyu sat beneath a tree, listening to music, a gentle smile illuminating her face as she held a sketchbook, seemingly lost in her artistic endeavor. Above her, on a branch, Jean Fachin lay sprawled, his limbs dangling freely, soundly asleep, with a half-eaten apple resting in his hand. Chapter 56. Ascending the bronze hall again with a resounding thud, the bronze door remained firmly closed. Jean Fachin and his companions re-entered the ancient bronze hall. As they gazed upon the familiar surroundings, Jean Fachin had yet to utter a word when Wang Yi instinctively brushed against his leg. "Do you have any plans?" Sinanyu inquired, casting a sidelong glance at the seemingly drowsy Jean Fachin. The latter, scratching his head, replied, "Oh, I do have a method." At that moment, the stoic Wang Yi interjected, directing his gaze first toward Sinanyu and then fixing it upon Jean Fachin, declaring my. Chapter 57. Comprehending the applause, the emotionless visage of the uncanny corpse briefly contorted. Albeit fleeting, Jean Fachin seized the moment with utmost clarity. Retaining his prior stance, Jean Fachin inclined his head and observed, "It is merely the two of us in this realm. Do you not desire to indulge in a dialogue concerning subjects that are audacious and unrestrained, suited for mature minds?" In the ensuing moment, beneath the gaze of Jean Fachin, who wore a serene smile, the lifeless body, which should have been devoid of consciousness, exhibited an unusual expression. This singular act was sufficient to provoke an exclamation of astonishment from Mr. Wang. It is crucial to acknowledge that the corpse indeed. Chapter 58. The Wrath of All Mothers, Part 3. My heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed Aquarius old wretch for the generous update. I must confess, I underestimated you. The corpse, bound and unable to stir, directed a glance at Jean Fachin, its dark eyes betraying an ineffable shock. Jean Fachin waved his hand dismissively, remarking, "It is quite all right, but do not indulge me excessively, lest I be overwhelmed with pride. Young man, you are fortunate, yet such fortune may prove ephemeral. Cursing someone is rather unsporting." Jean Fachin retorted, deftly flipping a card in his hand. "It is time for you to depart, after all these years of existence." Chapter 59. Who is this? In the depths of Jean Fachin's consciousness, a tempestuous wind roared, casting forth resplendent rays of golden luminescence. High above, a droplet of gas, akin to a tear, fluttered with the grace of an agile spirit. It appeared translucent, almost otherworldly, yet harbored an unsettling density. The frigid essence radiating from it was unyielding. Jean Fachin beheld this celestial entity with profound astonishment. What is this? Who is this?" he uttered, grappling with the uncertainty of his own power. Chapter 60. Petals like blades unsure of how much time had elapsed. Crack! Wiping the perspiration from his brow, Jean Fachin took a robust bite of an apple and smiled, declaring, "Remarkable, another day endured." He had lost all sense of time, staggering to his feet. His once immaculate garments, now marred with blood, resembling a vibrant blossom in a stark white expanse. Upon finishing the apple, he closed his eyes, striving to detach from the confines of his mental realm. Indeed, at this moment he was no longer. Chapter 61. Oppressed Jean Fachin, Part 3. Outside the clandestine domain of the Hanging Monastery, a swirling azure vortex pulsed as Jean Fachin emerged, a cigarette precariously dangling from his lips. Concurrently, the voice of Yu Mingyi resonated within his mind. "You have refined the wrath of all mothers. What is this wrath of all trees? Who is overdue? Is it concerning a mortgage?" Jean Fachin was momentarily stunned, lost in contemplation. After a brief pause, Yu Mingyi responded, "It signifies that your internal organs and meridians have become remarkably fortified. Have you ingested something? Indeed, something resembling a substantial mucus substance. Chapter 62. Primordial Seal, Yumingi lifted a finger, allowing the bone to levitate gracefully before him. There exists a profound martial energy within, yet I am unable to ascertain its essence. Jean Fachin raised an eyebrow. I previously examined this and sensed nothing amiss. The owner of this bone must have been on the precipice of the Emperor realm in life. It is comprehensible that you could not perceive it. Yumingi nudged the small fragment of bone closer to Jean Fachin. Upon hearing this, Jean Fachin halted his actions, taken aback, before enlightenment washed over him. So that is how it is. Chapter 63. Peerless Heavenly Abode, half a month later, on September 9th, amidst the verdant expanse of the Changyuan Mountains, where ancient trees stretched infinitely into the horizon. A youth clad in white stood resolutely at the center of a lake beside a waterfall deep within the mountains. With a sudden clap of his hands, he brought them together, channeling his spiritual energy. A cerulean vortex whirled around him, momentarily squinting his eyes before they snapped open wide. In that instant, an eruption of spiritual energy surged forth from his essence like a torrential flood. The previously serene surface of the lake below him commenced to bubble and writhe, ripples radiating outward as though agitated by the might of his power. Chapter 64. The Convergence of the Eight Realms. Wang, I curse your mother. Upon hearing those 6 fervent words, Jean Fachin hesitated. Is it truly that profound? Fueled by an unquenchable thirst for knowledge, he quickened his stride, executing a deft maneuver that allowed him to glide gracefully to the entrance of the old pavilion. As the ancient door creaked open, he was met with a sight both familiar and unexpected. Bai Zhizhi, long absent from his life, stood atop a table with her hands firmly planted on her hips, directing an accusatory finger towards Wang, who sat at a distance, fervently articulating her thoughts. Chapter 65. Jean Fachin's Compendium, the inaugural edition of the Character Compendium. This section is supplementary and may be omitted. Character: Jean Fachin. Age: 18 years. Birthday: unknown. Jean Fachin has never acknowledged his birthday. Cultivation: Jean Realm, 6 Transformation Academy, Capital City. Tian's Academy Heavenly Artifact. Huan. Chronicle Garden Supreme Martial Art. Advanced Xian Rank. Wings of Peace. Unknown Rank. Primordial Seal. Current External Evaluation and Epithets: The Magician Beneath the Sea of Flowers. Virtual Boy. God of Sleep. Dog Thief. Chapter 66. The second in command of the capital, the 8 Great Courtyards. Wushuang Tianfu, the old pavilion by the lake. Beneath, a cerulean sky accompanied by gentle zephyr. Droplets cascaded from the lake's surface, generating a myriad of ripples. A hand emerged from the depths, forcefully slapping the water's surface, propelling the entire body upwards. Han Xian's countenance darkened as he clenched his teeth, muttering under his breath, Jean Fachin, you court death. As his words dissipated, a spark of light ignited in his gaze. What could that be? Gazing downward, Han Xian's countenance underwent a profound transformation. Chapter 67. New Strategies. After scrutinizing the entirety of the discourse, ennui enveloped him as he observed the elder above persistently expounding on righteousness, grand designs, and unity. Jean Fachin could no longer restrain himself, emitting a colossal yawn as he readied himself to indulge in slumber. The yawning child, you must be Jean Fachin, am I correct? Jean Fachin paused, startled by the address, his eyes closing momentarily. The remnants of drowsiness vanished as he exhaled softly, rising to bow with respect, proclaiming, I am Jean Fachin. The elder smiled and nodded, reciting, the gentle breeze caresses the medicine stand, while the sunny day illuminates the tea cloth. The subtle joy remains unquenched as dusk descends upon East City. I am familiar with you. Chapter 68. Completing the cycle half an hour later. Within the Prime Minister's office in the capital, Zhou Huadong was delivering a report to the elder seated before him. The elder, perched upon a crimson chair, lightly tapped the tabletop, unable to suppress a chuckle after hearing the report. These mischievous youngsters, he mused. I am uncertain when it commenced, but despite sharing the same blood, a lingering resentment festers, and the cruelty displayed surpasses that of mere strangers. Unavoidably, these children, still in their tender years, have basked in the world's greatest accolades. Some may find their hearts irrevocably altered in this process, which is an inevitability. Chapter 69. The Mission A message chimed on the phone, prompting Yuming to pick it up and read. "Ah, you are capable of using a phone," Jean Fachin remarked nonchalantly, lounging on the rooftop with his legs crossed, hands clasped behind his head, squinting against the encroaching drowsiness. Yuming cast a glance at the message displayed on the screen and responded, "I possess a rudimentary understanding. I occasionally indulge in e-books. It is from the Prime Minister's office," he continued. "They wish for me to convey that the final mission has been confirmed. 8 teams of 4 from the Huanyu level are to assemble their respective squads. Those who successfully complete the mission first will earn the privilege to learn the supreme martial arts, personally instructed by that individual. The mission is set to commence next year." Chapter 70. The coffin of stillborns. Jean Fachin stifled a yawn as he cast a glance at the 2 individuals flanking him. "Ladies, I implore you not to entangle me in your disputes. I am rather timid," he remarked. "I presumed you had departed. I did not anticipate you would succumb to slumber here," Bai Jiji countered, directing a sharp glare at Wang Yi. "This charming mountain and water setting is most conducive to a restful nap. It exudes an artistic allure," Jean Fachin observed, gesturing towards the distant landscape before regarding the 2 with a puzzled expression. "Why do you seek my company rather than returning to your respective abodes?" Wang Yi inquired, brushing off the remnants of dust from his attire after their earlier altercation and straightening his suit. Chapter 71. The remarkable Mr. Hu in the suburban villa of Jinling City. A sleek black Maybach 57S glided into the courtyard. Not home. Jean Fachin emerged, surveying the surroundings and noting that the villa's door was securely locked, with the flamboyant blue Ferrari conspicuously absent. He meandered about, leaning against the car door, igniting a cigarette while attempting to reach Huzhu. The breeze today was refreshingly brisk, and the sun hung high in the sky, radiating warmth without oppressive heat, uplifting the spirit. As the cigarette dwindled, Jean Fachin extinguished the ember and addressed the empty air. "Mr. Yu." Chapter 72. The 8 Huanyu confidential files. The man-eating face. How extraordinary. There exists an utter absence of spiritual energy fluctuations. The woman graciously accepted the red rose, inhaling its fragrance with a hint of surprise. "It's real," she murmured. "Of course. How could I possibly employ a counterfeit flower to seek a lady's forgiveness?" Jean Fachin replied with a wry smile. "Ahem." Huzhu, standing nearby, narrowed his eyes in irritation and interjected, "That is quite enough. Do not come here boasting." Jean Fachin merely shrugged, shaking his head. "Beauty begets mischief." With that, he rose and dusted off his trousers. Chapter 73. The South reemerges. Gratitude is extended to the host has entered for a silken experience for the esteemed certification. My heartfelt thanks, thus a bonus update, with 4 updates today. Jean Fachin smiled playfully and then turned the page. Ah, the enigmatic gentleman. Huanyu Jiangzi Affiliated Academy. Anan, Wuqing Hall Spiritual Attribute. Water Heavenly Artifact. Flowing Ink Heavenly Blade Previous Owner. Guji. Year 1787. Zhou Yang Unique Characteristic. Chapter 74. The final calm. The following day, September 10th, the sun radiated its brilliance, and the early morning air was refreshingly cool. Jean Fachin, still ensnared by drowsiness, stumbled out the door. The invigorating breeze embraced him, yet could not shake off the remnants of his slumber. He was adorned in a modest, deep blue turtleneck, and owing to his disheveled hair, he donned a baseball cap. The tailored ensemble accentuated his stature of 182 meters, rendering it even more pronounced. Chapter 75. The Anomaly. Part 4. Silver wings glided through the cerulean sky. 10 hours later, at 1921 Beijing time, in the southwestern expanse of the Great Xia, at the Yeyu City Airport in Nanzhou Province, Jean Fachin emerged from the airport and ventured towards a secluded nook. Assessing his surroundings, he gradually extended his hand adorned with rings. As he infused it with spiritual energy, the ring radiated a brilliant flash of white light, and a Land Rover Defender materialized before him. This was a moment of sudden inspiration upon his return, and upon its successful execution, Jean Fachin could not help but praise his own ingenuity. Chapter 76. The spade ace. The sky was shrouded in darkness, with sinister clouds swirling above, illuminated solely by a faint moonlight. A fierce wind howled, causing the surrounding forest to rustle incessantly. Heavy rain cascaded down, and on the ground, heads swayed as if they were endless blades of wild grass. The sound of the flute abruptly ceased. Within Jean Fei Chen's serene gaze, two eerie, pallid hands suddenly materialized above the mass of corpses. The hands moved rhythmically, grasping at the void, before they violently tore open a vast rift in the very fabric of space. Chapter 77. The Touch of Petals and Cards. A realm like a painted scroll, a tremendous roar erupted in the distance. Blinding light surged forth as two figures stood in confrontation beside the ruins of a wooden house. On the left stood a mysterious figure clad in eccentric attire, donning a mask that bore a sorrowful visage. On the right stood Jean Fei Chen, drenched yet composed. "Child, your mentality and demeanor are commendable, yet your strength leaves much to be desired. Upon witnessing my presence, why do you not kneel and plead for mercy?" The masked figure spoke with derision. Jean Fei Chen removed his baseball cap and tossed it aside as the wind howled around him. Chapter 78. The Unintentional Swordsman. The rain intensified, gradually shrouding everything in a veil of mist. Within this ethereal ambience, a silver light streaked across the shadowed earth. A figure, concealed behind an ebony mask and playing a flute, stood amidst a heap of corpses, growing larger in Jean Fei Chen's perception. With remarkable swiftness, Jean Fei Chen dashed past countless lifeless bodies, hastening to confront the masked figure, pivoting deftly to unleash a formidable kick. The masked figure responded instantaneously, silencing the flute's melody and raising a hand in defense. However, Jean Fei Chen was already too close. It was too late for any form of defense. Enveloped in spiritual energy. Chapter 79. Huzhu. I long to escape from culture in the capital city, within the esteemed Prime Minister's office. A report was made. 3 individuals of the mysterious faces have emerged. Presently, Mr. Hu has arrived, and Captain Yu is engaged in combat with the smiling, face-and-crying face, while the South has yet to make an appearance. Top, top, top. Wrinkled fingers gently rapped against the table. Seated upon the crimson chair, the elder narrowed his eyes and declared, "Deploy a team and eliminate them all." "Understood. Wait." The elder paused, contemplating for a moment. Chapter 80. The Canine Thief. Emperor greetings, Yu Mingyi. In the Prime Minister's office, the elder grasped a crimson landline, his fingers lightly tapping against the surface, with a stress relief medication set nearby. "Hello, Yu Mingyi. You are quite remarkable, engaging 2 opponents of respect level and vanquishing one." Upon receiving the commendation, Yu Mingyi's icy demeanor betrayed no sign of emotion. "Are you so free as to contact me regarding this?" "Ahem, who are you to admonish me?" The voice on the other end coughed slightly. "I heard that you had cast aside Jean Fei Chen." Chapter 81. The Essence of Spirit Beast. Time flowed swiftly. It has been half a month since the assassination incident in Nanzhou province. The tumult incited by this occurrence, along with the celestial anomalies that unfolded that day, has been subdued by the authorities. Although merely a fortnight has elapsed, a multitude of events have transpired. The day following the Nanzhou incident, the Human Alliance, composed of the 5 major nations, lodged a formal complaint against the Great Xia. They accused the Great Xia of contravening alliance regulations by initiating armed assaults on neighboring states. The position of the Great Xia was unequivocal, consistently reiterating. Chapter 82. White Spirit. In the heart of Fengtian, within a grand courtyard. After concluding the call, Bai Jiji shrugged at the middle-aged man seated across from her. "All right." The middle-aged man was Bai Jiji's father, the patriarch of the Bai family in Fengtian. Named Bai Shan, clad in casual attire, his white hair was meticulously styled back, and his demeanor was resolute, exuding a formidable presence. In this moment, however, he appeared not as an authoritative patriarch, but rather as a concerned father, anxious for his child. "Wait, what did I just convey to you?" Chapter 83. The Fengtian Bai family. After a brisk journey on her electric scooter, Bai Jiji at last reached the entrance of the school. The moment she came to a stop, her gaze fell upon Jean Fei Chen, the focal point of admiration for a cluster of girls. "Hey, I am here." Jean Fei Chen initially scoured the array of opulent vehicles, ultimately identifying the most striking presence in the most unremarkable location. As he approached, he cast a glance at Bai Jiji's scooter and scratched his head. "You are rather understated," he remarked with a click of his tongue. Bai Jiji tapped the headlight of her scooter and retorted, "Do not even think about it." Chapter 84. The Crimson Poison Ice Emperor Scorpion in response. Bai Ling set aside the tray and quietly positioned herself behind Bai Shan. "Spirit Beast Essence," Bai Shan began, "I trust you, Xiao Chun, are aware that whenever a mysterious beast undergoes metamorphosis or a breakthrough, there exists a minuscule likelihood of producing the purest essence of beast marrow, which is immensely advantageous for those like yourself who have only just embarked on the path of cultivation." Upon concluding his statement, Bai Shan retrieved a scroll from his ring. Bai Ling accepted it and approached Jin Feichin, offering it to him. "This is a preliminary map of the Changbai mountain range, with a layer of its enigmatic beast indicated above." Chapter 85. Entering the cave as dusk descended upon Feng Tian, the evening glow enveloped the sky like a delicate drapery, and a silver streak of light darted across. "It is exhilarating to soar through the skies," Bai Jiji remarked, her gaze fixed upon the nearby sunset. Jin Feichin smirked slightly, playfully suggesting, "Why not fashion a flying artifact, Bai? With your family's resources, this insignificant matter is scarcely a concern." "My dear friend, this is a celestial artifact, not merely an aircraft. How can you trivialize it so?" Bai Jiji responded. "Furthermore, my father maintains that my current level of cultivation renders me unfit for it. The lightning attribute itself is an essence that consumes a significant amount of energy." Chapter 86. The Source of Extreme Ice Crack. Bone-chilling ice began to manifest at Jin Feichin's feet, rapidly enveloping his legs in a steadfast freeze. "This is dire." Jin Feichin reacted with alacrity, swiftly invoking his celestial power to transform himself into a sea of blossoms, dissipating from the ice and re-emerging elsewhere. Swish! A slender ice crystal surged forth from the obsidian depths of the lake, grazing Jin Feichin's neck, the frigid air clinging to him like frost. Swish! The ice crystal shifted its trajectory. Chapter 87. The precious essence of spirit mushrooms. The two retraced their steps through the cavern. As they proceeded, an abrupt sound of footsteps resonated from further ahead. Upon closer examination, they discerned two youthful figures with alabaster hair. "Are they your kin?" Bai Jiji nodded affirmatively. Turning to Jin Feichin, he inquired, "What course of action should we take? What is there to contemplate? The item is already in our possession. Should they desire to join us, so be it. Are we to dispose of them?" Jin Feichin shrugged. "That is a valid point." Chapter 88. Absorbing the source of extreme ice as the sun descended beneath the horizon, the full moon ascended into the sky, casting a soft glow upon the earth. Gentle ripples danced across the surface of the pool, stirred by the tender evening breeze. A golden campfire flickered gently in the backyard of the Bai residence in Feng Tian. Near the open-air swimming pool, Jin Feichin and Bai Jiji reclined on lounge chairs, the crackling fire before them. A small table nestled between them held steaming skewers and a chilled box of green apple soda. As a refreshing breeze swept through, Jin Feichin relaxed, a contented smile illuminating his face as he savored the moment. Chapter 89. The eternal garden. Colorless spiritual energy surged from within Jin Feichin, who sat cross-legged, his eyes closed, frost forming upon his brow. As the energy flowed into the ice crystal, a genuine connection was forged in that instant. Instantly, the bone-chilling frost streamed into Jin Feichin's body through the energy. He could distinctly perceive the rapid deceleration of his blood flow. Delicate ice blossoms unfurled within his veins, swiftly freezing everything in their path. Following the methods imparted by Yu Ming, Jin Feichin continually diminished the intensity of the extreme. Chapter 90. A little spiritual magic boom. A surge of momentum erupted as he reached the 8th transformation, attaining mastery. Jin Feichin abruptly opened his eyes, swiftly rising to ascertain whether he had lost any limbs. Before he could indulge in the ecstasy of his newfound state, a sound resonated behind him. It was at that moment Jin Feichin realized the once sealed space had reverted to its original condition. Aside from the addition of a few blossoms, everything remained unchanged. Turning around, he beheld Bai Zhiji, adorned in Ultraman pajamas, gazing at him with vacant eyes. Chapter 91. Ultimately, who is the true Jean Feichin? Part 4. The sharp sound of a snap reverberated beneath the waterfall. At the instant he heard the noise, Hu Zhu's expression transformed dramatically. "This is dire." Buzz. A blinding radiance erupted beneath his feet, where silver cards unexpectedly manifested. In the blink of an eye, these cards detonated, unleashing familiar spiritual swords, arrows, and blades that surged forth with a resounding roar. Boom! The explosion sent thick black smoke spiraling into the heavens, while a fierce gust of wind swept through, causing the entire forest to tremble momentarily. Chapter 92. The unusual progeny of extraterrestrial races record, New Era, October 2nd, 2025, Haixing Province, Luqing. Incident at Qixing Private Martial Arts School, Martial Arts Field Center. Unusual progeny of extraterrestrial races, thousands of students ensnared within the campus. No immediate peril, situation critical. Dispatched first-year swordsmanship instructor from Tiankai Academy, Huzhou. On October 2nd, in Haixing Province, Luqing, a convertible Porsche 918 sped along the coastal route, which had been cordoned off. What absurd principle this is. I find it impossible to savor my vacation without being summoned back to work. Huzhou, Chapter 93, Tiankai Academy. Jean Feichin, please allow me to clarify. The vice principal is typically present, yet he happens to be absent today. We journeyed all the way from the capital, and he has yet to make an appearance? He truly exhibits a lack of concern for the students. Huzhou narrowed his gaze. You, escort us to see that child. Before the director could respond, Jean Feichin issued a chilling command. The director, wiping the perspiration from his brow, wore a solemn expression as he turned to ascend the stairs, the two men trailing closely behind. Chapter 94. The white lily of the valley will bloom in the youthful years. The seemingly mundane words resonated within the man's heart like the resonant toll of a mighty bell. He was instantly reminded of the director's directives. Yet shouldn't Jean Feichin be accompanying him to the 4th floor? Why was he here? Confusion transformed into trepidation, and the man's visage turned pale. Before he could articulate an explanation, Jean Feichin imperiously declared, "Depart. And bear in mind, it is depart." The flippant tone reverberated, and without the slightest hesitation, the man swiftly prostrated himself and rolled away. Chapter 95. Wang Yi. The sky is falling. Han Tian Academy. Within a magnificent mansion, Wang Yi sat at the center upon a meditation mat, his eyes closed in deep cultivation. His mastery at the Zhan realm, 5th transition, emanated a subtle glow. Ah! At long last, a breakthrough. Finally, I'm no longer inferior to that fool Bai. Ever since the moment Wang Yi recognized his cultivation lagged behind Bai Zhiji's, he returned to the academy and embarked on an ardent regimen of ceaseless training, both day and night. By amalgamating various spiritual fruits and spiritual gold, he ultimately achieved the 5th transformation today. Yet, unbeknownst to him, not long ago, Bai Zhiji had uncovered the truth. Chapter 96. The fiery clouds stretching over the capital in the infirmary. How is it? Jean Feichin ambled in with a leisurely grace, casting a glance at Huzhou, whose spiritual energy flickered with an unmistakable restlessness. The situation is as it stands. The particulars are contingent upon the circumstances, Huzhou replied, observing Jean Feichin's weary demeanor. And what of you? Have you made any discoveries? You seem rather perturbed. Jean Feichin reclined into a chair, crossing his legs, and remarked, "We have committed a grave error. Wang Yi is hastily making his way here, traversing 800 miles with great urgency." Hu Zhu chuckled in response. Then that group is in for a challenging time. Chapter 97. The Red Armored Guards, Flowing Moon Army, the Red Armored Guards. Yu Mingyi suddenly manifested beside Jean Feichin, standing alongside him and gazing at the fiery clouds on the horizon. Red Armored Guards? What might that be? Yu Mingyi gestured towards the heavens, elucidating. It is this formidable legion, akin to a blazing cloud, recognized as the Red Armored Guards. They serve as the bastion of the Wang family and a stronghold for the Great Xia. The remarkable capability of Wang To summon such an extensive contingent of red armored guards within a mere brief interval underscores his prominence within the clan. Jean Fachin remarked. Contemplating the ramifications, the message was received 10 minutes ago, and the red armored guard shall arrive in 10 minutes. Chapter 98. What is that? That is responsibility. Wang Yi's primary star transformed into wisps of crimson flames, vanishing from sight. Regarding Wang Yi's safety, amidst the multitude of red armored guards, he sensed no imminent threat. Prior to his departure, he had dragged the barely conscious Wang Tianquan away as if he were a mere rag. Now, upon the expansive playground, only a group of students remained kneeling upon the ground, alongside the standing Wang. The fiery clouds in the sky continued to ripple. Yu Mingyi stood at the edge of the rooftop, while Jean Fachin languidly leaned against his thigh, occasionally yawning as he gazed down. Esteemed students, Chapter 99. The Foreign Race. The collapse begins. The primary stars of several individuals extinguished, leaving the scene to these youthful souls. Jean Fachin surveyed the group, and, upon noticing Sinan Yu with her headphones, raised an eyebrow in surprise and jested, "Ah, look who we have here. I did not expect you to be so inquisitive. I did not wish to come," Sinan Yu muttered, fidgeting with her fingers, and softly added, "The primary star brought me here." Observing the scene on the playground, and remarked, "What a coincidence that you would find yourself here. Regardless of who arrives, I am determined to catch Conan. It seems to be a fatal scene wherever I go." Chapter 100. Whispers of the sea breeze. The red armored guards stood protectively before Wang Yi, 2 fingers pressed against the forehead of the surrounded foreign entity. "Step aside." Upon hearing the voice from behind, the red armored guards withdrew their fingers, clearing a path. With a composed demeanor, Wang Yi advanced and coldly addressed the encircled foreign entity. "Fool, it seems you are not quite aware of your own standing." The star-ripping edict's ethereal blade emerged, plunging unhesitatingly into the abdomen of the foreign foe. Purple blood trickled down, and, at that instant, the 3-pronged, double-edged blade twisted violently within its gut. Chapter 101. Base 091. In the outskirts of Jinling City, within the confines of Wuju's villa, the courtyard lay enveloped in profound silence beneath the moonlight. A blood-stained white dove soared across the illuminated sky, alighting gracefully upon the verdant lawn. This dove emanated an unsettling aura. Its eyes gleamed with a vivid crimson hue, infused with malevolence, further accentuated by its wings, marred with blood, which rendered it all the more peculiar. It descended upon the earth, its scarlet gaze blinking as it surveyed its surroundings, then opened its delicate beak and began to draw in the air. A sound reminiscent of flowing water reverberated as,